that you knew I'm a psycho. C-O-D, D-B-D, death by Dobby, I know. Death following your set though, high key, no I know. That's high no, spit flames everywhere I go. Have mercy, yeah, but why no? When I have a question, lend me your attention. I just need some depth on something, baby. You have failed to mention. Maybe if you think about it, you have led to my ascension. So I cleared out my itinerary to give this final lesson. I'll address it, broken unprecedented. Who better than me than to wrestle with? This hate in my heart rate is once a minute. Said it's warming the fire to nestle in. I'm the best who did it, but you did it. Had a time for me.
Hello, hello. Let's fix this because I didn't even think to work on that before I started. I just kind of threw it up. Get that out of frame. God damn, it's so hard to get shit out of frame. Ugh. All right. Let me raise the trip. That's pretty good. Good height. We're at a good height. All right. There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. Alrighty. 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 It's been a good long minute. In front of my eyes. So basically, cause I kind of wanted to. The fuck is this? Oh, whoops. That's what that is. All right. So actually, let's go ahead and pause this. So you could probably get that off the screen. Properties. Yeah. Oh, okay. So I have the Chrome small, and then the gameplay is big, which does work. That is gonna work with this one, cause this stream that is gonna work, cause trying to think where could I put it. Oh, great! My camera stopped. That's cool. Awesome. There we go. Cool. I'm trying to think. There's the health at the bottom. Maybe I just put it up here. Yeah.
Even though they wanted hello and
So that's pretty loud. We're gonna lower that volume.
welcome back to
Okay. So so it's gonna actually. Hmm. Okay. So that can be closed. And then I can pause that. I don't need it to keep playing. So it's saying that it wouldn't have audio. So if I let's try. Is it downloading? Okay. So that just makes me wonder if I do this. And I pop this out. Right. Now. Oh, well, now it's showing the opera available. But if I wanted it to just be the picture in picture, I can put that here, make it visible, and then make it bigger for me. Oh, what the fuck? If I make this bigger, it makes it bigger on the stream. That's interesting. Because then it's not blocking my view. So what if I made it opaque? Would that make it opaque on the stream? Oh, it doesn't. That's cool. Okay. So I think we're gonna be good. I think we're gonna run with it like this. We're gonna run with it like this. We're gonna turn the volume on a little bit.
Hello, and welcome
Okay.
back to this review of Black Panther 2 Wakandan Boogaloo. As return viewers will be aware, the introduction to part 1 of this review celebrated the fact that I, who wasn't online for the first Black Panther film, have finally been given an opportunity to be called a racist for not liking the second Black Panther film. In that introduction, I drew on the incongruity of certain tropes that, were a white man to have written and directed them, would have seen him drummed out of polite society and forbidden from working in the movie industry ever again. Because in Hollywood, being called a racist is far worse for your career than sexual liaisons with, midgets? After all, if diddling midgets is all you've done, you can always run away to France and be hailed as a national treasure. Here's looking at you, kid, as Roman Polanski allegedly said.
Okay.
Of those tropes specifically, borrowing wholesale from all the superficial regalia of various African tribes and cultures was already straying on the verge of Orientalism. Black Panther, of course, is not an African film, but an African-American.
Okay, I want to restart it so I can.
Welcome back to
So,
this review of Black
So
Panther 2.
I didn't even really go down into it. I was trying to get everything set up. So basically, what we're gonna be doing, I'm playing me some Satisfactory, and while I'm playing, I'm gonna be watching this video. And while I watch this video, I'm gonna commentate on it. I only watched a couple minutes of it, and there was some stuff that the dude says and whatnot that I'm just like completely have to disagree with, like with the shit that he's saying, because it's just like some of the stuff that he's saying is just so outlandishly wrong. Yeah, I guess you could say, yeah. It's just like it's a lot of stuff that he says is just like it's wrong, or it's it only makes sense if you ignore like massive things, you know what I mean? Like it's not something that's like no matter what, this makes sense. You know what I mean? Like it's something that's like only gonna make sense if you're ignoring like massive shit from the of context or whatever. So, yeah. I just realized I went completely quiet and zoned out. Um, yeah, we're gonna be. He was saying a bunch of stuff that's either just wrong or like only could make sense if you're just like completely like ignoring like the character's origins and like how they. Cause he thinks that he thinks it's wrong that certain characters do certain things in a way. Um, but it's like you could only realistically have that view if you're looking at those characters without knowing who those characters are and where their origins and whatnot. So so yeah, so that's what I want to do. And while we're doing that, I'm playing Satisfactory. Uh, I might end up going over to like Gotham Knights or Gotham Knights or Midnight Suns or some Monster Hunter because I just started playing that because I was just kind of in the mood. So yeah, so that's what we're working on right now. That's what we're doing. That's what we're working on. Bing bang boom. Let's start it.
To Wakandan Boogaloo. As return viewers will be aware, the introduction to part 1 of this review celebrated the fact that I, who wasn't online for the first Black Panther film, have finally been given an opportunity to be called a racist for not liking the second Black Panther film. In that introduction, I drew on the incongruity of certain tropes that, were a white man to have written and directed them, would have seen him drummed out of polite society and forbidden from working in the movie industry ever again. Because in Hollywood, being called a racist is far worse for your career than sexual liaisons with, midgets? After all, if diddling midgets is all you've done, you can always run away to France and be hailed as a national treasure. Here's looking at you, kid, as Roman Polanski allegedly said. Of those tropes specifically, borrowing wholesale from all the superficial regalia of various African tribes and cultures was already straying on the verge of Orientalism. Black Panther,
really.
Of course, is not an African film, but an African-American film, two things about as closely related as Norway is to Saturn.
Thing
But
is,
that's relatively tactful
it's
from
really not.
I did, though, make mention of the fact that Black Panther's very American creators
Like, I understand where he's coming from when he says that. That like it's. And I'm not, I'm conservative, so it's like I'm against like BLM and all that shit and whatnot. So I'm not like some hyper woke motherfucker trying to just jerk off the black community, the African American community, the black community, whatever you want to call them. I'm not here to do that. I ain't about it. I ain't about that shit. That's pussy shit. I've got my views and I'm a stick with them. But like, it is an African movie. I understand why you would say it's an African American movie, but it's like if anything, it's trying to show that like even in Wakanda, like yeah, they're hyper advanced, so they have internet, and it's like they're not like separated from the rest of the world, because like you have to be able to be like, oh, it's just an African American movie. It has nothing to do really with actual African, but it's like what do you actually know about African culture? Because like you know like the United like the West's like mainstream culture influences like everything. Like it influences like every other society's culture. Like no questions about it, no doubt about it. Like there is no way to doubt that is something that happens from the West, that are like what we find popular and stuff like that ends up has an effect on what has some level of effect on what is popular around the world.
Looked at African tribes and thought, you know how we can best capture the essence of the continent? I know, let's give them spears, dress them in loincloths, and have them make monkey noises when they're angry. And this, I thought, was a bit much. So I mentioned it semi-jokingly because being cancelled for not liking that old, usually quite racist trope would be a very odd reason to be cancelled for racism. Akin to saying that defending Jews against Nazis is evidence that you are yourself a Nazi, which is, of course, ridiculous. Correction. Which is, of course, ridiculous to anyone who is not completely fucking mad. Well, anyway, predictably enough, a few people, not many, most of you have more than 3 brain cells, but a few people heard that introduction and replied with variants of, OMG, how dare you call the Wakandans spear-chucking monkeys, you Ku Klux c***. And since I got bored of replying to these lemons individually, I thought I'd issue my catch-all rejoinder here. I promise it won't take too long. I said that I didn't like that the film portrayed them as spear-chuckers who make monkey noises and dress like a glammed-up Tarzan. Because, yeah, it seems a bit racist. If you don't believe me, look. Here they are with their spears and their loincloths, and here they are making monkey noises.
And his see, and this is about. I got further than this, but not by much. This is about where I started having my issue with this dude's video, because if you actually pay attention to the movies and like, if you actually pay attention to the movies and like who the characters are, then you would know that the character that he uses this scene as an example of the movie portraying Wakandans as spear-chucking monkeys who make spear chuckers that make monkey sounds, right? This scene is what he decides to use as his example of that. But like, it's a terrible example because it's a absolutely dog shit example because of oh shit, I don't have enough power lines. It's a terrible example simply because of how it's a terrible example because of how he uses M'Baku and like his tribe, who like the rest of Wakanda is more like into like the panther goddess and all that, but I'm fairly certain that M'Baku's tribe specifically doesn't like pray to that god or whatever, and they're more, I'm pretty sure they're supposed to be more with like with the monkey god, I believe, or whoever the monkey deity, whatever that is in African or Egyptian whatever culture. I'm pretty sure that's who they kind of go with. I'm pretty sure that's who they go with. So like they pray to the monkey god. M'Baku from the comics is literally man ape. That is who he is. He is supposed to be man ape from the comics. And they're the only ones who make that tribe is the only ones who make the monkey sounds. Like, you have to be another level of dumb to be like, oh, they make Wakandans all look, they make all Wakandans look like spear chuckers that make monkey sounds when they get angry or whatever. And it's like, no, it's just the one tribe who are a very aggressive tribe whose leader is supposed to be man ape. Like, come on, think. It's not really monkey sounds either.
If then you had a problem with me describing a depiction of spear
doesn't really sound like
monkey and dress like glammed up Tarzan, well, you have a problem with the thing I'm describing. 2 films called Black Panther and Black Panther 2: Wakanda Forever. As if to refute any lazy suggestions of a link between ethnicity and IQ, almost every single one of the people dumb enough to miss this elementary distinction were white, and a disproportionate number were women. By contrast, I had an awful lot of incredibly based Africans in my comment section saying they thought the whole thing was very embarrassing indeed. A whole field of IQ studies could be dedicated to this subject, and it would almost certainly reach the conclusion that the group so stupid it's a surprise they can't cope with solid foods is white, middle-class, university-educated millennial leftist women, not coincidentally the only demographic that could unironically enjoy She-Hulk. So one more time,
Something
so
about
kids,
women and only people that ironically enjoy She-Hulk, and it's like, it's just like I've got so many issues with a lot of that, because it's like, so you're saying that it's because like you're effectively saying like, oh, it's impossible, like it's impossible, like white women are the only ones who enjoyed this, just like how what would it be like, just like how white women were the only ones who could ironically enjoy She-Hulk, and it's like, well, why do you have to ironically enjoy She-Hulk? Why can't you just enjoy She-Hulk? You know what I mean? Because like it's not like She-Hulk is like this, like I watched She-Hulk. I didn't love it, but it wasn't that bad. Like the first episode was like definitely the worst one, but the ending, while it was cool, how with all the fourth wall breaking and whatnot in the ending, while all that was cool to see, it wasn't good. It wasn't like it was like okay. It was like Deadpool breaks the fourth wall as well, but he still just does it within his movie. He never like left his show and was like, "Oh, I'm going into your theater," or I'm going, the whole the Disney Plus homepage like scene thing. He never did anything like that far. So it's like, I get it that she's supposed to break the fourth wall. I get it that you want her to be like that, but like I don't think it's a good idea to try I guess you could say to try and fucking, I'm so tired of all these fucking things attacking me while I'm trying to do shit. But yeah, like he never does that, and I feel like that's why people will say like Deadpool's fourth wall breaking is better and stuff like that. Because, I mean, realistically, it is. Realistically, Deadpool's fourth wall breaking is better. But I still thought that She-Hulk was good. I thought that the show definitely got better and better. Saying I had like a similar feeling with She-Hulk as I did with Miss Marvel, with Miss Marvel, in that the more and more it got away from the more and more that it moved away from the whole the more it moved away from the like that the cringy beginning stuff, like how like at the beginning of Miss Marvel, it was they just kept they it just kept going back to like, oh, we're brown, we're brown people, we're Muslims or whatever, so we're gonna be prejudiced or whatever. Like it was still being heavy handed with like, oh, these people are different and they get treated differently, and it's like that's just not the case majority of the time. It's like like oh, it's gonna need electricity too. I just realized that. But but yeah. So I could have it clip through the ground, but I'd rather not. But I don't think you have to ironically or I think you can unironically, unironic. Like I think if you're unironically saying that like She-Hulk was like amazing, I'm like at that point I'm like okay, you need to calm down. It wasn't that good. It was still fucking She-Hulk. You know what I mean? But to be like, oh, it was fucking terrible. It was awful. Anyone if you enjoyed it, if you enjoy it at all, you have like no taste, or you're just dumb, or you've got to be like a feminist or something like that. I think that's a little far. You know, like I feel like if you're someone who's saying that, you're probably someone you're probably one of those fucking cringe, like those cringe lords that was like, oh, they ruined Daredevil. This portrayal of Daredevil in a different show that isn't the same, you know, that's like not gonna that's different tone and everything from what Daredevil will be in it, you know, from Daredevil blah blah blah. Like that was just like cringe because it's like, dude, it's not his show. He's gotta be in line with the tone of the show that he's on. So if he's not on his own show, you shouldn't be expecting him to be in a darker tone as if he would be on his own show whenever he's not on his own show. Because that would just be out of place, and it would be super weird. Because then they would be complaining that like, well, why was he so dark and serious? He wasn't, you know, like then that's what they would complain about if he stayed if he was like acted like he would on his own show. Then they would have complained about him being, him not fitting the tone of the show that he was on. And they'll say that they wouldn't do that, but they absolutely would, and everybody knows they would, because that's all they can do. That's all they can do. They can say that they wouldn't do that, but they absolutely would. Without a fucking doubt, they absolutely would. There's zero chance that they wouldn't. But yeah, I think that it's dumb to be like you have
I was
to
criticizing the
ironically
film's
enjoy
deployment
something.
of borderline racist tropes. I was not deploying them myself. If you didn't spot those tropes,
You are to,
as a fair few
so
people somehow didn't,
he says that he's not deploying the racist tropes. He's critiquing them being deployed or whatever by the movie itself. But it's like you are deploying those tropes because you're applying it to you're saying that this is how they are portraying all of Wakanda, when it is just one specific tribe whose leader is supposed to be Man Ape, who I'm almost certain do not follow the Panther God, they follow the Monkey God. Just saying. Like, you're trying to say that like you're trying to like come off as being like better or whatever, but it's like, no, dude, you're looking even worse than they do because of you're trying to say that this is how they're portraying these people when it's just absolutely false. That's not how they're portraying them. That's how you're taking their portrayal and spinning it.
I can only suggest you try paying attention when you watch movies. Mind you, paying.
And he's saying that if you didn't put like if he and then he says like he basically says that if you didn't come to the conclusion of that being the connection of like, oh, they're portraying the African people as spear chucking and making monkey sound. He's saying if you didn't come to that conclusion, then you you need to pay attention when you watch movies because you're not paying attention.
Well
instead of it just being that he pays too much attention and then looks for these connections so he can make these movies. He can make these videos and complain about it.
Enjoy Wakanda forever. I can't close this introduction without mentioning perhaps my favorite response. which was that only some of the Wakandans are portrayed as backwoods savages, so it's fine. There you have it, folks. The
Yeah, one specific-
anti-racist line is that you are allowed a certain
Yeah. One group of Wakandans are portrayed as backwoods kind of hillbilly types because they are the ones who objectively are like that. M'Baku's tribe objectively are like a more backwoods kind of tribe. They're out in the middle of they're like completely separated from the rest of the society, and they don't use the vibranium technology or any of that. Like they are objectively supposed to be a more backwoods type of portrayal of the group. Like that is objectively what they are. So to act like it's like people are trying to say that like a certain amount of racism is okay. It's like no. It's like just not being retarded is okay. You know, that's okay because like you're being dumb by and so like and so like abhorrently like bad faith to be like, well, this is how they portray all of them, and if you don't agree with this is how they're portraying black people, then you're racist. And it's like, no, you're just looking for shit like that. You're trying too hard to find shit like that. Because if you weren't trying so hard to find shit like that, you would have found nothing. You wouldn't have found anything if you weren't trying to find shit like that. Simple, and it's that fucking simple. It doesn't get any simpler than that at all. Simple as that.
amount of racism. While I am racist for saying I'd have preferred none of it, the next train to arrive in Clown World will be the 11:51 West bullshit service to Wakanda, calling it LOL, what the fuck, you can't be serious, and Wakanda. Anyway, that mild rectal irritation having been soothed with topical ointments, back to the lump of shit that caused the irritation in the first place, Black Panther 2, Wakandan Boogaloo. I hope you're all drunk. Part 1 covered T'Challa's death and the film's attempt to dignify its terrible writing by periodically breaking from the circus to stage a brief funeral. The CIA stole... Oh god, have I mentioned that this film makes no sense? Well, the CIA stole Riri Williams' impossible vibranium detecting machine, but thoughtlessly left both the inventor and all the schematics in school, so there's only one such machine, which the CIA used to find another source of vibranium beneath the Atlantic Ocean, entirely wrecking the setup for the first film, and quite likely breaking this one too, given the massive connotations of rediscovering the magical bullshit goop flower and its potential to heal almost all forms of death. This was the film's excuse to introduce us to Freaky Fish Guy, Namor, don't know, I think it's Namor, we're gonna run with that, and his troop of Aztec mer people who attacked and killed the CIA, leading Freaky Fish Guy to Wakanda to ask the Wakandans to kidnap Riri Williams in order that the Freaky Fish people can kill Riri Williams when she's handed over by the Wakandans, thereby allowing the Aztec mer people to stay hidden from the world. So Michonne and Shuri went to kidnap said schoolchild, but decided they couldn't justify killing her, so they went to take her back to Wakanda, whereupon they were attacked by the mer people who kidnapped both Shuri and Riri Williams, even though they wanted to kill Riri Williams. And part 1 closed with Queen Ramonda Valerian, first of her name, stripping Michonne of her rank and titles, blaming her for what was, essentially, Queen Ramonda's failures as both a queen and a mother. Oh,
in a way,
and Chadwick Boseman is dead. Now that we are up to date but no more
like,
enlightened...
okay, so that was one of my things, like, that was one of my biggest criticisms with the movie. I can kind of agree with some of that. I agree that it felt like the funeral stuff was just like they kept, it was just... They couldn't stop referencing that he was dead, that you know, T'Challa's dead, and it's like we get it, Chadwick Boseman died, we get it. You have to acknowledge it in the movie, but it doesn't have to be like a constant plot point that is constantly called back to. You know what I mean? It's like at that point they would have been better off just trying to just full CGI, putting him in the movie, just full CGI. Just do it. Just recreate him in CGI. Just do it. They've got the money. They could easily do it. If you're just gonna constantly reference him and stuff like that, it's like just fucking. Like, I think that Riri Williams was only put into the movie. I think she was not originally going to be part of the movie. I think once he died, they needed someone for what's her name to like bounce off of or whatever. So they were like, okay, well, who are we gonna have Ironheart bounce off of and like fuck around with? And it's like, well, who are we gonna like, you know? So we need someone that's the same kind of age as Shuri, you know. I still wholeheartedly I did whenever like the dude first died and people were first starting to talk about like, well, who's gonna be the new Black Panther? Like I from the start, and people would get mad at me. I remember I got into a huge thing on TikTok about like who it's gonna go to, because I kept getting into it with people about like, well, because it kept and it was a lot of the time it came down to like to the same things of like, oh, you just hate women, you know, you're racist, this, that, and the other. And it was like, no, I just, with where Shuri's character was at, she never portrayed an interest in becoming the Black Panther or the ruler of Wakanda. Me and the guy got into it about like, well, the Black Panther has to be a Wakanda motherfucker, like, or the Black Panther is always like is always the king of Wakanda at the same time. And it's like, no, because T'Challa was already Black Panther before his dad died, so obviously that's not the case, because the trial for Black Panther goes to whoever can complete the trials, and then it becomes a fight for and the role of king goes to whoever wins in the fight for the throne or whatever. Or I think it's family, it's lineage based, like where if the king dies, then the king's son or next in line becomes the ruler. Oh, I took the wrong thing. The king's son or daughter, whoever is next in line, becomes the ruler, and they are the ruler until the next fight thing happens, and whoever wins that fight is the one that wins the seat. That's just how it goes, you know? That's just how it goes.
Two. Following Michonne's defenestration, Queen Ramonda goes to the science lab to chat with Shuri's AI about tracking Shuri down, and then she calls Bilbo, who picked up Shuri's Wakandan anal beads from the scene of last night's battle. Wakandan anal beads are one of the nation's biggest exports, flying off the shelves at Ann Summers and Love Honey because they double up as vibrators, mobile phones, GPS trackers, multi-purpose healing instruments, and the only friend for single women. Wakandan anal beads, except no substitute. Bilbo says he's worried the CIA suspects he told Shuri and Michonne about Ironchild, but promises to help the Wakandans in any way he can. Ramonda then asks if Shuri was wearing any other piece of bullshit material, and the AI tells her that, well, yes, she was, but that he lost track of it somewhere in the North Atlantic, though he was able to hear the people who kidnapped her speaking Yucatec Mayan, which I suppose means the Wakandans are about to go and violate the territorial integrity of Mexico. When the CIA does it, it's neocolonialism. When the Wakandans do it, it's not. The standards are so good, you just can't help but double them. Now, it's established that the Wakandans aren't going to tell the Americans about Freaky Fish Guy's involvement in any of this. You'll recall that in Part 1, Freaky Fish Guy threatened to invade the notably landlocked Wakanda with his whale-based army of merpeople if they so much as breathed the word of his existence to anyone. You might think this a strange threat, given that his supreme motive for the next 10 minutes or so is to remain hidden from the world. But people tend to notice when you go about invading very important countries, so the invasion amounts to threatening to reveal yourself if anyone dares to reveal you.
Not a great plan.
The Wakandans do at least have motive for keeping that part of their promise now that he has Shuri as a hostage. The fact that Shuri and Michonne were prepared to break the other and equivalently important part of that promise by keeping Ironchild alive rather than handing her over to be murdered ought to have had a number of potential consequences that the film much preferred we not consider, though this is not a major criticism anymore since the plot has moved on so quickly that we didn't really have time to ask just what Shuri and Michonne thought those consequences might be. Or rather, well, you didn't have time if you were watching the film. But happily on this channel, I can take all the time I need. So, motive. Arguably, Freaky Fish Guy has
But once I
only
get back, I
now
can grab Iron Plates
and
easily, put another
completely by
biomass
accident
thing down, and just have
attained
it to
the
be
kind
two
of
of them.
leverage he needed for his initial threat to make complete sense. Wakanda's silence is only strictly necessary now that he has Shuri. Hitherto, the only reason they went along with him is that he threatened to invade them if they didn't. Though, as previously explained, this didn't really amount to a catch-all threat because he had no way to enforce their silence besides invading them, and the consequences of the Wakandans telling the world about him would have been dire for him even if he carried out his threatened invasion, because the invasion would have carried the exact same consequences as if the Wakandans had revealed the information that prompted the invasion to begin with. In other words, the setup was a lose-lose for Fishman to begin with. And to top it all off, the bizarre chain of events that got us to this position relied on the Wakandans blithely accepting, with no meaningful evidence whatsoever, that Freaky Fish Guy in fact possessed the vast armies he claimed he had. Queen Ramonda in particular is wont to boast, she has explicitly in this film already, that she is the queen of the most powerful nation in the world. Yet that confidence apparently doesn't extend beyond her throne room walls. The only thing required to kowtow the most powerful nation in the world is to swim up one of their rivers at night completely alone and tell them you have a very big army indeed. They will then immediately do whatever you tell them to do. Were I the queen of the most powerful nation in the world, one with the additional advantage of being landlocked and facing a uniquely water-reliant enemy, I'd have wanted to see a good chunk of evidence before I made my nation, in effect, a vassal state of the Aztecs. In the event, we're in a bit of a limbo position, because the Wakandans still broke their word to Freaky Fish Guy by trying to rescue rather than hand over Ironchild, meaning, you might expect, some comeuppance must be handed out. The fact Freaky Fish Guy now has Ironchild and Shuri means he doesn't need to invade them anymore, but he must surely be fearing invasion himself, no? He's kidnapped the princess of the most powerful nation in the world and one of the CIA's prize assets. So naturally, we can expect him to fortify his position, no? To double the guard. Make especially sure to protect the entrance to his underwater kingdom, perhaps using his massive and unmatched armies and technology. Yeah, that's definitely what he's going to be doing. I'm sure that's what he's doing as I speak. But accepting all of that, and if we agree to overlook it, what even is the Aztecs' next logical course of action? They wanted Ironchild solely in order to kill her. They now have her in captivity, along with Shuri. Their relations with Wakanda depend purely on Shuri, so what's their reason for keeping Ironchild alive, given they wanted to kill her to ensure that she could never make another vibranium detector? They could have killed her on the bridge and left Shuri. The Americans suspect Wakanda's involvement in all of this, not the Aztecs. They don't know the Aztecs exist. And were the Wakandans later to tell the Americans about the Aztecs, well, why would the Americans believe them? Why would they take their word for it? Diplomatic relations are pretty well non-existent. Neither of these two sides trust each other. It's not exactly a believable story, is it? It wasn't me, Gov. It was the Blue Mermaids from ancient Aztec place. From the Americans' perspective, the Wakandans were responsible for the ship attack in the Atlantic. And now they've been found at the scene of the murder of the one person in the world capable of replacing the lost detector. That's a big old preponderance of evidence from the Americans' perspective that the Wakandans were behind the whole thing. From the Aztecs' perspective, they've got everything they want. Ironchild is dead, the Wakandans have been hobbled by the Americans, and they are distracting the Americans' attention. They are suspected of the crime by the Americans, ensuring that the Aztec secrecy remains completely intact. So why not kill Ironchild on the bridge? And yeah, if you want to, take Shuri as hostage, use her as continuing leverage, preventing world.
I'm already kind of getting bored of this movie review.
Still present some element of risk, because the Americans still have a rough idea where the underwater vibranium deposit is, assuming of course that it's too large for the Aztecs to move, and it's valuable enough for them to search for even without the detector machine, meaning they might just encounter the Aztecs again. And suspecting Wakanda's involvement, the Americans would likely take more notice of where Wakandan agents and forces are at any given time, so they might eventually have to realize that it couldn't be the Wakandans who were responsible
how do I
for their
make that
submariners being
thing?
repeatedly murdered. But the Aztecs would still achieve a reasonable best-case scenario, delaying their revelation to the world, preventing the recreation of the detector machine, and framing the only nation in the world that conceivably poses a threat to their existence. Now, granted, the situation the Mer people found themselves in on the bridge couldn't have been planned for. Circumstances change, plans change with circumstances. Except that requires a malleable objective to begin with, whereas the murder of Ironchild has until now been portrayed as their unconditional goal. Given they planned to kill it anyway, wouldn't any halfway competent schemer have considered how and where to accomplish that, and certain other uses to which the murder might be put, like deflecting attention onto the Wakandans? That is all from the Aztecs' perspective. But what reason do the Wakandans have for not telling Bilbo now that things have gone to pot? They know he's sympathetic to them. He's repeatedly kept their secrets, he's fought with them, and in his chat now with Queen Ramonda, he offers to help them. The Aztecs would have no means by which to tell whether he had been informed of their existence. If the Wakandans had told him, and they have now had two opportunities to do so via Shuri and Michonne, and now Queen Ramonda, he could have been a very useful asset in laying the groundwork for Wakanda's case against the Aztecs.
What would be the best?
He could have seeded the idea among the CIA that there might be another group involved. Plausible deniability.
Like,
He
how do
could
I
have
increase
instigated
it to
the
where it's
investigation that would have allowed the Americans
it's
to
hitting that
discover the
max flow
Aztecs
rate of
seemingly of their own
1,000 or
accord,
whatever. How do I
doing
do
away
that?
with the one facet of that hold the Aztecs have over the Wakandans and massively rebalancing the scales, which,
I
given
mean,
the
it's not like
Aztec
it's a
fish
big
people,
deal.
counts as a pun. You're welcome. Now, we can be charitable in Ramonda's case, because she has a comparatively limited history with Bilbo. She has the strongest distrust of the Americans, and she has a mind clouded by grief and anger, not to mention boggled by the pace of events unfolding around her. The problem is that the more chances the Wakandans are given to tell Bilbo all of this, and the more reasons they have to tell him, and the more of those chances and those reasons they do not take, well, the less believable their silence becomes as a writing decision. It goes counter to every incentive they have to tell him, and, much as with the Aztec scenarios deployed above, it can only be avoided if you consistently make their leaders take dumb decisions just for the sake of the plot. I'm aware that, as I set it out above, a few of those alternatives might seem convoluted. The argument might go, well, it's just a Marvel film, though. You can't expect
I think I want to try to
Marvel films be high
slowly
intrigue
phase
and
out
clever
all of the.
geopolitics. Well, against which I'd say, well, actually, you don't have to be especially clever to depict these scenarios. You don't have to be especially clever in universe to come up with these.
I think I'm just like fully bored of this video now. Fuck it. Let's find something better to watch.
You out the studio, bro. When talking
Watch
about
a
a
Sneeko
debate.
thing.
A man wouldn't do
We're
that.
gonna watch a Destiny video.
Oh my god.
See how
People
good
watch
this
the show and
is.
it's like, oh, I would have said this, I would have said this. When you get in the environment, you realize it's not literally as easy to get your points across or to make them cogent in a way that works well.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's.
So don't watch
it's
everyone else like, why didn't you hit him with this statistics and this and stuff? And like, she brought up all those stats and whatever she said, and like, maybe like by the point it probably makes sense. But all they have to say is like, you're being emotional.
They still want a strong black man.
What do you mean? Like, you go, okay.
Okay.
Pixie
you're-
doesn't know.
he just proved her argument in such a hardcore way, but she's not gonna be able to connect the dots. Why do black women still want a black man? It's because of what Pixie said earlier. It's because people just tend to date. I prefer harder debates and challenges. Like, they're more fun for me. I feel like I get a similar vibe from him, but I could be wrong. But like, even if he does feel like he's doing well or whatever, I genuinely do think he enjoys this more than just like dunking on like, you know, random zanned out girl, you know, number 27, or random drunk girl, or random perked out girl, or whatever.
So we had a debate. I was wondering, Pixie and Aaron over here, we had a long
uses
lengthy
45 a
debate
minute.
about feminism and about Andrew Tate and about cam girling and stuff like that. I'm wondering if you guys have anything to follow before we get
I
into the
love
chats.
Andrew Tate.
I think everybody on the table does.
I love him.
Oh, you love him?
I
Shout
will
out
be
to our
the
guy.
exception.
Oh,
I mean, I don't know the guy.
I was gonna say, I don't know who that is.
He's very controversial. He makes points.
Who is he?
But
What are we talking about? Who is Andrew Tate?
Andrew
The top
Tate,
G. Never
he
heard of
was,
him.
he
I heard the
is.
name, but I was just quoting him.
Oh, is that
He's
that weird
someone
shit you're
who
saying?
got
No,
All right,
no,
I got this. Okay, ladies, I got a question for y'all.
I was like, what is
I got this. Else, Nico.
I was asking if they didn't even answer the question. I'm asking if they had any follow-ups to the debate. They stayed quiet. and
You
just
guys have any
listened.
follow-ups to the debate, or I'll get
Yeah,
into
we
the
debated
question.
if men and women are equal. They didn't have anything. Nothing. Just gonna be quiet.
I have a lot to say.
about our debate?
Okay, I'm
I
just
wasn't
confused
part
what
of
you're
it.
Well, I
exactly
think
was
maybe
wondering if you had
we'll.
anything to
I
follow
want
the
to
debate for
actually. I
2.5
think
hours about Andrew
before
Tate,
I
about if
try
men and women are
making
equal,
2 more
she,
water
they,
things, I'm gonna try to do
basic
2
feminist
more.
ideologies. I'm wondering if you had anything to follow up from that. If you learned anything, or if this panel changed your mindset at all.
Well, I don't think I really learned anything in specific, but hopefully when we start asking more questions around this panel, we can get back into it.
Milker.
I'm kind of curious about what all these ladies think in general.
You know what? I got this.
Uh-oh.
We'll start right here and work our way
debate.
around, okay?
Sounds great.
Do you think men and women are equal?
I mean, people don't treat us as that, but yeah, I feel like I'm equal to as any man. Yeah.
Okay. So you think men and women? Oh, let me qualify this. I'm not saying you're equal as in, obviously, you're equal human being level, right? Like, okay, we all deserve dignity,
being
respect,
level.
rule of law,
Okay.
etc. Not a human being is better than another by gender. I mean, as in other ways, not human dignity or human
Can
decency.
you elaborate What's on the the other ways? ways? Like, give us an example.
Like strength.
Let's say
Oh, we got
let's
some
say,
strong
yeah,
women
that
on
can be
tonight.
a component.
Oh boy.
That can be a
Strength
component
is
that you can
nowhere not
use.
equal.
There's multiple
Obviously,
components, but
no
I'm
woman
asking you
is
in general, do you think we are equal? Yes or no? Not when it comes to life value.
Strength wise, hell no. I mean, unless you're taking steroids, maybe.
Okay.
But like life ways, yes, because like, I mean, like I said, I'm a trapper, and like I'm like where I'm from, I'm the only female trapper.
Okay.
And like, but guys be always thinking like women can't do the same things they do, and I'm like, I do it better than them actually.
Okay.
And then I don't know.
But
and
this
a lot
isn't
of-
just you. I mean,
When you say when you're trapping, are you like actually like on the street like slinging, or can you be like in a different position, or does trapping like refer to something more specific than just like selling drugs in general, or what?
in
I'm talking
general,
about
are men and
just
women
using-
equal?
Yeah.
You think so? Okay. Cool. What about you?
In terms of human dignity, yes.
She might just
In
cook?
terms
I said that
of-
already,
Yeah,
yeah.
I'm just clarifying,
Yeah.
just making sure.
Yeah.
Trying to
Are
make
we
it sound like I'm a house.
exactly the same in everything? No.
Okay. So your general answer is no.
My general answer is yes, because I think human dignity goes beyond
Oh no, Pixie.
any other components that would make the answer no. So the answer is yes.
Yes. Okay.
Are you a woman?
Yes, I'm a woman.
Okay.
Okay. What about you?
She needs to just
No.
drop that they
No.
them
Why do you
pronoun
say no?
bullshit. It's just not worth it.
Cause the logic.
Oh,
Who's more logical?
Generally men.
It depends on the man because sometimes men are like
Of course, it
Yeah,
depends.
more
Yeah,
feminine.
Yeah,
that's what she said.
That's
okay,
exactly
we'll
what she
get
said
there.
in general.
okay.
What about you, Zena?
No, not at all.
Why do you say no?
In any way, shape, or form, biologically, mentally, physically, even fucking spiritually, if we want to go there, we are not the same at all. That's why we have masculinity and that's why we have femininity. There's a balance, but we are not the same. There is a separation. Fine line.
Interesting. Okay.
Jesus.
We're not equal, no.
Why do you say no?
I mean, there hasn't even been a female president yet. Like, I don't think that
shit.
we're equal.
Big facts.
Misogyny.
Okay. Do you think we'd be better served with a female president?
I don't know yet. I mean, the saying is, like she just said, females say anything you could do, I could do better with heels. Like, that's what females say, right? But we haven't even got the chance to to do that. So I don't know.
Because
You don't. Do you think you haven't
I
gotten?
don't know.
How is that not full yet, dude?
know,
That shit's
dude.
just
I
been
would hope
going and
so.
going
Shit,
and
I hope
going
if
since
the
like the
female takes
start,
over
and it still isn't even
the
full.
world or becomes president, that she would do better. But
Let me ask you a question. Do you prefer to
Make a
work for a
bunch of
man or a
these.
woman?
when you,
You personally. Would you prefer to have a male boss or a female boss?
I mean, if we're like speaking logically, I would say a male because they're not emotional creatures.
A
but
male.
Oh my
you
god.
know,
Okay. So if you prefer to have a male boss, wouldn't it? I mean, make sense that you want a male president as well?
I mean, I just would like to see where it leads us. Why not?
Dude,
We already had the
these
worst male
dudes-
presidents. Why not? just see
Them,
what females can do
they
for us?
fresh and fit.
Meghan
If they want to,
Markle, 2028.
if they want to be taken like even like
That's like-
remotely
for example, that's like
respectably
saying, I
in
just wanna
some
prove a
form,
little tag
they
from
they
them.
gotta stop
Your
with the
mom,
fucking
let's just see
soundboard.
what will happen. Let's just see if
Shit.
it's
Yeah.
chaotic.
Why
That's
not?
chaotic.
Cause like
I
it's
don't know. I
so
don't think
fucking
it
cringe.
Because
Cause like you could tell that they think that it's like
I mean, nowadays,
that they're
it's a
like
tricky
like
question
they're
because
saying
nowadays,
they're
like, you have,
doing
like,
that
females,
it's
and
like
females are
that
more
it's good,
taken
but like
care of.
it's just like it's just
I'll ask you
sad.
one
It's
other question,
pathetic.
then I'll continue on if men or women are equal.
Aaron
you
needs to
think that
get in
there's any
there. How is
rights or
she so
privileges
talking
that
about
men
my
have that
fucking
women
stream,
don't?
and now she's like,
Just keep them from being president?
what's going on here, guys?
Anyone want to help me?
Yeah,
Oh.
privileges.
Hey, well, I'm asking you in particular.
specifically.
We can go ahead and go around the table on this one next, but first I want to start with this. But since you want to
Well,
throw
like
this
what
topic,
prevents women?
yeah, is there any right or privilege that men have that women don't? Since you're saying men have been president all this
I
time,
mean,
it's not
because of
fair.
how we were brought up, like before us, they always said that like the men would like take care of the house, like you know the responsibilities and shit like that, and women are just supposed to have the babies and clean up. So like we automatically took that role as being like, I feel like less than for real.
But women are
Yeah.
adults
Uh-huh.
capable of making their own decisions and going to school, are they not?
Who, women?
Women are capable of going to school and making their own
Yeah.
decisions
Isn't
and
it
getting
like
educated, correct?
aren't like women the higher rate of going to school and
Yeah.
everything?
So wouldn't it be fair to say that there's less excuse for them to not be in a presidential power or be in some type of authority when they dominate
But
education,
we're
higher
also,
education?
but I think the reason that it's not like that is because we're emotional creatures. So if something was to happen, we go based off emotions. Instead.
So why do you want to try that out?
Because it's
You're
only
right.
for
That's not.
1 week.
I mean, maybe because we're not all the same though.
It will
So
have to
maybe
take
there's someone that's not as emotional. Like maybe not all females are like that.
So
a
man-
really
well.
masculine
So a manly
female.
Whoever makes
Yeah.
it
They
like
only
like
think we're emotional 1 week of the month.
Wow.
But, yeah.
All right.
Bruh.
Well, I just
I
like
don't
the
know.
contradictions here. All right, don't worry, we'll come back to that though, because it seems like you guys have something to say with this privilege, male and female privilege. Do you think men and women are equal?
No, absolutely not.
Why not?
Because, for example, she was talking about how she traps and that she does it better than guys sometimes
Uh-huh.
because we're privileged, we're women, we got Adam City, so it's easier for us. I was gonna work. I worked in a jewelry store selling jewelry. I was the only female, and I would sell the most just because I'm a female. You know, so we do got it easy.
No, that was because of thick ass and titties,
Oh,
not
interesting.
because they're females.
No, I'm just kidding. But females, we do it better because we're females. It's just,
I think
and
that's the first time the girl said something. It's not equal and actually gave where women have benefits.
Right, the sexual attention will give you a big advantage in sales.
of course.
But your financial
also-
attention does too.
Also, a female in general, like you don't have to be attractive. You're still a female. You feel me? And as presidents, why like
Is she taking notes too?
'cause
Oh.
men are supposed to be in control.
this would've been a
Like,
fun
they're
debate show.
Meant to be providers. So naturally,
Then why are you pimping your boyfriend?
Ooh.
because
Because
it's
times
something
have changed
temporary.
now. It's weird now.
It's an
So we're
opportunity.
equal now. We can pimp men.
So
Huh?
maybe there will be a female
We
president.
can,
We're
of
closer,
course,
right?
but that's exactly why. The fact that I'm a female and that I can do certain things
That men
better,
do? Okay,
I'm
so
taking
we-
advantage of my qualities.
But the question is, right, is there a sort of glass ceiling
The
that's
fuck is this
prevented
guy?
there from being a female president? Probably not really, because Hillary nearly got it, didn't
Yes,
she?
she did.
So
I'm
they're
glad she
probably. I
did
mean,
that.
I'm from the UK, right? We've had 3 female prime ministers now. So I reckon I reckon somebody will break through at some point. I don't believe there's a glass ceiling that's preventing a woman getting through. I think it's just been circumstantial, to be honest. I don't think there's anything that's holding a woman back from becoming president of the USA.
No, at all. I never said that. It could happen, and it would be
Yeah.
easy for her.
Yeah.
But I mean,
Meghan Markle, 2028.
the reason why the majority of the time it's been males is because naturally males are protectors, providers, and are in control.
Okay.
The most of the time.
Do you think men and women are equal?
I'm not sure if I can answer this question just based on there is nothing being given. Like there's so many
In
different things that
general,
we can
are
compare.
men and women equal?
in generally.
He's
like,
saying in
I
general,
would
but it's
say-
like that-
I
that's-
would
in your
say-
mind would-
I would say no.
He says
No.
in general
But
are men and women equal, but it's like
then again,
that
like I
doesn't.
just said,
Like
there's
she's saying that
some
like
things
she doesn't think that
that
she feels like she
I
can
don't
answer it
think-
because there's not like
Don't take me wrong. with
there's
this,
not
I don't
enough
think
being given,
everyone's
and it's like
equal. Like there's
just
some
saying
stuff
in
that
general. That
have
doesn't. That's not
for
giving any
girls,
more.
so
It's
we're
like,
not
what do you
saying
mean
that.
by like what do you mean
What
by
about
in
you?
general?
You think
Because
men
people
and
can
women
say
equal?
in general.
No, they're
I
not.
mean, people have
A
different.
man has a role.
In
and
general,
so
can mean
does a
different
woman.
things to different
Okay.
fucking
You believe
people.
in-
So
you
it's
believe in
like
gender roles?
Yes.
But what
I
is the
do.
man's role?
I mean, a man is, masculine. A man takes care of the household.
Right.
But most men don't.
So then,
Well, then you need a new man.
Yeah.
Right.
I ain't say my man.
That's
but-
fine.
I'm just saying, in general, yeah, you need a new man.
so what's your opinion about all the women at the table who want to play the male role, get to the bag, married
There's
to the
nothing
game?
wrong with that because you want to provide for yourself. There's nothing wrong with that.
Okay.
So would you call them manly?
Not at all. No, it's more of self-care. You're taking care of yourself rather than having.
And it
someone
depends on
care.
everybody's situation.
Exactly.
You think trapping is self-care?
Hell yeah.
Jesus.
Like,
Like,
how you live? Shit.
So I don't know what like trapping is.
Selling drugs and selling women.
But, or it could be selling coochie like you, like
That's
you know, OnlyFans.
selling
So
women,
no,
yeah.
OnlyFans, like your OnlyFans. That's
But I don't
trapping.
sell
That's
coochie.
trapping. OnlyFans.
And I
That's
said it
trapping.
OnlyFans because I don't want to
But
be
that's
like
trapping.
the
A trap
majority.
is just a hustle. You're a hustler. You're a
No,
hustler.
No, it's
You're a
not.
future entrepreneur, right?
It's
no, it's
legal,
not. A
though.
trap is not
That's
just a
just
hustle.
slang word for
Prostitution
No,
is
it's
even
not.
bigger.
That's code.
Prostitution isn't the same thing as
No,
OnlyFans
it's
because
not.
nobody touches
No
me.
matter
It
what
is the
you're
same.
doing,
It's
if you're an
online
entrepreneur,
prostitution.
that's
Nobody
a
touches
trapper.
me.
If you're an entrepreneur, that's a
ladies,
trapper.
ladies.
Nobody touches
She was
me.
speaking. Let's let her
I mean, you
finish.
could get arrested for doing
Let's-
OnlyFans.
and
Yeah,
it's not legal in Las
entrepreneur
Vegas,
is
actually.
a
No,
trapper.
you.
OnlyFans is legal.
Okay, but
But
like,
you're a future trapper, right?
hey, can you please stop interrupting? Go ahead.
You know you can't unless you're like doing something
back to
illegal on your
women
OnlyFans. You
women
cannot get
are
arrested for
equal. You
doing
said no.
only for
No,
just
they
doing
said
They have
OnlyFans.
gender roles,
They do.
but you said that women can elect to work if they wanted. That
Yeah,
doesn't make
if,
them manly.
if you choose
Okay.
to work and provide for yourself and do certain things that make you happy, or you're struggling, and this is the only way to provide for yourself, then so be it. You can't look down upon someone doing that.
Okay. What do you think about a guy that's a stay-at-home dad and the woman goes out and provides for him?
Okay, I don't know about that one.
Is that man feminine for staying inside the house?
Okay, no, because there are women that are just very, very intelligent. And why are you laughing?
No, keep going.
Anyway,
And they say they're not misogynist, but he just laughed at her saying that there are women that are very intelligent, which is a
But in that
fact.
situation,
But of
is
course
the
they would
man
disagree. They
feminine
think
for
that all
staying
women
home?
should just be in the kitchen,
you're
being
taking care-
housewives and shit.
I mean, I
So
have your
he-
family. If that's
That
your
intelligent woman, she goes out all day, she's trapping, she's doing whatever, and then she comes home and her husband is wearing an apron.
he's her little bitch. Then.
No.
Okay, so that is feminine. If he's a little
Yeah,
bitch,
that's
that's
her
her
little
feminine.
bitch.
I wish I could find a man.
Can I ask a question?
One mic at a
It's-
time.
It's
All right.
really a question.
Yeah.
Does a beta man necessarily have to be considered feminine?
Yes. No.
No.
What's
Yes.
a beta man?
It's a good
to you?
question.
A beta man is
Just let me
exactly
before we
alpha. I
before we
have
do
a
that. Let's
question.
finish this line of questioning. Save that for because we're gonna
It's
let
on
y'all
this.
ask us a
I have a
question
question.
anyway, so don't worry. Okay, so gender roles is what you think.
Yeah.
All right. What about you?
No.
Are men and women the same? No. Why not?
For a lot of the reasons the other woman stated, biologically, gender roles I do
Okay.
agree with
Okay.
to a certain extent.
All right. Do you think men and women are equal?
Currently, no. Men and women are not equal.
But ideally,
Economically, socially, but yes, they ought to be equal. Yeah, of course.
You don't think that they're the same economically and socially?
No. There's certainly differences in American society and globally in which men are systemically advantaged over women.
Can you explain those?
like what rights? What rights do we have in the West that women don't have?
And that segues to my second question. What rights and privileges do men have that women don't?
Well, there are some issues that pertain specifically to women, like reproductive rights,
Okay.
that don't apply to men. But even those specific issues are like rights. Women are not enfranchised with those rights like they should be. Like women should have access to comprehensive sex education, but most women are going to require additional rights that they need to be endowed with that don't apply to men, like access to abortions, contraception, etc.
Yeah, but you
But
shouldn't
that's
need
the other
access
answer
to
the question, though.
abortions.
The question is, what
Just
rights do men
use
have that
protection,
women don't have?
don't
I
have
also
sex.
Can't kill a baby.
You don't have a baby growing
You're
inside of you, though.
presupposing that abortion is murder, right?
Doesn't matter, Destiny. It doesn't matter if the baby's growing
You
inside of
believe
you or not.
abortion's murder?
Oh, 100%.
It's still a
You believe
baby.
fetus is the same as like a human being, a baby.
It's a life, yeah.
Yeah,
So
even
we
has a
both
heartbeat.
cannot kill bababies. We're equal.
I mean, I
But,
don't.
Well, actually, she can still kill babies in certain states.
Can
Yeah.
murder. Oh, you can
Yeah.
commit murder though.
In certain states,
Yes, about 50% of the United States still allows for abortion.
for abortion, are you not pro-choice?
You know, surprisingly, I actually am pro-choice. But for women to say that they don't have the same rights and privileges as men is very interesting. And when it comes to reproduction, you guys unilaterally have all the rights. Men have zero reproductive rights.
Though.
Yep, I understand that. But what I'm trying to say is that when it comes to reproductive rights, men have zero reproductive rights, whereas women have all the reproductive power.
They do.
What
They
are some
should put a
Men-
condom on.
rights that you believe like men should have?
That's their
they don't
choice.
currently
Well,
have?
here's the thing. Men, for example.
The same goes for
if
you. Put a
were to have
condom
child
on. Why do
with
you
a
need
with a
abortion?
man,
Just put a condom
man
on.
Has zero right
Put a condom.
to
There's
anything
female
with that baby.
condoms.
If you want
Make
to
sure
keep
he
the
wears a
baby, or if you
condom.
want to abort
Like,
the baby, you have 100%.
it's simple. It's as simple.
control
It's
over
as
that.
simple. It
That
doesn't
man
get
has
much
no
more
control.
simple
So
than
if you
that.
decide I'm going to have the baby and he's got to pay child support, well, that's on him. If you decide I don't want to have the baby and he wants the baby, he wants the child, he doesn't have any say in it.
So you're talking about like custodial rights.
He doesn't have rights, period. Men have zero reproductive rights in the United States or any first world Western country for that matter.
I mean, some men
You have the right
opt to
to wear a
have
condom.
their name put on the birth certificate. That's not true.
You have the right to wear a
Parental
condom.
rights.
That's
But
not
they don't have.
productive.
That's
So
not,
do you?
that's not
The one,
reproductive.
the one that keeps saying, the one that keeps saying, like something about putting the name on the birth certificate. Well, yeah, it does. That doesn't. You have the right to put your like. No, that's like an obligation. If it's your child, you should be putting you put your name on the birth certificate. That's not like a. That's not a right. That's like an obligation. Just being frank there. But then to then also try to say the one that keeps saying you have the right to put a condom on, it's like, yeah, you have the right to use a condom as well. You also have the right to make sure that the guy wears a condom. You also have the right to just not have sex if you don't want to, if you don't want a baby. That's the thing, is like people will say that it's like cringe, or it's like you shouldn't tell people if they can or can't have sex. But it's like if your only option, like if you don't want a child so badly, right, that you don't you don't use protection, you get pregnant, you don't make sure that protection is used in some form, you get pregnant, and then you gotta kill it. It's like come on. There's definitely more options than just kill it. If that is what your only fucking option is to just kill it, like, that's on you. That's just, you just don't want the responsibility for your actions. You just don't want to take accountability. You just don't want to take accountability. All right, so this coal stuff is going to work out very, very well. It's going to work out very well. I'm at 285. My max connections with all of these is only 54. But my capacity is 285, and that's with these generators. So if I unconnect the biomass generators, how much does that change them? Because I'm gonna just, because ideally I want it all powered by the coal stuff. So capacity is still 225. So I think I would need another, because over here uses a lot as well. And then that connects it over there, so that it's all connected. Yeah, because how much is this using? Because if I need to, I will either go to a different coal vein. Because this place uses 100. This place uses 50. At a good moment, it's using about 50 or whatever. But if it's all running all together, then it's using a decent amount. All right, let's let this start going again. And that'll keep going with that. Because with just about everything running, max consumption is 100. So if I did another one, or if I just created another split off, well, where? So there's one over there. And there's a bunch up here. A bunch. Purity. Temp. Pure. But the thing is, so if that coal miner, I could upgrade that one into being my first miner Mark II. And then I could split off and have I could make another 3 coal facilities like right over here, because like just that one water thing is making enough, and if it's not, then I can always add a second one up there if I end up needing more water. I think that's what I want to do. Somewhere's like, I'm thinking right right about here, I guess. So yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that's how we're gonna do this for right now. I think that'll look good. Why does that look strangely different quality than this? Oh well. Okay, let's get back to it.
You have the right to wear a condom.
Well,
if it was your
She
body,
has the right
then
to-
you could choose.
The right
And that's,
to wear a
that's not.
condom.
That's the other thing is that like, you
Why
know,
not?
it takes two. Assuming that
It
it's
takes 2 though.
assuming it's a consensual interaction, take 2 to tangle,
It almost always is.
right? So, men know what they're getting into when they have
You can
sex,
pull
consensual
out.
sex with a woman,
Yeah, but
and women know what they're getting into when
Wait,
they have
what?
consensual sex
You can
with
still
a
get
man.
pregnant, guys.
I think sex education is incredibly lacking because there are most pregnancies are
teaching
accidental
nurses.
pregnancies.
Okay.
But
like
fund-
from there, you're saying that like men have no choice or whatever, and it's like, well, if you're choosing
Sure, you can go
consensually
first and now.
to engage to have sex with a woman,
Lord,
you
sorry.
are accepting that
Wait.
responsibility that you may get her pregnant.
I think the point Myron's making, though, is that fundamentally, in a state where abortion is legal, the woman has the right to exercise that option, and the man does not have that right. That's where the disparity occurs.
Yeah.
Mm,
Right,
I
well,
see.
so-
I see.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I just think this line of questioning is kind of weird.
There we
because
go.
Reproductive rights is about
Those
your
were
reproductive
originally
system.
connected over to
So
here or
if
whatever.
it's a woman's body that's going through the whole process of pregnancy, then it's her reproductive right.
But it
It's
takes
her
a
system.
man, though.
I'll leave those there
By
just
default,
because,
by
but I don't need
definition,
them.
actually a two-person tango.
Yeah, but reproductive.
But they're not talking about reproduction. When you talk about reproductive rights, not really talking about reproduction. You're talking about like
But
the
it is, though.
gestation of the, not like actual just act of sex. Or I guess it depends on what.
Yeah, but that's all part of reproduction. It's all reproduction. It takes two to have the sex. So if you had the right to you can't just be like, well, the guy has to wear a condom, blah, blah, blah. It's like, well, no, it also falls on you as well. You could have just not had sex with the dude. Simple as that. Like no matter how you feel about it, it is just that simple where you could just not fuck a dude and then you're good. You're golden. You know what I mean? Like you have no worries for the rest of your days. You know, this whole idea of like, and it's just, I still can't get over the whole like, oh, he has the right to wear a condom, he has the right to wear a condom. Yeah, and you have the right to make him wear a condom. You have the right to wear a female condom. You have the right to just not have sex. You know? And then I'm also someone who's like, I'm on the side of like, I know some people who are like, because I'm not like, I feel like a lot of the time these guys are anti-abortion, as I call them, anti-abortion absolutists, where like it's which I don't think they are entirely, but I know I've seen some videos of some people who are, and I think that's a little not okay. The people who think that like no abortion should be allowed in any circumstance. I think that there are circumstances where it should be allowed. I think primarily whenever it's medically necessary, where it's, you know, it's life or death situation. You know, it's either this woman gets an abortion or gets an abortion so she lives, or she has the baby and the baby and the mother dies, or the baby and the mother die, you know. And then I've heard, you know, so that, and I had someone try to argue with me that like if there's like a stillborn situation, or like a, you know, the baby like dies in the womb, that then they perform an abortion to get it out. I disagree with that statement. Ooh, wait. I think they probably ran out of fuel. It's okay. They'll be fine in a minute. I just gotta, I think, add like, because if I do a split, it'll only go 2 directions, so I'll put one on either side. Actually, let me put it a little further away. God damn, you can rotate it. That's pretty good. That's kind of cool that you can rotate it like that, though. That's cool. It doesn't really matter which side I have it on. It's gonna have to go at some sort of weird rotation. But oh man, I gotta go to the bathroom. One thing I don't like about these pipes is that they're so much taller than they have any fucking right to be. I don't even have like a jet. I know eventually you get like a jetpack on this game. Is it because of is there an incline? Is that what the problem is? Hey, if I need to add another water thing to it, I'll add it. You know what I mean? I'll go back and do that right now, or I'll let me see, water extractor. Yeah, I've got the stuff to add another one. Let me go use the bathroom real quick. Okay. Alrighty.
To this review of Black Panther 2 Wakandan Boogaloo. As return viewers will be aware, the introduction to part 1 of this review celebrated the
that's the wrong thing. I'm in game. It's just
What you
in
mean,
game.
like by reproduction, but like this is such a weird word game because you know it doesn't. Two people don't grow the baby. It's just a woman, right?
The rights refers to the rights of your.
Two people make the baby though. That's the whole point. They're saying that it takes two people to make the fucking baby, dude. It takes that's like the whole point. Is that it takes two people to make it. Do I need to put a fucking thing here? Yeah, I think it might need to add another one. But yeah, like it feels like it almost feels like Destiny's just like he's just like not listening to them, or he's like half listening because he keeps saying like that it only one person grows. It's like, yeah, they're not saying that they're not denying that. They're saying it takes two people to make the baby. Like, before you put fucking dough in the oven, it's gotta be made first. That shit worked good. But yeah.
Own body.
But you contradict yourself, y'all. When y'all say that, y'all, as a woman, you contradict yourself. You can't say, "Oh, it's my reproductive system, so when I get pregnant, it's my choice." But then say, "He chose to nut in me." That's a fucking contradiction.
No. Women are wrong in a sense for allowing men to have a
That's a contradiction. You can't say he has.
That she's got a point. That is, in fact, the contradiction. Because you're gonna say that he made the choice, like you're saying, you know. You're holding him accountable for nutting in you, but not holding yourself accountable for letting him, or for not using protection, or for just having sex in the first place. But you're gonna say that he's responsible for getting you pregnant, but then you're gonna say that he has no like right to like have any like opinion on like whether or not the baby gets to live or die. Like, that's kind of cringe. That's kind of cringe. and kind of pathetic to like look at shit that way. I feel like I need to make a thing making these copper sheets, but I don't know how much they're gonna be used really. I keep grabbing more of them every time I come back, even though I already have a fuck ton on my inventory. I guess I'm gonna find out how much they stack.
Equal part because he nutted and you got you pregnant, but now when it's down to your decision, now it's yours and you have no right.
Any woman that doesn't let a man have the choice in having the baby or not, they're wrong in that. But they're just wrong.
No, it's correct. It's correct to say that obviously because the baby is gestated inside the woman, then it's her body, and therefore it's her decision whether she goes through with that birth or not. That makes sense. But I suppose the issue really is if the man in the equation is adamantly against bringing that child into the world, he raises those concerns with the woman, and she says no, I'm going to go ahead with the I'm going to go ahead with the birth. Then he has no right in that situation the same way as the woman does. I mean, yes, the woman physically births the child, but the father is compelled to have a child that he didn't want to have because he doesn't have the same option that the woman has. So I think that's the fundamental issue here.
Okay, that's a different issue than a person's own reproductive system. We can talk about parental rights and stuff like that, but I just want to make it clear that there's a difference between reproductive rights concerning your own system and just parental rights.
And those rights mean when you have the child, now he's forced to be a father when he doesn't want to be a fucking father.
He
So
should've
no,
worked
you're
on that. The right
Can
to
I
work.
speak for a second? One mic at a time. I'm sorry.
Dude.
We're all talking.
Oh my god. That one girl is saying that I am totally on board with that one girl who's saying the shit about like it's about it's like the one who's saying like that like he has no the guy doesn't get you can the girl has all the say on whether or not the baby gets born, but then the guy has no agency in like, well, what if the guy doesn't want to be a father? And it's true. And then that one dumbass cunt who keeps chirping back, he has the right to wear a condom. So did you. So does the woman. So then why does the guy not get any say in the having of the baby? But yet whenever it comes down to his right on whether or not he wants to be a father, well, he could have wore a condom. So could you have. Like it's so dumb. It's so dumb to have that like that double to be able to legitimately have that double standard, and for it to somehow be okay, is like insane to me because it makes no fucking sense. It doesn't make any sense.
If you choose to have a child after you spoke to the nigga and he said no, I don't want to have a child. Now you bitches go for child support and all the parental custody shit that comes later. It starts with the reproductive rights. So that's exactly what we're talking about. You guys keep going back and forth. No, once you decide, because we get the decision to have the baby, now he's forced to be a father when he didn't want to. That's the point. That's He should have pulled out. And you say that
He should have. There it is. He should have pulled out, or you should have had a female condom on, or you should have just not had sex with the nigga. Like it's that fucking simple. That's how simple it is. You're putting all the blame and all the iotas on the guy whenever it's just as much your responsibility and you're like to blame just as fucking much. You're saying that because he didn't put a condom, because you didn't make him put a condom on, or because you didn't make him pull out, that then all of the blame and shit, then you're saying that it all falls onto him. It's like, no, that's not how it fucking works. The blame falls onto your ass because you didn't make him put that fucking condom on when you should have. When you had every ability to do that, but you didn't make him do that. That is on you.
No, we don't. Speak for yourself. That's what you say.
So Zena finished her point. You can go ahead, and then who else had something?
I want to
say
you're right.
Hold on. Okay, you had something. Who else had something? I want to make sure everyone can get a chance. Who else did? You did? Okay. All right. So we'll go here, and then there, and then back.
Well, what I was gonna say is like she's right in a way. So like, if a man did not want to be a part of that baby's life, he should be able right in the beginning sign like, oh, if you're gonna keep this baby and I don't want nothing to do with it, sign something where she's telling me that she's gonna take full responsibility and he doesn't have to, you know,
Yep.
pay child support.
Like all those
Because just
paid
like with
abortions,
women,
I think.
sometimes there's men that want to keep the baby,
Yep.
and the bitch be like, nah, I don't want this shit, and abort it.
That's what I
So
was
it should be
gonna say.
fair. Where if he don't want nothing to do with the baby, he can sign right away. So if she decides to keep it, well, bitch, that's on
Okay.
you.
So you're saying what should be. Okay. What about you?
Yeah, I was gonna say that too. Like, if a man wanted his child, but the woman's like, no, this is my body, and I get
Well,
to
he has to
commit
agree to take care
murder.
So you guys are talking about the ideal. Okay.
Yeah.
What about you?
Like
Commit
based on like
murder.
what you're saying like if they decide to keep the baby, but they're talking about like you're talking about taking abortion away, like you're pro-choice.
You're gonna watch
So
the Abby
if
versus
abortion,
Laugh
like,
debate?
oh,
Wait, what?
pro-choice is no abortion. No
no,
pro-life.
pro-choice
Pro-life.
means
we didn't say nothing about
yeah,
that.
my bad.
Anti-choice.
But I'm saying like
Anti-choice,
when
you're against
if
abortion.
they doing that or whatever, like it's harder. I say like if we're taking abortion away, I'm bringing this topic in.
We didn't say take.
We didn't say
abortion away.
I
take
said
a-
I'm taking.
We
I'm
said
bringing this topic
reproductive
in.
rights, meaning both
Your
people should be
reproductive rights
involved.
meaning taking.
That's not what that
reproductive
means.
No, we're saying if a
That
man
means
wants
that
a
they
baby,
should both have
Let's go
say.
ahead.
Once you understand, I'll move it to her and then
I
just
thought I was bringing a topic
formulate your
in.
thoughts and then come back. Somebody else had something over here. Go ahead.
That's it.
Yeah.
So
you
I
brought
feel
this up.
like what Pixie said, a lot of confliction is going on between reproductive rights
Yeah.
versus legal and custodial rights.
Uh-huh.
So where do you feel like the inequality lies here, where women are empowered in a way that men aren't legally?
We got to start from zero and then work our way forward. Number one, when it comes to reproduction, it's a two-part process. You cannot have it occur without the
That
male
is
being
true.
involved because sperm needs to come in and hit the egg for it, right?
Right.
So what I'm saying is that men have zero
Oh, no.
reproductive rights because women choose who lives and dies when it comes to birthing in the United States. Then from there, if you guys want to talk about parental rights, men virtually have no parental rights either. Women win 90% of the custody battles, and they get the child most of the time. The woman has to be a damn near crackhead and a multi-time convicted felon to
Women
be able
don't
to
win
lose
most
custody of the
custody
child.
battles, by the
if
way.
we wanna
Men
talk
win
about
most
reproductive
custody
rights,
battles.
They don't.
zero, and then we want to talk about
Women
parental
usually
rights,
get custody because it's
virtually
usually
zero.
uncontested.
So realistically speaking, going back to the original question, what rights and privileges do
No.
men enjoy that women don't?
And that's actually a privilege that women have. that
Women
men don't have
absolutely
themselves.
win
Well,
most
as
custody
far as
battles.
reproductive rights that you think men are entitled to, do you believe that men should be able to dictate whether or not another adult woman should be forced to have an abortion or to carry a child to term?
Well, if the men should be able to have a say. If you're able to kill the baby, then I should have a say in killing a baby too.
You guys
Then
don't
it's
know
fair.
what it
But
does
it's
to our
not-
body, how we feel,
Or have a
or
way,
anything like
a
that.
It's
right
not
to
your
sign off on a
reproductive
baby.
system. That's the
Guys,
problem. We're talking
not
about
fair. Men do
reproductive.
have
your body. Well, like,
Once
reproductive
again,
rights.
ladies,
You guys-
I get that you guys are in your feelings right now. Like, hey, it's my
Yeah.
body, it's reproductive, it tears my body
This
up.
isn't
All I'm
feelings.
simply saying, hold on. We're talking facts, not feelings.
Change the subject.
No, it's simple. You have all the reproductive rights. Men don't. That's all I'm saying. We're not talking about what's good, what's not, what we should
A
be,
woman
what
can't
couldn't be.
reproduce without
What
a
I'm
man
saying, yo,
coming.
stop talking, bro.
My bad.
Anyway, what I'm saying is that the fact is this: women
The
have
wannabe
all the
alpha male
reproductive rights in
fucking
any first world country. Men
small
have
dick
zero.
energy.
Now,
is real.
whether it's moral or not is a different thing. That's another discussion. I'm just saying the fact is men have zero reproductive rights, and that is a fact. That's not disputable.
Well, you have control over who you have sex with, right?
It doesn't matter. What I'm talking about is when the sperm hits the egg and a pregnancy
Yes,
is there,
once a woman is
the
fertilized, it
reproductive
all lies with her.
process, the man loses all the rights, which is the debate what we're having. We're not talking about because you guys are trying to bring it to feelings of, but my body, my choice, maybe I don't want to do it. Blah,
Men
blah,
have
blah.
reproductive rights that pertain to themselves, but never ones that would extend to another woman. You know.
But
Like if
it's
you
a
want to get a
seed.
vasectomy,
The point is-
that falls under male reproductive rights.
The point is that we're so blessed to be females. Look how privileged we are. We need to be grateful. Who's a single mother here? That's
Yeah,
her.
me. But a
You
man,
know
a
how
woman
much
can't
right we got.
reproduce, But a man can't reproduce without. I mean, a woman can't reproduce.
We got
without
mad
a man.
rights.
Okay,
and
so-
y'all
I feel like this is
tripping.
being derailed.
Okay, so
Oh my god, let me on. Fuck,
so
fuck
wait,
me.
I-
hold on,
I'm so frustrated listening to this.
We just gotta have some ground rules here. The fact is that men have zero reproductive rights. That's a fact. That's not to be disputed. We're not talking
Damn.
about the
Argument
whether
one.
it's moral or not. That's a whole other discussion. Now, going back to the original question: what rights and privileges do men have that women don't?
I know one.
Hold on, wait your turn.
Rights that men have that women
And if you
don't.
can't think of one, I'll move on to the next person. Maybe you could think of one.
No, as far as like on paper, no, men and women legally and nominally have the same rights.
Okay.
But obviously, if we look at a lot of society, the inequalities within society between men and women lead.
Yeah,
such
you were talking about like
different lives and stuff like
systemic
disadvantages. Yeah.
disadvantages. Like what?
Like I mean, I'm pro-choice, so I see
We went over
women's
that.
inability to be able to exercise and procure
We should have rehearsed this, I
an
guess.
infringement upon women's rights.
Okay.
You know,
Well, they can at least go to another state where it's illegal and get it done there.
Yeah, but why should they have to?
They have the ability to. Whereas
You
men
have
don't
the
at all.
ability to, right? But in the same way that it's like you have the ability to become a billionaire, right, and make tons of money, there's going to be other social obstacles that prevent you from doing so that are not legal. You know, there's nothing stopping me from becoming a billionaire, but am I going to be a billionaire tomorrow?
Well,
No.
your merit and your hard work is what stops you from being a billionaire.
That might be one thing, but there's
That's
a lot
the
of other
mindset to take.
social advantages. No, I feel like that's just acknowledging the descriptive reality. Like, why aren't you a billionaire?
Working towards it.
Working towards being a billionaire?
Yeah.
That's impressive.
It all
but, like,
depends on your
what-
mindset.
But
You think that the
No.
only thing that's going to determine your income
Mindset's not the only.
over the span of your lifetime is just a mindset? You don't think it's going to have anything to do with your social circumstances, your upbringing, your educational attainment, how much familial and generational wealth you already have?
I mean, with
your
that
race,
mindset,
your
we can
gender?
go ahead and look at everybody that made it out of the hood to the NBA or to the NFL, or they were able
No,
to
those are
overcome some
exceptional
crazy.
people.
Yeah.
The exceptions don't prove the rule.
Exception to the rule. Like
Okay.
most people, you know, anybody could do it, but not everybody can, right?
Here's the
Yeah,
thing.
but I mean, going to a
Yeah, but to
different
them,
state
anybody can
to
do.
have
Anybody can
abortion
be
with
super
respect,
rich.
I
Anybody
think
can do
that's slightly
everything.
different
That's
level
their.
of
That's their mindset. Is that
topic than
anybody
becoming a
can.
billionaire.
I'm still trying to figure out.
That's their mindset. Is that anybody can be a millionaire? Anybody can be famous and make a bunch of money online. Anybody can. That's their mindset. That's the thing you got to
If a
remember.
man listen, you know you don't want to have a baby,
past
you
that.
can't
We're
be.
past- we're past that.
Why men don't have birth control?
Okay,
do.
let's move on to that.
Yeah, they
Yes.
do. want to move on though,
Yes.
but they can't handle it.
What is something that women are not able to do that men can do?
Legally, I mean, we had a disagreement over the reproductive rights, but my point is that, like,
Do you have anything else besides that?
no.
Okay,
That's,
so
that was one example.
Well, she tried to say systemic advantages. What I'm trying to get to, and she's saying that socioeconomic, blah blah blah. But I still don't understand.
There are social advantages that are going to influence, like, systems of government
Okay.
and have downstream effects that affect women specifically.
Specifically, give me an example of what affects women negatively that doesn't also affect men.
Body count.
Yeah, socially, our
Yeah,
like,
straight up.
like, our body counts.
I agree with
I'm
that.
talking about rights and
He's talking
privileges.
about rights. Okay,
Rights and
but we're gonna
privileges.
let's talk about privilege, right?
Okay, go ahead, sure.
If we're talking about how we perceive each other in society, it's
Like,
just
this
the
should be
fact that
fucking
men
done
apparently
by
seem
now.
to prefer
Fucking
women.
hell.
They're seen as a higher status, right?
that's not true.
Well,
Yeah.
according to a lot of people here, it is, right?
No, it's getting to that point where you can sleep with a lot of women, but having a lot of sex with different women does not make you a high status male.
I'm
It-
happy you think that. A lot
That
of men
makes you
don't think
That
that.
that is some major cope from Sneeko, because that is exactly what they fucking talk about all the time. They talk about how being a high status man means that you can go to your girl and be like, I'm gonna go fuck whoever I want, and you gotta be okay, and she's gotta be okay with it. That is what these motherfuckers have preached time and time again. The fucking cope to try to say that we don't say that to try to act like as if they don't think, they don't claim or whatever about being able to sleep with however many women you want, make you a high status dude. The cope that it takes to try to say that that's not what that you guys preach, that is insane. That is insane. Because that is objectively, in every way, shape, and form, what they fucking preach and what they say. The fucking cope from Sneeko right there. Holy shit, dude. Like, actually, holy shit. That is nuts.
Either way,
Damn.
it's
Go
not.
ahead.
You don't see women, or you don't see people call men whores after sleeping with a bunch of women.
Women
If you
call
you
women
call
call
them-
women whores first.
Yeah, exactly.
Women call women whores more than men.
I know, but
that's
I
the
I
pick
don't
me.
think
Women,
it's-
you're
Let's
getting-
let her,
you're
hold on. Let's let
women
her
shame
finish her
women.
point, guys. Let's let her finish her point. So, are you trying to help her out with the privilege thing?
Well, yeah. If we're talking about privileges in
Can
society,
you wait till I get to you then?
Okay,
And
yeah,
okay.
sure.
All right. So you couldn't really
The
name
cringe
anything
trying to
outside
be
of-
like so, trying
No, I
to be
couldn't
so
name them, but
assertive.
We have a fundamental disagreement about, like, to what extent men are entitled to have reproductive rights over women's reproductive systems.
Okay, we went over that. All right. What about you? Are there any rights or privileges that you could think of that men have that women don't? No. What about you?
I honestly can't think of
Can't?
anything.
You guys have
like
had
that.
plenty of time to think about it, so I hope y'all got something if something. Any rights or privileges that men have that women don't?
A privilege.
I got 198. It takes 2, so I need. I got 1,
Like a
so I
privilege is
need.
like
That's not true.
when you go outside.
Men are
when you-
66% more likely to be the victims of violent crime.
when you-
Perpetrated by
I'm
other
asking
men,
you
right?
Personally,
Yes.
personally.
So we're all
But she said
in
feeling
danger
safe.
from men.
It doesn't matter who the other person is.
What
but
would you
the
say? Oh, for
homicide rate
rights
is way
of
higher for men.
men
Yeah.
over women?
Yeah, risk of
Violent
violence way
crime in
more.
general. So
Okay, you know what? I'm actually really glad these people are here because now I can speak a little bit more. The method to my madness. I don't know if I would ever take on this question. I think I would move on to something else. A lot of the times you guys are like, push back, push back, push back, push back. This is kind of what it would sound like. Like, am I really going to push back on like socioeconomic disadvantages of people when I'm talking to a bunch of people who don't even really believe in structural advantages and disadvantages that much? Like, their message is largely going to be like, oh, overcome, oh, be the exception, oh, people can make it out of the hood, blah, 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 blah. Like, I'm not going to argue with that type of person over systemic or structural advantages and disadvantages. I'm going to move on to another topic. Just because the ground you have to cover to make a compelling argument here is really vast, and it's just not worth it. Yeah, but this is like one of those this is what it sounds like when you try to push back. Like, they're just gonna ask like, what's the law? What's the law that changes? Like, well, it's not really a law. It doesn't work that way, you know. So you have to find like one or two really good examples, and then maybe move on from there if you want to. But
You feel.
I want to get the improved minor, and also, and then I'm gonna try to replace.
That's gonna make you
replace as much stuff as I can with
a victim mindset is
exactly what it is.
contending with reality that like there are some areas
where am I going?
of life and
Try to
society
replace
that are more dangerous than
She
others.
said you
in
walk
specific
around
genders.
scared. Just because I know the homicide rate is higher for men, it doesn't mean that I'm gonna walk around scared with pepper spray all the time. I'm just gonna move my head on a swivel and be more confident, be more aware.
we're not going to those dangerous areas.
But do you feel more comfortable being a man? Like, oh, if something happens, I have more of a potential to save myself.
Not me.
As a man, do you feel like you two as men?
That were more. What's the question?
Do you feel more comfortable, like if you were walking alone by yourself in the dark, would you feel more comfortable, like I'm
So
okay?
I gotta do.
Then who?
I gotta do
Then
this
you?
if I want to.
Her
If I want
question, she
to
never
get
phrased it correctly.
the
What she's
other
asking
thing.
you is, do you feel more capable defending yourself against threats as a man versus a
Yeah, of
woman?
course, but the statistics don't reflect that. Like, having that victim mindset, that just because you feel more unsafe doesn't mean that you are at risk of violence more than.
That's what you're asking,
yeah,
right?
I'd say, yeah, but I wouldn't say it's a victim mindset. It's we have to be more cautious than men.
No, you
That's-
don't. The
I think
statistics
that's
do not
true.
reflect that.
Maybe you guys put yourselves in that situation for it to be the statistics I'm drunk, sorry. The statistics to be so high though. You guys put yourselves in these violent crimes for the statistics to be so high. We females don't engage into that stuff. That's why the statistics are so high.
That could be
But
why.
but normally
All right, if you're drunk, bro, we gonna move on. Okay.
I can
Sober
kinda
up.
see what she's saying. Like we're saying like because we're more cautious, maybe that's the reason why.
If you were more cautious, you would not be put in precarious situations where your safety's at risk. Hence, you would not be a victim of violent crime.
So on a normal day, men walking down the street at night are more safer than women because we end up.
Incorrect. Incorrect. Men are far more likely to be the victims
So
of
what you
violent
guys
crime.
think?
Because, like,
what
what
to
we're
get
saying-
robbed or something?
Yes,
Women too.
absolutely.
To get raped, killed, put in a ditch,
No,
in the
well,
trunk.
look. The thing is, you guys watch too many true crime dramas. The reality is that men are far more likely to be the victims of
Okay,
violent
well, I'm
crime
gonna wait
than
for it to
women
come
are.
back, and
It's
then I'm
just
gonna
a
drop
fact.
this stuff
It's not
off,
even-
and
Because you
then
guys, I feel like you guys
go
put
off
yourselves in that
to
It's not about I feel like
That's
or
what-
what I think or whatever.
that's what
I'm
I
just
know.
telling you what the
It's just
fact is.
reality.
It's just what it is. All right. Are there any rights or privileges that men have that women
I don't know. I don't know if this is a right or a privilege, but
Yeah,
I've
go ahead.
worked a very long time in sales, and yes, it's easier for women to sell more because they're women. But it is harder
Wow.
for us to, for example, close a big deal negotiating.
sound effects
because
in the
sometimes
headphones?
when they
Yeah.
see you as a woman, they might not take you serious. But I don't really know if that's a right or a privilege.
Okay, so you think that women don't get taken seriously in
Sometimes in negotiations.
Okay. Do you think that has to do with your inherent gender or rather your skill set, knowledge, and ability
Gender.
to close the deal?
I think that would have to do with gender for sure. Because then
Oh, yeah, we're going to kill the Twitch stream. Come on over to Rumble, guys. Rumble.com/freshandfit because, yeah, we said simple a few times. Sorry, go ahead.
Where was I?
Okay, so I
think
asked you,
it
'cause you said you have
it
issues- being a
definitely
woman, you
has to
have
do with
issues
gender
closing
because
deals and being taken
a
seriously
lot of
and
big
important.
business is
And I'm saying,
still
is it
very
realistically because you're a woman,
misogynistic
rather,
inherently.
Is it because of your inability to
Or
speak
like
correctly? Maybe you dress a certain way that they don't take you
intrinsic, not
seriously.
in, I
Maybe
get not
your
intrinsically. I
tonality
get it's just a
sucks.
lot of it is
It's
still
not-
very
it's-
misogynistic.
you know.
So
Sometimes it's a very like a masculine business that normally men negotiate in. So then that's why this girl, this female, why would I close this big deal with a female? Like, I don't know. I feel like sometimes we get seen like that.
Okay.
But I do think, for example, in domestic violence, when it comes to the law, we do have a lot of right because they always go with what the woman says.
Yeah, but the question
you
was,
know?
what rights and privileges a man have that you don't? You just said the opposite.
Honestly, no.
Nothing. Can't think of
much,
anything. The only
no.
one you could
But
think of
that's-
is maybe
yeah.
the boardroom of sales.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
That's it.
What about
the
you?
difficulty with that is, of course, it gets anecdotal because, like, for example, in the media industry, in the advertising industry in the UK, most of the
The
people in
UK.
senior positions are now female, and they're closing big deals and they're getting those deals done. So
Yeah, because most
we
dudes
have
are trying to be
drill down
fucking
into the
rappers
data
or
to see if
roadmen
that's
or
really
whatever the
accurate or
fuck they're
not,
not.
but,
And that's why I asked you: is it
in the
really your
UK.
gender or is it your ability?
It's gender.
Okay. What about you? What right or privilege do women have that men don't?
Because the
Or,
UK
sorry,
is not
do
the
men have
same
that
as
women don't?
America. So trying to compare the UK business scene to American business
That
scene
women
is
don't.
idiotic
Rights or
at
privilege
best.
That men have that women don't. And if you can't think of one, it's fine. I'll move on.
Yeah, just move on. Come
Fantastic.
back to me, maybe.
What about you, Zena? Can you think of one?
Rights
Or?
wise, I read the Bill of Rights, and women and men are equal when it comes to that. They have the same rights. Privilege.
The Bill of Rights was drafted when women couldn't fucking vote, and when black people were slaves. By the way, like, bro.
Women have.
It's been changed, bro. I'm
Okay.
almost
So
certain that the
there's
Bill of
no-
Rights
there's
is like
no
amended and
advantages that
whatnot.
men
That's
have.
why
I mean,
women
okay,
now have
privilege
rights
wise,
and
I
shit
guess
like
men.
that.
Okay, if we get into it, they have their strength, they have their skill, they have logical thinking. They're more, yeah, they're just more logical. So, and tactical. Strength.
What about you?
Yeah, everything was.
I guess the best thing to do now would be to try to.
Okay, go ahead. I know your opinion there. On
What
this
do I
shit.
need
Go
for
ahead.
better?
Before I go to you, because I know you're going to be opinionated.
I need to.
What about
I
you?
need to.
What
I
right
need
or
to.
privilege
I
that
need to
men have that women
improve
don't?
my
I don't agree that most
my
people are logical
advanced
than women,
steel
but,
or whatever the fuck it is
good privilege, I would
construction.
say
I need
y'all
to.
have
I need to.
is
I need to
being
up my.
able to
I need to
get
get
out
my
of
production on that upped.
Man, I wish I could just do that
Okay.
sometimes.
Well, logically, the logic thing that you're saying
that
that is it's a fact. Men are a lot more logically sound and rational than women are.
Mm.
That has been.
That's what you guys. That's why they
It
run the
depends.
world.
That's very highly dependent
That's
on
not a fact.
on the
That's a
man,
men
because
opinion.
not
That is
not all men
1000% a
are
fact. If I lined up- ladies,
not all men.
look,
These guys are completely illogical and irrational and very idiotic.
like understanding here, basic concept of how the world works.
I dead and more logical than every man I've ever met.
Man, okay, your personal experience does not necessarily reflect reality. Just because
Neither
you
does
may be
yours,
an
but you
exceptional
act
woman
like
when
it
comes to
does.
ability to,
Your
know,
personal
conduct
beliefs
problem
does.
solving
Your
doesn't mean
personal
that other
beliefs do
women
not
can do that.
dictate reality,
Everything that you
but
guys
they act
see
like
was
it
built
does.
by
Like
men. Everything that you see that's been invented by men. Men are
no, not
deductive
everything.
Problem solvers. Men built the first world that you guys currently enjoy now. Women don't really build or contribute to society like that. Women extract resources and use them.
Jesus.
Men create the resources. It's
probably
been that
don't
way. That's
say
a
we
fact.
don't It's probably
contribute.
That is
I'm
done.
saying in
Hold on. Stop
general.
interrupting, dude. Stop interrupting. All right. So, the reason why I say that men are more rationally sound and deductive problem solvers is because the world that you guys enjoy right now has been created by men. And the reason why men are more rational, if you look at STEM, science, technology, engineering, or math, fields that typically tend to be more rationally sound, deductive problem solving, are dominated by men. This isn't up for debate. Men and women's brains are 100% wired differently. Men
Screws
prioritize
and the plates.
ration and logic. Women prioritize emotion.
Okay, I think that's really interesting. Do you mind if I ask you a couple of questions?
Well, before you do that, did you want to hit the privilege thing? Because I know that can go into another tangent.
Oh, I can go really long on the privilege thing, but I'll try to keep it short.
Go ahead.
So,
We'll get back to the I can't believe that we can't agree on that, but we'll come back to the male and female, logic and rational. But if I lined up 100, so just to finish, if I lined up 100 men and 100 women, those men would be far more rationally sound than those women.
okay.
And the world
No.
we enjoy nowadays is the byproduct of men being
If something
rational,
happens,
deductive problem
The
solvers.
reason we're
No.
able to be in this room and sit down and talk.
He can only say that because he said if I lined up 100 men, because he knows how he's not saying if I lined up 100 random men. It's if I picked 100 men and 100 women, because he's gonna pick 100 guys that probably all think like him and are fan and like are gonna be like him, who will all just jerk each other off and agree on everything. And he's gonna pick 100 probably random women who aren't gonna all agree on everything, because that's the kind of people that they are. That's what they do. That's what they do. It's such a highly like scenario subjective like thing to try to say.
Talk about this is because if something goes down, we're going to call a man, we're going to call the policeman, we're going to call the security. If there's a fire, we're going to call the firemen.
Police are not all men. I don't know if you know that, Sneeko. I know Sneeko doesn't really know a lot about the outside world outside of his fucking Tate sphere of idiocy, but not all cops are men. There are women police officers, dude. Think, Sneeko, think.
men are the reason that we're even able to be in here talking about
It's
this and
such a
debating
weird.
stuff that everybody.
What if you have to go to the
can
hospital
actually
because
understand.
somebody gets shot and there's like a nurse that's attending to you? I mean, like when like.
Okay, wait.
All right, but let's go back to
Pretty
the
sure there are
privilege
female
thing, and we
police
can go
officers.
ahead
Maybe
and
you think
talk
they'll shoot
about
you in
that.
an accident.
Sure.
Like
The original question. So what privileges?
the security
or
guard
rights
that
do
works
men enjoy
downstairs that actually
women
lets
do?
people in or out of these
Men
rooms
are
is a
seen
woman
as more
because I've been to this
capable
place like
in
4 times.
circumstances that they're not.
Such as?
Okay, so for example, Yale had an interesting study. They actually had 2 different studies.
Mhm.
One of them involved a list of resumes where they had resumes of women that were a lot more qualified than the men. Now, when they gave the resumes to
fuck
the
me, and now I
scientists to
need
decide who would you
why.
hire, who would you not, for example, they would always pick the men, even though the women were more qualified. Now, when they blanked the names, when they couldn't see who was male, who had a male-sounding name, who had a female-sounding name, guess what? The women were picked more when they had a better reputation in those resumes. Another example of this is when it comes to music, for example. They did a study where they were deciding, okay, who's going to be in the orchestra, who's not, et cetera. The men were always overwhelmingly picked until they decided to have blind auditions, where curtain down, you can only hear the music. Guess what? It started being 50-50 when it came to picks of music. So those are 2 small examples of how men are seen to be more qualified, even when they're not.
That's kind of like my familiar even with that second study. They had to conduct it one more time because a variable that they didn't account for was that women were more likely to wear high heels, and that the sound of their high heels clicking across the stage impacted the judge's ability to neutrally judge them blind.
Yeah.
It's a really interesting study.
So it seems like in general, men are seen as more capable when they're not.
What was the sample
privilege.
size?
The sample size?
Oh my God.
I can't remember off the top of my head, but I believe it
What
was
was the
randomly
sample
conducted
size?
anyways.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
but either way, like, there's
Get out of here.
various studies when it comes to this. I'm pretty sure
What
we
was
can
the
find
sample
metadata studies if you
size? Oh
want.
my
Yeah,
God.
that's such a dumb.
That's kind of like my
Like,
example. That's kind of my
It
example.
doesn't
but
matter
that's
if,
not-
if what they're
that's really
saying is
a
true
right
about
or
like they have to
privilege.
redo it because
She's saying that men have more privilege with getting selected. What in science was the position? What was the position specifically that the men were selected over the women in?
Yes, in STEM, even though they had less qualifications STEM-wise. When they did the blind studies, when they decided to blank out the names, the women who had more qualifications in STEM started getting picked more.
Okay, well, realistically speaking, if a woman applies for a STEM job and a man applies for a STEM job, that woman is far more likely to get the position because of affirmative action. And all these job fields overwhelmingly want women in them versus men.
They overwhelmingly want women, but that doesn't mean that necessarily always
So that
translates to
refutes
the
your,
picking
your
process.
claim you just made just now
No, it does
that
not refute the
women are more
claim.
likely to get, men are more likely to get the same positions when in reality, these
Alright,
jobs,
let this
right,
all
anything that's
build,
male-dominated, whether
because
it's
then this will
construction,
build
law
up and it
enforcement,
probably
STEM,
only holds like
science, engineering,
100
technology, engineering, math, plumbing even, any type of blue labor
Mm-hmm.
job, if a woman applies, they're going to want to put her there for some type of workplace diversity.
But we just
over a man.
demonstrated how it's not a matter of a lack of educational attainment on the female candidates' parts. In
Because
relation
it's
to
not
these
about
STEM
the
fields.
education.
It's about
It
trying to
you probably
dismantle
only
these
it can only
social
hold like
biases that
100 or
exist
so, and then
against women, even though they're more
it'll
than
stock up and
qualified
it'll
to be
build
in
up
these
and then we'll
positions
be
and
good.
be in these sectors already.
Is it possible that there are societal biases against men though? Because what we're
Absolutely.
talking,
Oh, yeah,
what we're talking
sure.
about,
100%.
because what we're talking about here is really is I suppose for want of a better term, it's soft power, isn't it? It's a perception thing. There's this perception that the woman, there's this perception that the woman isn't going to be as good as the job as the man in these studies. But I mean, is there not equal perceptions that go to the detriment of men in society as well? You know,
Yeah, and
like,
I mean, I've seen these resume studies before as well, where a man and woman are both equally qualified, and when they take the names off, they overwhelmingly pick the women. Like, I mean, I've seen it both ways.
How would they overwhelmingly pick the woman if they don't know it's a woman name?
No, I'm saying, like, I've seen it where the person, right, he has a job resume, and he didn't get hired, but applies to the same positions, changed it to a female name, they give him a call back.
That's interesting. I guess generally speaking, the reason why I said that what you said doesn't refute my point.
Women are good for the workforce.
Okay.
Like, this is why feminism is done so well, because employees want women. Women are easier to basically get to pay less because women are more agreeable. Women tend to work less hours. Women tend to be more representative of the entire population. They
Why would
tend
you
to
want
take more
somebody who
time off.
works
like
less
even though
hours
they're
and
not
takes more
necessarily the best
time off?
employees, they represent the
what?
company well.
Wait, I
People
feel
want to
like-
have women around.
Wait, what?
It's a little bit dishonest to frame that like women want to take more time off. You're talking about things related to like paternity
That's a
leave,
fact.
right?
That's a fact. Women overwhelmingly the whole gender wage
but
gap
the
thing.
reason why they want to
is-
take time off is because of maternity leave, right?
That's part of it.
Yeah.
Women in
Yeah.
general take
But
more
it
vacation time.
sounds
They work
like-
less.
Like they want to take time off to go like
look,
on a
no,
vacation,
no,
to chill, like-
hold on, because and what I was going to get at here is that women earn less because they deserve less. And the reason for that is because women overwhelmingly take more vacation time. They work less dangerous jobs. They work less hours. They work less hard manual labor jobs. They go into the top 10 fields that pay the least versus men go into the top 10 fields that pay the most. So the reason why women earn less a lot of the times is because of their own personal choice. And on top of that, let's add in that women dominate college attendance. So there's no excuse to be making less.
I disagree with a lot of those presuppositions.
Everything I said was a fact.
But even if I grant you,
Yeah.
some of those premises,
Oh my God.
you know,
They were all a
you're
fact.
saying that women are being unfairly advantaged in certain STEM positions where they're being selected simply because employers want to have more women in their industries, right?
I've seen women that are less qualified than men get positions, whether it's STEM, plumbing. I'll never forget one girl came on the show.
That's anecdotal.
She was in plumbing school. No, that's true. That's true.
It's true, but anecdotal.
It's anecdotal, but that does not make it less valid. I've seen a woman that literally couldn't even pull a wrench, got the job as a plumber because she was a woman. Okay? I've seen other times
But
where women.
that business was probably led by a man, right?
Yes,
Why would he hire an incompetent employee?
because it diversifies the workplace. Affirmative action.
What?
Affirmative action
Wait, so that's
diversifies
a
the
logical
workplace.
choice, right?
What was that?
I feel like you're saying, oh, they're willing to diversify the workplace. But if you're saying this is a bad employee and
For
bad
plumbers?
candidate, that's not a logical choice. So it seems really weird to me that if men
That
are...
proves my point.
No, look, can I finish, please?
Go ahead.
So if you're saying men are more logical, they're ruling the workplace,
Yeah.
you know, they're the ones who get everything, why are they making this so illogical choice of hiring women that are less qualified? It seems like there has to be some underlying
Okay,
logic.
here's the thing. Having one or two female employees that are incompetent and not as efficient does not override the other 80 maybe male employees that are competent and they're able to simultaneously, look, we're not sexist. We have women that work for us. We have female plumbers, etc. The image, okay, the positivity of the image of being a diversified workplace overrides the minor loss of time and
believe
efficiency
that,
with
like,
the woman.
In the vast majority of cases,
Yes.
women are simply hired over male candidates.
A lot of
just
the time.
for PR reasons.
100%. I'll give you an example. I was a former special agent of Homeland Security Investigations. Okay.
We get it. You
Within
can stop
all
always.
the federal law enforcement agencies, there were announcements.
You could literally just say
for
I used to
women
work for
to get them on
Homeland
the
Security.
job.
That's all you have to say.
Why?
But he says like
Well,
the
I'll be
whole
honest with you. A
full
lot of the times when I
extended
work with
title
female
just
agents or
just
female
to
law
try to
enforcement
like
personnel,
to sound
they
more
weren't as
like
good as the
impressive
guys,
than he
just be
really
honest.
is.
But
They
that's your
couldn't-
personal
But
opinion.
by what metric would you say that they were not as competent as the men?
Okay, well, they almost are never represented in SWAT teams for physical reasons, of course. Title III intercepts, right? And wiretapping phones, doing big case investigations, OCDFs, etc. Overwhelmingly men. Okay, so I rarely saw female investigators competing with the guys. Now we could say, oh, well, there's not that many, etc. Which is why they worked really hard to get more female agents. But when the females come in, they typically do things that involve people. What do? They do outreach. They go to the schools. Hey, work this job. It's a fantastic career. They're going and dealing with victims, which is cool because women tend to be more interested in people versus men are more interested in things.
But do you consider that less important, or do you
That's
consider
only
that
jobs
also
that
very
they
important?
Well, to the mission of the agency, it's at the bottom of the totem pole. The mission of the agency is to go after the top criminals and use sophisticated means to go after the top criminals, not necessarily do outreaches at universities. Though that's a valid way to, I guess it's valid, that at the end of the day, the agency is there to arrest the worst criminals.
Well,
So-
even in criminal justice sectors, what do you think is used more, a pen or a gun?
what does that have to, I'm still confused, Blake.
Well, like just hear my question. In sectors of criminal justice
Yeah.
related to law enforcement, SWAT teams, even FBI investigations,
Yeah.
how often would you say it's more likely that those employees need to use a pencil throughout their day or a gun? And
Writing
violence and
reports
strength?
and being intelligent is the most important thing in running investigations.
I feel like you didn't answer. Oh wait, writing. So you're saying pen?
Metaphorically, because no one writes anymore, but
we-
yes, you could say writing using a
Correction,
pen.
typing, stuff like this.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. It's like, yeah, I acknowledge that, like, on average, of course, men are more strong than women. I'll grant you that any day of the week. That's absolutely true. But how relevant is physical strength, even in jobs and sectors
That's
like
my
this?
point.
That's
It's not that
demanded?
relevant, and the men still dominate. What I'm trying to say, ladies, that the only reason I even brought that up, that's just one nuanced example.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is that in law enforcement, construction, engineering, technology, any type of position
then
that is
now I
male
can
dominated,
start coming
when
here,
women enter,
getting
they're
some from there whenever I need it.
Greeted with open arms, and they get a hiring benefit over men. There are female-only announcements for women in law enforcement, construction, and STEM, etc. That could you imagine if they had a male-only announcement? It would never fly They would immediately be sued.
Well, there's no
I
need
gotta
for
say-
only announcements when you're saying these fields are already dominated so much by men, right?
But
I think what we're
I got a
forgetting
story,
here
I
is
got
just
a real
like
life story.
I like how
I got
Sneeko is not
facts.
contributing.
also
Yeah,
gotta
someone brought it
remember,
up.
too, that women
Myron is arguing
choose
the whole
to not
panel.
go into these
Why do you
careers.
Yeah.
think
So
they choose
why-
not to
Because
say
Sneeko
that?
would just-
It's not saying anything. Why?
Sneeko isn't saying anything.
Why
Well,
do
I
women
have a
choose
guess
not
Because they're
because he's an
interested in
idiot.
people, not things.
You
Yeah.
don't
Okay.
welcome us like with
I got a
open
story.
arms.
So I
No, I feel like we've
Sneako's
demonstrated
by and large
that
an
there are
idiot, and
women
he-
who are interested in these
I think he
things.
might have
But then
finally
you're
had an
assuming that
epiphany
they're
of like,
necessarily
man,
less
I really don't know
competent
what
than
the
their
hell I'm ever
counterparts.
talking about.
So then it's
I
not
should
even
just
for
stay
lack of
quiet so I
interest.
don't look
You're saying
so
that
I
they're
don't
just,
look
like,
ultra
always going to
stupid.
be
Worse.
more remedial, less skilled
There's
than their
a
counterparts.
multitude of reasons as to why they may not choose to go into certain fields or whatever.
Absolutely.
But it's a bunch of different things. Women just aren't interested in the same things that men are.
Is that really true though?
Yes.
Or are women?
Yes, and I'll
It is
prove you right
true.
No,
now.
I have
It's true.
Wait,
She's
wait,
not
wait,
lying.
wait.
Uh-oh.
Let me say
Definitely
something
opinion.
quickly, please.
Definitely.
So I always think
Ladies
that's really
gotta stop.
interesting
Gotta stop.
because people say, oh, you know, women, men, they're just not interested in the same things. But then I think about an interesting study from a university recently that talks about the first classes that women take, right? And men take in their first year of university. There was a course that had to do with computer logic, right? Computer programming. And when they put the title computer programming, it was overwhelmingly men who applied. But when they changed it to something that sounded more English, more language related, I think it was like language of, I don't exactly remember what it was, but basically they rephrased the computer science class to sound more liberal arts. And then the rate of women who applied increased, right?
doesn't that-
Dramatically.
doesn't that-
Wait, let me finish, right? So then you might be thinking, oh, doesn't that prove the point? Women are just more interested in languages? Well, it seems that the retention of women who realized it was a computer logic course and decided to apply next year to the next level of it was extremely high. It was like over, I think, 50 to 70%. It was around that range. So if you're really saying women are less interested in, let's say, computer science, then that retention rate wouldn't make sense. It would go dramatically down the next year, but it didn't. Which shows that, hey, maybe the barrier of entry is a little bit more intimidating to women, but once they're in these fields, it seems like they do like it.
Okay, so here's the thing.
Uh-oh.
They've already proved this, that women are interested in people and men are more interested in things. In the Scandinavian countries, where it's the most egalitarian
Oh,
and the
that
most
fucking-
equal, okay?
Wait, why did somebody say this was not
what they
symmetrical?
found is
Yes,
the
it
women
is.
refer even more to
Fuck
what they
you.
naturally want to do, okay? The women go more into the social sciences, more into the nursing, more into the social work, etc. And the men go even more into the science, technology, engineering, and math. This has been proven in Scandinavian countries, which are far ahead of us when it comes to egalitarianism and equality.
Have you
So simply put,
gotta let him
women are
finish.
interested in different things than men are, and there's nothing wrong with
Yeah.
that. But we are
You gotta let Myron
biologically different,
finish, or
which
else
changes the
he
way we view the world, the way we view each
has
other,
to
the
act
way
all
we
alpha
view work.
male.
And here's the other thing
He
too.
has to go
This is
all
an unpopular
fucking
opinion, but I'm gonna say it anyway.
wanna be alpha male.
When it comes to creating resources and excess wealth, women are just lazy, and that's the truth. If you look at most of the millionaires, most of the people that are high net worth, etc., if you look at versus all the women that are high net worth, they got it through divorce, they got it through inheritance, etc. Men, on the other hand, earn the money. Why? The reason why is because there is a burden on performance for men to earn money, and there isn't on women. So a lot of the times, the women that do earn a lot of money do it electively, but they don't do it mandatorily. There's a difference. There isn't a burden of performance on men.
Have you considered in Scandinavian countries,
Yeah.
right? You're saying, oh no, like you see women are more into these gender roles, et cetera, et cetera. But in these Scandinavian countries, it seems like there's no real incentive to change or to go more into, like, let's say STEM fields if all the women fields are being paid an equal amount, if not extremely high.
Okay,
so for
stop.
example, teaching
I want
is
to
paid
stop.
really high there.
Stop. What is the ratio between, okay, they did a German study, 100 men, 100 women, they all tested the same on the IQ. What was the ratio of who quit first? What was the ratio? Please tell me. That's what I want to know.
I don't know what German study you're
Women give
referring
up
to.
before men. Women are emotional and they give up before men, and that's why
As
in
far
most
as this
cases,
German
wait,
study,
I'm going back on
do
the
you
study.
have,
Can
like-
I speak,
Let
please?
her speak.
What
One
year is
second,
this?
one mic at a time. So
I'm
while
next.
you spoke about those two studies from the college, Yale, whatever you spoke about, do you know why when they knew which gender it was that they chose men, even though that the women were higher qualified? Because y'all are emotional. We're emotional, and we
Y'all.
speak with
What
emotion,
year was
and we
this?
get hyped as men will continue the task until it's over.
Okay.
Women will give up when frustration comes through. It's very rare that a woman will finish.
I just
Thank
want
you.
to point this
Look at
out.
y'all
Go ahead.
emotional
Now
as
you can
fuck.
speak.
And then you've been trying to talk for a minute too, right?
I'm asking for
All right.
time.
Do you actually have
Because
something
we're women,
productive to say?
we're
Because if you're gonna just give a drunk statement like,
I'm not. I'm not even drunk. I'm
all right, I want you to
I have a question for
let her go.
We are not equal, and I spelled equal wrong. Yeah, zoom in.
Yo, okay, we're gonna move it.
No,
move on.
but for real, like the
What?
point is, like,
we're obviously not equal. Like
thought you were
y'all bad and y'all showing it right now. Y'all like, cause y'all emotional. Y'all gotta chill, and that's the whole point. Like, yes, they have some privilege that you guys are right about, because I gave a little example, kind of, but
Yeah.
shorter. Y'all
Yeah,
smart as
sorry.
fuck. Y'all know how to talk. Y'all got the studies and shit. But the point is, yes, we are not equal, and we are privileged. We're super blessed. And y'all just ungrateful. Like, chill. That's it.
That's fine,
Let's
that's
change the
fine.
subject. Let's talk about something that's not so funny.
Yo, chill.
I wanna
chill.
ask a question
We're
to
gonna
the
let her
ladies.
finish her point. Go ahead.
I actually want to break down a previous point. People are acting as if emotion and logic are completely separate dichotomies. They're not, and I can prove it to you right now. If a car is going, yeah, I will. If a car is going at you
Don't try
70
me.
miles per hour and
I
you're
promise
standing
you
in the
that.
middle of the road, what do you do?
My perspicacity means I'll backflip over that shit. What's up?
Wait,
That's
what she
what-
said?
That's what.
Okay, she said she'd backflip over the car.
And I will.
Backflip.
The vast majority of people, when they see a car going 70 miles per hour at them,
Yeah.
they run out of fear.
Who runs?
Right? So a lot of people would say, oh, that's an emotional response. Fear is an emotional response. But think about it. Historically speaking, why would you have that fear? Oh, because your brain knows automatically that if that car hits
called
you,
fight
you
or
die.
flight.
That is a logical response. Emotions aren't completely separate from logic, and pretending it is just ignoring the reality of our emotions. If somebody is insulting you, making you feel bad, saying horrible shit to you,
Trying to
of course
think,
you're going
like,
to feel sad.
what-
That's
what
an
to even
attack
try
on
to do
you.
right now.
That's
I
not
didn't mean to do that.
illogical. So this idea that emotions and logic
That's not an
are
emotional
completely
response
separate,
These are like
car
defense
coming at you.
mechanisms.
Yeah.
And in some cases, they can secure your survival.
literally.
The emotional response to a car coming at you would be doing what the deer does and just standing there and actually being paralyzed in fear, because fear is an emotion. The
Well, fight
logical
or flight,
response
right?
is running. Yeah, the emotional,
Flight
the
is
logical
also,
response is getting out of the way.
Flight is an
You should
emotion.
not get upset.
Wait, I got a question. I got a question. Have any of you ever been in that situation? Because I've been held at gunpoint. So wait. I've been held at gunpoint.
Let's go.
What did you do? Because when I was held at gunpoint, bitch, I was sitting there stuck. I didn't run.
I didn't run.
I didn't
either.
run. So has a car come speeding at you and you just ran? Because it's very rare that a person
But you made the
actually
right
is able to stop.
choice.
That's why it's called
You're
ice
here
choice.
today.
Okay,
right?
listen, somebody died, so we're not gonna get
May I
into
say
that. But at
something?
the
I'm
end of
safe.
the day,
I'm
can I
safe.
finish speaking?
Bro.
Because
concerned.
can I finish speaking? Because this is the worst panel. Y'all keep speaking the one
Yeah.
bitch is speaking. Like, you're emotional. Accept the fact, because every time I'm talking, you hear what you want to hear and you want to pitch in. Let me finish my sentence.
Yeah, 'cause we
But,
let y'all
like,
talk.
Here we go again.
No,
we let them. No, we let them talk.
Ladies.
Let one bitch talk at a time.
Lena, chill. Ladies,
Can
let's
we
have
use
a...
another word other than bitch? So?
Ladies.
Yeah.
Queen.
Can I say something?
No, wait.
Ladies.
Ladies is nice.
Can we let each other speak? Okay,
Please.
so how many of you at this table have been in a situation where they were held either at gunpoint or you've had a speeding car coming at you at 150,000 miles and
There
you
we
didn't
go.
do the fucking backflip? How many of you?
I didn't do it backflip. I
One or
said
two.
that shooting up.
Okay,
I mean, I
so
jumped out
since
of
you
a
like to use the
plane.
word anecdotal a lot, you have no experience, so why are you speaking on it?
That's a fact.
Come on.
Okay.
You're
Jesus
speaking on what you
Christ.
thought everybody else would do, but you've never even been in that experience. You
That's
don't
a
have
fact.
the
Really
anecdotal
tough
experience
referring
to
to
speak on
subscribe
that. And
to
I'm still
physical
speaking, and I'm
averages.
I
still
feel like
speaking, and I'm
most
still speaking.
Yeah, yeah.
And I'm
I
still
think when
speaking,
you're
but it's
done,
okay.
You
Go
asked me a
ahead.
question,
Go
so
ahead.
then I was gonna respond.
Well, you've been
But did
talking
I
this
finish
whole
my
time.
sentence? Did I
Let
drop
her
the mic?
finish.
Did I drop the mic?
Well,
I
you
don't
can't
think so.
drop it.
All
But
I know
yeah,
is
you're
I have a
right.
question. Can I ask a question to lighten the mood up a little bit?
I think fundamentally,
Go ahead, Phil.
I think it's I don't want to say disingenuous, but I don't think that whether you stand there like a deer in the headlights or whether you run like hell when the car comes towards you, I don't think that impulse in that moment can be said to be logical. I think you could apply logic to it afterwards. You can say yes, it was
Correct, British
obviously it
guy.
was logical, because otherwise you're going to get killed by the car. But I think
It's
the
an emotional
reality is that
response.
in
You're
that
relying on
moment,
instinct,
the decision to run or stand there like a deer in the headlights
Instincts
is entirely
are emotional. So
Yeah, I
But
mean,
she's saying the culmination of several instantaneous emotional decisions secured your survival in that sense.
Well,
and
you
that
can
is the
apply- you-
logical
Now,
choice.
involve that in solving a math quiz. Is that the same thing as solving a math quiz? No, you get frustrated and give up. Like, you can't think straight.
Yo.
Like, I was medicated on Adderall growing up. I know what it is I graduated when I was 14 years old. So it's not the same as getting almost ran over by a car. That's not the same.
Well, did you
emotion
graduate
versus logic,
at 14 years
because when I
old
get
because of your
frustrated, as a
intelligence
woman
or
and I'm
because of
not able to solve a problem, I'm
like
getting
what?
frustrated, I
Because of
can't
something
even solve a
else?
problem.
Like it
So
could have
I calm
been
down later and I come back later,
there's different reasons why
non-emotional, and I can solve the
there's multiple
problem
reasons that
with
someone
logic.
could graduate at 14 or whatever.
You're using an example. You're using an example of a car speeding at you versus
graduating at
solving a
14
act
doesn't
like,
imply.
come on, it's not the
Chill out. So,
Not the
ladies, I think the takeaway here is that men are superior deductive problem solvers, especially in the face of pressure. If you don't believe me, this is why if you look at Formula One drivers, NASCAR drivers, professional chess players, etc., where there's no necessary strength difference, right? But it's just like, okay, operating under pressure,
You
using
can
my
fight
mind,
against this.
being
There's
a
no
deductive
reason to
problem
think
solver,
this is
using
true.
logic,
There's
using
just no
rationale.
there's no good
Men
reason
are
to think it's true.
superior, and if they weren't, there'd be more female chess champions. There'd be more Formula One drivers that were women. There would be more pilots that were men, that were women. But
we're
men
busy
overwhelmingly
making a home.
dominate these positions. Why? Because men are more logically sound than women. I don't even know how this is a debate right now. Engineers, mathematicians, etc. Anything that is logically sound or more rationally based is dominated by men. Now, is that to say that there aren't women out there that are capable of being logically and rationally sound? Of course, you two are to a degree, right? But most women aren't, guys. The exceptions don't make the rule.
Well, the domination and like overrepresentation of men in these sectors doesn't necessarily mean that they are more qualified.
True.
To draw a parallel
True.
with race,
Yeah.
white people are overrepresented in every aspect of government, and black people and non-white people are clearly not. Does that from there? Does it then follow that white people are genetically superior to
Uh-oh.
black people?
Is he gonna say yes
No,
to that?
Of course not. It means there are social biases that privilege
Okay,
those
that was a
individuals.
really good example.
I disagree.
Actually, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, the bell curve is real for a reason, and also you can
Oh,
make the same.
Sneeko, you cucked.
Okay, but look, you can make the
He
same.
cucked out on his race. Oh
Oh,
no.
I can't say I'm surprised though that Sneeko would fucking bitch out on his own race like that.
Playing sports
And
than
white
white
boys
people
can't
because
jump.
of the genetic makeup.
Genetic,
right?
Oh
What
no.
specifically are you referring to?
I mean, they're bigger, stronger, faster.
Like a
Because
warrior
white boys
gene?
can
No.
jump.
Like a warrior
And
gene or
Asians
what?
can
Because
jump.
you're
Let him
saying
finish
like
his point.
black people are genetically
Okay, I'll answer for her.
Clarifying. And black don't crack.
African Americans
Right.
have far more fast switch muscle fibers.
I
which
don't
is
think
what is
that's
utilized
true.
when playing sports that
I feel like
require
I've heard this
explosiveness,
argument before and it's not
building
true.
muscle
I'd have to go
mass,
look it up again though.
etc. Black people dominate almost every other race when it comes to a fast twitch muscle fibers, which is
I should
obviously
check this real
used in
quick.
sports.
Race is real, just like gender is real. It's the
Well,
same
fair
reason
enough,
we understand why Asians are the best in math. It's because of the genetic makeup. It is what it is. Look, you can make these generalizations about race, and
don't
it's
think
fine, but
it's
now that we try to
genetic
equate it to
makeup,
gender,
but
you
okay.
said it's not because of the opportunities, but it's just race is real just as much as
just the
parallel to
majority of
explain social
percentage.
When it
biases.
comes down to gender, though, the facts that you guys are stating and the statistics and all that shit is actually changing. Like it's actually reversing because all you guys men think you guys are stronger and this and that, but it's actually reversing because all you men are actually turning.
Yeah, I
into
don't think
women.
I don't
Y'all
think it's
bitches
true. I don't
these
think
days.
it's
Y'all
true.
straight
All
up
right,
bitches.
That's a good point too. That like
saying, not
at the
saying
same
you,
time-
I'm not manly.
I'm pretty sure all the strongest powerlifters in the world are like white European guys. Yeah, I don't think the idea that black people have more fast twitch muscle. I don't think that's true.
No, I feel like these niggas is just bitches.
It just
these
depends.
days.
You're not
just-
if you
hold on.
seriously think that,
Y'all
hold on,
be
hold on,
like,
hold on,
one
hold
of
on.
y'all back, but
Okay,
y'all be
look,
like,
look,
y'all
look,
It
don't-
depends what type of nigga you fucking with.
Okay,
Oh, I ain't
look.
fucking with no nigga.
If you
Can I
really
ask
think
a- can I
that,
ask a question
if you
now?
really
I'm
think that,
saying,
then you
I've
know
been
what? Let's get
quiet
more
and
women in the
respectful.
military. If you know, if you really think that, let's get
Like-
more women in the military. Let's go ahead and get rid of
No,
the
women are more
WNBA.
logical
And
and
let's
they
let
don't wanna
women
die.
play. And let's let women play sports with men. You think they'll be able to compete? The answer is no. So stop.
Basketball, yes.
I want to
The
ask a
answer's
question
no.
for all the ladies. Let me
Uh,
ask a question real quick. Let me.
Shit,
can I
No,
ask a
bro.
question?
about sports.
Why?
We're having a
You
conversation
said I
here.
could ask,
Alright.
and I want to ask a question.
When
Am I-
it's time for the
Women are
ladies to
more
ask a
logical
question,
not to die.
sure, but
But this
it's
is a
not.
good question.
Yo, is this your show?
No, but
shut
I
up.
have a good question.
Okay, go ahead. What are you saying? We're talking about something and you just want to interject my question. Like,
Because
we're-
everyone else asked a question. I'm the only one that's respecting the one mic, one whatever policy. I've
you've
been
interjected a
respecting
bunch
it.
of times. You're doing it right
Oh,
now.
what a-
We're on a topic right now with as far as gender and
Right.
Race.
race.
Now, I guess.
You don't have a good question. You just want a little
No,
bit
I
of
really
attention.
have
you
a
guys
good
are
question.
talking
If I
about
want attention, I can talk. I don't need
You guys
that.
want to talk about statistics
Sober up and then you could talk. Go ahead.
I'm just trying to say like
Bro, you should
you
never say
clearly
you're
believe that biological explanations are the reason that we see
Dude,
men
the
on top
fucking
and
like
overrepresented
pure
in
like,
these- in, like,
because they're
other
making
sectors
so
of
much better
violence,
points.
right?
Like that,
The
at least
genetic
that one chick
superiority to
is
women.
like. So a lot of these
Are you
girls are
saying
making
that why?
such
I'm
good
not-
points
I'm
that like
saying that
they
that
have
seems to
that
be
Myron and they have
based off
no
the same
actual
thing,
like
right?
logical
men are
rebuttal
superior
to
in-
that. Like he's just getting so upset.
Yeah, I mean,
And your
man,
Shut the
evidence
fuck
of
up,
that is to
then.
point to,
Oh,
like,
is it your show?
results.
No, shut the
You're
fuck
looking
up.
At, again,
It's like,
overrepresentation.
dude,
are we going to
it's a
the next
panel.
topic? We were talking about race a second ago with fast switch
We can
muscle
still talk
fibers.
about race if you like.
What's your question? But it's
who
not about
wants to talk about
superiority.
race?
It's
Oh,
that
don't
we
go
have
there.
different.
Yeah,
we're
that's what I was
better
gonna
at
say.
different things.
Please
See,
don't go
this is
there.
what
Like-
happens, and this is why this debate even comes up, is because when you hear this, you think that men are better than women. In some ways, in some fields, yes, but not overall. We're not superior.
I'm like max production in my max connections. If they were, if all of these machines were being utilized at full speed, then it'd be, I'd
Yes, we are just
yeah.
not equal. Stop taking it
I don't believe that.
personal.
I don't believe that. It's a fact.
The whole theory, the whole fucking theory is that white people have stronger, more powerful muscles, and black people have more explosive muscle. That would predict that white people are better powerlifters now. I haven't heard that before ever. I could be wrong, but fast twitch muscle fibers. When people think of
Let me try to
fast
just get rid of
versus
all these
slow,
fucking
I think they're
all
generally
this shit
thinking
in my
like
inventory.
aerobic versus anaerobic. Like if you're slowly pushing a boulder, that's not slow twitch muscle fibers. That's still your fast twitch muscle fibers. These are still your I think these are still your, so in the presence of oxygen, your aerobic, I think, pushers, like things that are like powerlifting or like explosive movements. It's all like, that's all like fast twitch muscle fiber. I think slow twitch muscle fibers are things for like smaller movements, or it might be for endurance stuff. But like fast twitch doesn't just mean boom, like really fast. Like powerlifting is still going to be like fast twitch muscle fibers for stuff like that. I'm pretty sure.
That men are biologically superior to women when it comes to strength, height, muscle density, more aerobic
Right,
capacity.
men are more strong than women on average.
There's a reason why there's
Absolutely
two
true.
standards in the military. There's
But
a
I
reason
feel
why
like,
there's different
and we're
sports.
more the entire side of like social biases that you're not.
Yo, who are you talking to?
So stop talking.
Then stop talking. Nobody sounds. I don't know what you think this is, but like, this is the truth.
Should I leave?
Yo, get out of here, bro.
I
Like,
will.
just get
Y'all
out of here,
gotta
bro.
tell me to.
Just get out of here, bro.
Y'all gotta
Just
tell
get out
me
of here.
You sound retarded.
Get out of here, bro. You sound
Dude,
retarded.
Myron-
Get out of here, bro. Here, bro.
Myron is getting so
You see
upset.
how emotional we are, bro?
Oh my god, dude. That Xena girl is such a pick-me. She's such a pick-me. Oh my god, it's actually
Yeah.
insane.
How emotional we are.
Every time I say he gets mad, he's like,
She was just talking over everybody the whole time.
But everybody has been talking over everybody, honestly. Because
Just leave.
women are emotional, that's
Like,
why.
you're not gonna call me dumb on my own at the here. Especially when I'm stating facts. You're the one that looks dumb.
Yeah, I knew she was gonna go.
And ratchet ass hoes, man. Who brought that here, man?
I told you before we started, Myron. I told you.
Huh?
Everyone be kind.
Can I make an observation?
Sure. Go ahead.
Okay. So you guys are talking about this as if it's something biological and ingrained, and I just think it's interesting that we're ignoring the fact that for what are you doing?
It's gonna fix your sleep.
Okay. We're ignoring the fact that for a lot of
Tina, can you put that
history.
mic down? Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. 1 second. Okay. I'll just wait till we're done. Yeah.
Yeah, they're just.
Okay.
Why'd you put that? Okay.
We're ignoring the fact that throughout history there has been a lot of barriers purposely put to hold women back, right? So if we're thinking about, oh, you know, men are more inclined to be this way versus that way, et cetera, et cetera.
Before, I don't
why
want to
have
interrupt,
there had to be
but before you go into that, what did they purposely do to make women not, whatever you were saying?
That's
what,
a great question.
Yeah, I want to know. I have
Okay.
great questions, so
Yeah.
let me talk.
Yeah, okay. So
She was getting there, man.
Let
She
her-
was
I
literally
wanna
getting
know.
there.
I really want to know, though.
She was literally getting there.
Okay, let's get to it.
Instead of interrupting, let her talk and stop drinking.
Oh my
She just wants to talk right now. It's just.
I do. I want to debate.
Like, bro,
What's
this
wrong?
ain't a show, man.
But wait
Like,
for
chill
her
out.
to
I
finish
know,
to
I
make
wanna
your
debate.
argument.
All right,
And I have a good
all right,
question.
Look. Stop interjecting. Sober up.
I haven't interjected though.
You
That's the
interjected.
thing.
Literally, she's trying to speak, and you're interjecting.
Okay, I am now because I really want to. I want to know what
Okay,
she.
but you're not contributing to the
get into it.
debate. You just want some
You
attention.
just wanna talk, bro.
Why do you
just
keep
want the
saying I want
cam-
attention? I don't need
Because you
attention.
haven't
Oh
said
no,
it.
is someone else getting
I don't
kicked
need
off?
attention.
Yo, shut the out of here, bro.
Why are you kicking me out? I didn't even do
Get
anything.
these drunk ass out of here, bro.
You guys
I
provide
wanna
us
talk.
liquor. I don't
Out of
need.
here,
I
bro.
want to still talk.
This is not gonna be a low IQ conversation.
Alright, no, I'm not gonna leave here.
Nah, bro, she out.
Be quiet.
She out. Nah, man.
Faith,
Get
don't
out of
be
here,
like
bro.
that.
Get out of here.
Alright.
Yes, I'm doing you like that.
Well, I'm gonna sit in the cut and wait for my friend.
Like, bro, like this is not you out the studio, bro. Like we on this ain't on this attention horn shit. Like I don't give a
Dude.
how you look.
Oh,
My shit, bro.
Before I go, everybody.
Bro, get
How
out of
many
here.
of you ladies want to kick like? As far as this police shit and law
Incredible.
enforcement, how many of you ladies really want to
Incredible.
go?
Crazy.
Incredible,
How
bro.
many of you ladies want to kick down doors when you want to work for law enforcement? You don't want to do that
Oh
shit.
shit,
So
my
what I'm
mouse is
saying
getting
is,
low on battery.
Leave. What are you doing?
this podcast.
All right. Well, out of here. You look crazy.
Yes, yeah, fresh fit, whichever fuck one of the two retards he is,
Trying to have
Myron
a
is.
high IQ conversation. You want to make it about you. When you drunk it, get the f out of here. Like, what the f-
If you want him out, then go get your female security guard to throw him out. you know.
She said I'm cute when talking about a debate.
Oh.
Like, a man wouldn't do that.
What's happening? Uh-oh.
Man, absolutely. The men's equivalent is talking about fighting.
Yeah, she's ridiculous.
Being like, you want to fight? I'll beat your ass. That's the man equivalent, which all of these motherfuckers have done before.
I've never started twerking while intoxicated.
This is a perfect example of
No,
a
you
girl
just let
never
your
being
you just
told
let your
no.
girl get fucked by other dudes, like
You ain't going
with
in there, bro.
unironically,
What's wrong with you?
like not even like as an open relationship, just because you're a fucking loser and a cuck.
Myron, do you need me?
Like you're like Sneako's like an actual cuck. Like I know how they like to call Destiny a cuck because of his open relationship, but like Sneako is an actual cuck. He's an actual cuck.
I don't want anyone to feel like we're hogging the mics. Like I want to hear everybody's feedback.
I just want to finish my
Wait, here, the thing, we got to keep the conversation somewhat high IQ. And these two
Somewhat
girls,
high
they
IQ,
were
yeah,
trying to
okay.
Attention that they wanted, the spotlight wasn't on them.
Yeah.
Somewhat high IQ while you've got Sneako on the show laughing at the idea of intelligent women existing.
Like, y'all are literally
You do not give a
witnessing
these
right now.
motherfuckers do not give a fuck about high IQ conversation. They give a fuck about jerking off each other, their ideals, type of conversation.
Okay. Are we good?
Are we good?
Yeah, we're good. We can continue the conversation.
Okay.
Okay. You okay? Oh my god.
Bro, I'm gonna end up fighting her.
I'm kind of scared.
She's knocking on the door now.
Milkers. There's lots of fighting going
Not that
on.
much to drink.
There's like 2 girls got kicked
Hood
out.
ass bitch doesn't want to leave.
Can I have attention? I hurt my foot really bad. Simps, can I have attention? I'm cute.
All right.
Subscribe.
So,
Stay strong, Chad.
Yeah,
Chad
chat.
ain't strong when Xena in the house.
I hope you guys,
We all know that.
see the going on. Actually, this is a perfect example of like emotion versus logic right
She's
now.
slamming on the door.
Yeah, because you were being an illogical and emotional crybaby because people were making good points, so you were just telling people to
This isn't
shut
gonna-
up
this
because
should
it's
be
not their
okay,
show.
right? It's not gonna
Like that is object. You like
about
Myron was objectively being incredibly illogical and entirely emotional.
Historically, there's been a lot of barriers for women to get into these fields.
That is hilarious. How you're trying to say like, oh, this is the example of logic versus emotion, and it's like, yeah, you were being incredibly emotional, and so you were being a fucking a whiny little asshole to other people, and then they got emotional because people don't like being disrespected like that. Like you cannot use this as like an example in your favor when it's you're the reason that it devolved to that extent.
Before the 60s, like they knew their place, huh?
Back to gender.
Okay, so when we talk about
Like,
women
that is
just aren't
insane.
interested in these fields. Well,
Insane.
historically, women have been like gatekeeped out of these fields. They haven't been allowed to get their foot in. And I think a perfect
Sneak around the
example.
show.
Uh-oh. Jesus.
Keep going.
You want Sneako to run the show?
When
Oh
people talk about,
lord.
like, well, now all these barriers are down. Why aren't women like going into these fields? It also doesn't make complete sense because when it comes to people growing up deciding what careers they want
How many
to,
people
what
have
they look at
left?
first is, okay, what about the people like me? What careers are they into? Because it seems more accessible and easier to get to those careers. So, do you guys know Dana Scully?
No.
Oh, of
X-Files.
X-Files.
Yes.
Yes, the Scully effect.
Yes,
Is a perfect example.
exactly. So in the 70s, I forgot the exact.
I think the 90s. X-Files was a 90s
yes.
show.
Yes. Okay. So in the 90s, X-Files
Time out.
came out.
Can you hear me in your? I can't hear.
Yeah,
you.
we can hear you.
Yeah.
Keep going.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
I can't hear you.
Okay.
Sorry.
So in the 90s, the X-Files came out. And afterwards, there was a huge surgence of women applying towards STEM fields. And when asked about these women, like, why did you decide to apply to these STEM fields? The vast majority said, oh, well, my inspiration was Dana Scully, a woman who in the X-Files was a hardcore STEM lady. So that's just one small example of how, oh, you want more women in STEM? Why aren't they picking STEM? Why aren't they doing that? A lot of it is because they don't see other women in STEM. So they don't think the probability of them succeeding in that field is high. So they choose something else. It's not because they're less logical or less inclined.
Yeah, media representation plays a huge role in these things. So if you are growing up and you're socialized or consuming media in which men are overwhelmingly represented in these fields, and then even in fictional media, women are not depicted, or minority demographics are not.
I don't know if this would be considered code switching. I feel like that only applies to racial shit. But I feel like when I'm on these shows too, I think it's important to. I don't want to say you have to like speak dumb, but But I think you have to be careful with the words you use. Maybe I don't do a good job of this. I'm not sure, but I feel sometimes when I feel like the talk gets really academic, like the audience, like their eyes are kind of glazing over, and you kind of have to find a way to distill it down into something a little bit more understandable. Maybe.
Why do I feel like 500 is going to be like the stack
That makes
number?
sense.
So you think it's brainwashing and it has nothing to do with your genetic makeup?
I mean, I disagree with the framing of brainwashing.
What you're saying,
Like-
media, you're saying not seeing other women.
Well, influence. Media obviously has influence. You agree, right?
Yeah, of course.
Of course. So that's what I'm saying. Is that like you don't? That's something that you obviously notice. Like in the same way that like
Mel?
Black people notice that they're not represented in like the highest facets of government and whatnot. That there can be a chilling effect in which people self-select and feel like they're not welcome in those fields. And it's not for lack of qualifications, but
It's because they don't feel empowered to do so. I know that word is corny, but it's true. If you feel like
Okay, so the point is, we are not equal. And if you want, I have straight, real stories, not statistics and studies. I have actual stories. If you want to hear the story
They
of my
love
actual
anecdotal,
life
baby.
that I've been through, I can tell it. But if not, can we change the subject?
I kind of feel bad for you because all the points you're making are just being debunked by this panel right now.
well, the good thing is that I believe in logic and I don't believe in anecdotal
But nobody gives a
evidence.
what we believe in. Like, let's be real. Let's rip the band-aid off. If we're on Rumble, right?
Yes.
Nobody gives a what you believe in. It's true. It's
Well,
facts.
what you believe in
guys
is
not
statistics.
matter.
We get it.
There's plenty of other statistics that literally debunk you, bro.
Oh
like,
God, I
just
wish I could
stop.
be on
And
here.
that's
Oh
kinda
my
dangerous.
God, I wish I
Let
could
me
be on
finish
here.
talking before I get
Alright.
that crazy, because you don't want me to do that. I promise. So
Zena,
shut the
Zena,
fuck
Zena,
up.
Zena,
I'm
chill-
not going to.
chill
I
out.
promise. I'm not
Chill.
going.
Shut the fuck
So
up.
at the end of the day, statistics you can't always back your logic behind all these statistics either. You're over here arguing about media having control of everything and brainwashing. So who's to say that the shit you're studying is not even real? Like, come on.
the scientific method.
No.
There's
Giga
independent ways of-
Chad.
No.
Maybe everything
Can
is
we talk
fake.
about another debate?
So,
No.
because there's been so many things addressed here, whether it's women having certain, not having certain accesses to certain privileges and accesses that men do, versus, races not having
18.
certain opportunities presented to them, etc. And though these barriers did exist, right? You guys were talking about the 60s, 70s, etc. Right? I would argue in today's day and age, we've corrected to a point where it's damn near overcorrection. And I would say, African Americans have a lot of have equal opportunities to whites that whites honestly don't get the benefit of. A lot of time, affirmative action. Let's be honest here. If you're a woman, Black, Hispanic, Native American, etc., you have a leg up in certain types of
But why-
institutions and education
If we're saying that they're
Caucasians don't.
If the majority group is already overrepresented in these industries, why would they need affirmative action?
Well, it's not about that. We've overcorrected to the
Dude,
point
I'm so
now
tired of
we
these fucking
hire
big ass
people
things coming around here.
that
They don't damage
are
anything,
less
but they're just fucking
qualified
annoying to look
because
at.
they're Black, because
No.
they're Hispanic.
I want to chase
because
one
they're
down and
women.
kill it.
That is
We
affirmative
definitely-
action
Like,
is
he
not
just-
conducted
what?
in the way
How
that
did he just get up
you're saying.
Well,
It absolutely does.
I've
Where
heard
Can you let skin color
underqualified
is a
candidates
perfect
are being
example.
privileged over white candidates
Absolutely.
or male candidates.
Absolutely.
I want to
No.
kill it. I want to kill one.
Usually, affirmative action plays out like this: all else being equal, when the only variable that's different between two resumes is that you have a Black candidate and a white candidate, affirmative action ensures that Black candidates in that specific case will be prioritized over the white candidate. And I would argue
So
that
explain
a
to me
white
how
candidate
there's diversity hires, why they incentivize African Americans and or women. They put job postings literally for any other demographic except for Caucasians.
And specifically in Ivy League
Wait.
schools, they give acceptance to people.
Can you put a job posting only hiring Black person? I thought that was illegal. I thought that was expressly illegal. I don't know if you can do that. Can you?
aren't Asian because they have too many Asians dominating them in all the studies.
Eventually, they
Yeah, there are
have
definitely
better
issues with the way- too much. And your point, you
constructors
missed
or
the point
whatever.
earlier, but
Because
she said that
dude, this is
it's because
not
of media and it's because of
like
what we
it's
see.
so
We
slow.
don't-
It
women don't
cannot
see other women
it's not
succeed.
keep up.
only because of media. I'm
Right,
saying
but
that's
you
one
said there's a
important
lack of
facet.
empowerment, and I would argue that there's too much empowerment. There's too much girl boss. That's why you saw this whole panel say that I'm a girl boss, I'm a queen, I'm a trapper, I'm in charge, I'm married to the game, saying all these masculine qualities because of She-Hulk, because of Megan the Stallion. Stallion is a male horse. We are overly trying to make women turn into the masculine quality, to become the boss. There's too much empowerment.
I don't think that we're trying. I think we just have to step up to the plate because of the lack of leadership in our men.
Well, there's a reason that there's a lack of leadership in the men. It's because women are told too much to become the boss, and so as a result, men become weaker. If you brainwash the
Yeah,
women,
I
the
didn't
men
do the
suffer.
chess in between
And
each
there's
step
no
over
point in
here,
blaming men or
but
women
I
for
think
this
it's
problem.
fine.
You saying that there's a lack of empowerment is just not true. There's too much empowerment. Like every single female role model, like Kim Kardashian, they're all queen. They're all like billionaires. They're all girl boss queens.
They're
There's-
all influencers, or at least
Mm-hmm.
it seems like a lot of them are. It's not, if you're going to talk about, oh, STEM.
Well, that's what
like,
they look up to. If you ask like all the girls on the panel who they look up to, they would say Nicki Minaj, they would say Megan Thee Stallion. They wouldn't say any of the people that you're citing.
Yeah, so that kind of actually proves my point, right? They see Kim Kardashian, a famous influencer, and they see that she's successful, so they think, oh, maybe I can be successful going down that route. But if they don't see, oh, famous female scientists, for example, they don't
Well,
see famous female doctors, so they don't think, oh, I can go down those routes and be
Right. If
successful.
those influences exist even for superficial, sectors of society, like social media influences, we're saying that like it could be the case, and it obviously is the case, that there could be a more positive influence to be found in representation of in women's representation in media, in which there are positions of economic power, like
But
in
shouldn't
roles of
that be
STEM.
proof as to why influencers are looked up to as the role models for women? Because what they really want is attention. That's the most important part.
Okay,
That's what
I
women
would
seek
say
the
by
most.
definition, man, woman, any influencer
No.
wants attention,
Okay,
right?
so is Kim Kardashian and the female scientists equal?
Well,
are they equal?
What do you mean by that?
Same shit with females and males.
That wasn't really the point. I'm saying the male role models are guys like Elon Musk, Nikola Tesla. You have a lot of like male role models that have nothing to really to do with attention, just people who have earned their achievements.
You don't think, I mean, like you're framing it like a negative thing, but I find attention to be such a
I'm not
neutral
sure-
term in this.
there's
It's
no
just
point in-
marketing,
there's no
right?
point in seeing it as negative.
I think those
It's
guys
just-
are
this is what
inspirations,
women
but I don't think
prioritize.
anybody
No,
views
it doesn't have
Nikola
to be
Tesla
negative.
and,
I understand
and Thomas
what you're
Edison or
saying.
whatever as like
Historically,
a
men
role
were allowed
model.
to do science, and women just weren't. They weren't allowed to go to higher education university. So you're saying, oh, like this is what women prioritize? No, women look up to women that are successful, and for the vast majority of history, women weren't allowed to step
Okay,
into
but so
these
they've been
fields.
allowed to for like since you said the 60s, 70s, they've had all the same opportunities. Why
Well,
have they not popped
That's
up?
the thing. Just because it's legally gone doesn't mean it's socially gone. And just like how we referred to the previous studies, even though companies claim that they love diversity, a lot of the times when it comes to the actual hiring practices, they don't really do it. Maybe they
34.
got one or two, but that's not nearly enough.
I need 34
Well, you
more
also got to remember
rotors.
too, because of the things that I cited before, being just honest with
34
you,
more
women are just
rotors
lazier
is
than
what I
men. And
need.
women don't want to accept this, but men are far more prone to work harder. They're less likely to take vacation time. They're more likely to work more hours. Men on average just work harder than women in every stat across the field. So employers are within their rights to go ahead and pick men in certain endeavors because they know they're going to get a better employee. And then on top of that, when women have children, a lot of times I've seen lawyers, doctors, etc. They have children. Their whole mindset changes. My career, I want to care about my children, and there's nothing wrong with that. But in general, women are far more interested in their family, people, and their children than necessarily a career. And they proved this too. They did a study in Ireland with COVID, right? When it was time to return back to the office,
Well, it is
return
because
back
of
to
the
the
coal.
workforce,
It's got to be because of
most the
coal.
women
I've
elected
got two.
to stay home and take
I
care
don't
of
have
their
another
loved ones
coal
versus
vein.
Go back to the workforce, and there's nothing wrong with that. But
Like,
that just
really within
speaks
space.
to the
Yeah,
biological
it's because of the
differences
coal.
between the two genders. Men understand that if we don't go out and create excess resources, we will never be taken seriously from our counterparts. But women, on the other hand, don't have to create excess resources. If they choose to, it's elective. But you can still find a mate if you choose not to. We cannot find a mate if we don't create excess resources, which is why men have a hard, how do I say this? They have more incentive to go out there and create excess resources where women don't. This is why you look at pretty girls, a lot of times they don't work. Why? I don't have to. They don't have to.
That's a fact. I take issue with your framing, even from the start, because what you're
Sure, go ahead.
characterizing as women behaving in a lazy way, I feel like you're undervaluing the product of domestic labor that women overwhelmingly do in the home, rearing children, care work, caring for elderly, or even in the sectors of work that they work in, like social work and stuff like that.
Okay.
Do you believe that these are easy jobs?
I never said it was.
No, but you did say that like women just are lazier, right?
Oh, no, hold on. I said it
I
earlier.
might have misunderstood.
Yeah, you did, because I was very specific, and I said that women are lazy when it comes to creating resources.
I need 22.
He's right. I'm gonna tell you why. Have you had a kid?
No, I haven't.
Have you had a kid? No. Okay, I've had a kid. This is real shit, real life. I've had a kid.
Okay.
Before, I was just like y'all. Oh no, I'm a workaholic. I'm a boss. I can do this until I had my kid. Because when you have a kid, there's something called postpartum. The shit is
Depression.
serious. No, it's not just depression. It's f***ing postpartum. And that shit is way worse than just depression. No,
It's-
it's something
it's just another-
unimaginable, unimaginable,
it's like
just
a
like birth.
Post-birth
we give birth-
form of depression. That's what
I
it.
gave
It's what it
natural
is.
birth. No epidural. No, I don't know how to say it in English. Cesarean.
How do you say it in English?
C-section?
C-section.
Nothing.
C-section.
Real birth. And the natural process,
That
I
doesn't.
changed completely. I changed
That doesn't
my,
make it not
my
depression.
way of thinking,
It
my
is
way
just
of working.
depression.
I just wanted to dedicate my life to my child.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay? So he's right in that.
And it's
in
the
that
opposite.
point.
When a man has a kid, he has even more of an incentive and more of a work ethic to create resources.
And we just want to be at home with our child. We want to provide for them.
But do you
and take
see
care
how
of them.
these things become like self-fulfilling prophecies? And on the one hand, I'm saying that women are relegated to these roles not by choice, but by social biases, where the expectation is for women to care for children, to be the homemakers.
who's
And then
gonna
from
do it if
there,
the man
you're
is
saying,
out
oh, well, they don't want to work. They're being lazy. And it's like, well, if women already have the overwhelming social expectation to care for children, are we good?
Yeah. Yeah, keep going.
To care for children, then I'm not going to characterize their choice to stay home and rear those children when they know that there is not necessarily going to be a man in their life to step up and do it, depending on their life
But
circumstances.
she's saying it's not something. It wasn't really a choice. It's just hardwired in her DNA to be the nurturer. It's not. It's not an
natural.
active decision. It's just something natural that
It's
happens.
natural. It changed my life completely. It changed the way I viewed life. It changed
You
the way
can't
I acted.
really describe it until you.
You were
have
talking about
experience
experience
it.
maternal instinct.
The
Right. Yeah.
statistics, the facts, what you believe.
Yeah.
It's you
Don't
gotta
believe
live
that
it.
men,
I
there's
Your
an inclination for
priorities
some men to have a
change.
paternal instinct towards their children?
Their paternal
Of-
instinct isn't
I know,
the
but a
same as
paternal
a
instinct
woman.
makes you want to create resources even more. That's the point.
Yeah.
I
Is
don't
that-
understand. Wait, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I really don't understand because it seems to me that if you're a woman and you are trying to take care of another human being, you will be focused on amassing as many resources as you possibly
By
can
taking them
to
from
take
men.
care of your
Go for it.
child.
Yeah, you can.
It seems like the
That's the-
natural
Of course.
That's the father's
extension of motherhood.
responsibility.
But that's the thing. It's not just the father's responsibility. It's both. So it seems like both people, if they have a child, their natural inclination is let's increase as many
But
resources
if both
as we
parents,
can to
if
take
both
care of
parents
their
are there,
child.
it's going to be the father whose responsibility is to create the
Exactly.
resources and the mother's responsibility to
Also,
nurture.
I feel
That's
like
But
it's
why are
biology.
these separate? Like why? Like
Biology. It's
no,
not. It's not
I
choice.
don't
It's not
think
separate,
you.
it's
I don't.
tandem. They
I
work
think you
together.
misunderstand me. The reason why I'm saying they're not separate is because it feels like a false dichotomy between taking care of your child and trying to create excess resources. So, for example, if you are taking care of your child, you're trying to make sure that they're having like a good time, that they're, have access to as many things as possible. You'll want to have some extra money, right? Whether you're a woman or a man, or even if you have the man in the household, it seems logical to say, the more money we have, the more opportunities we can provide our child. Hence why women would also be interested in the field as well, or try to balance both as much as possible.
Okay, for example, my example. I didn't have the male, right? My child is my full responsibility. Nobody helps me. Okay?
Well, that's on
I
you.
had to go out and work and take the male position and go out and work, But I got to a point where I wanted to stay at home with my daughter, but I still want the best for my daughter. I want the best life for my daughter. I want I don't know the word that starts with N. What'd you say? Nurture resources? I don't know.
Nurture.
Something like that. So I decided to find a way, but from home, to be with my child.
Exactly.
But there's always a solution.
Exactly.
So-
So it seems like women would try to maximize both as much as possible, not just be nurture only, because it's a false dichotomy.
Of course, they
Because
would try
part of
to,
nurture
but
is
everything
excess
trickles down to the
resources.
most important thing for a mother
So,
would be to nurture the
let me-
child.
let me address
some
your-
of these could be kind of like logical decisions as far as I'm concerned.
Okay,
like
let
the
me,
term
uh,
like work, like what is it?
Let me
Work
address the
smarter, not
false
harder.
dichotomy of resources that you're stating. Here's the reality. Women on average typically want a man that makes about 56% more money than they do. Women prefer the man to be in a breadwinner position if possible. Now, are there situations where the woman is the breadwinner and the man stays at home? Yes, but we've seen these marriages fail and these relationships fail overwhelmingly. When a man is in a breadwinner position, that almost inevitably puts him in a leadership role, which the women tend to find attractive.
120 coal a
Women,
minute.
if left to their own devices, would prefer a man to be in a breadwinner/leadership role in the relationship. Now, does that mean that there are girls out there that are okay with providing resources and have the guy be behind the scenes? Or maybe they both provide resources, for sure. But in general, if I lined up 100 women and I said, would you prefer to be the breadwinner, or would you prefer your man to be the breadwinner, and he can only be the breadwinner and you can stay at home? Most women, especially if they have small children that they have to rear at home, would overwhelmingly prefer the man be the breadwinner. So I get what you're saying when it comes to like providing resources, etc. Let me be specific. The man needs to provide financial resources to allow the woman, the family and the woman to live and hopefully thrive. This is why women look at earnings so much more than men do. When a man meets a woman, he doesn't necessarily care too much about her earning capacity. Whereas when a woman meets a man, however, she cares a lot about his earning capacity. And it boils down to what I just said before. If we were to have children, can you support me and the child?
Can I offer?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, so I want
Because
to
it has to be like
I'm not saying anything you said is
it has
wrong,
to
by
be
the way.
like
I just want to offer also another
full
alternative
speed,
way
you
to
know
think
what I mean?
about this. A really big reason why women care so much about the amount of money men make
Yeah.
goes back to the fact that women, even if they make the same amount of men, most of the time I think like over 50, 60, whatever percent of the time, are expected to take care of the household chores as well. So if a woman and man are making around the same amount of money and then they go back home, well, she's still expected to do the majority of the labor. She's still expected to clean, do the laundry, wipe the house, everything.
And this is why so many women leave the workforce.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but
Goes back to what she was saying. This is why so many women leave the workforce, because they understand that I can't do all of this, so I'm going to have to concede to some point. So I'm going to have to focus more on the children. So they leave the workforce, and who takes the L there? Well, the employer, because now I spent this money to train this woman up. She went up and climbed the ranks. She had a powerful position. Now she's leaving to go back to her child.
Does Myron know that Pixie and Ari are your friends? Do you think that's why he's respecting them more than the other women? I'm not sure. I don't know. It could go either way. He would be the kind of person I think to do that, because he is respectful. He tries to be nice to people that he respects. But I also think that he might actually appreciate the better conversations. He might actually be getting like a little bit bored of just like shitting on like dumb women all the time. So having ones that can actually put up some kind of fight. Is probably nice for him, I think.
Which, again, the employer is within their right to be like, okay, statistically speaking, this woman might be a liability
So now
for
these
us,
are all closer
right?
together now,
In
which
the
is
future, say,
good.
this might be a reason why they hire a man over a woman. So it's a very logically sound and decisive decision to make for the betterment of the company. But what I'm saying is that companies will still hire women, knowing that this is a potential of what may happen with them as far as their employee.
yeah, no, the point that I'm trying to illustrate here
Yeah.
is that you're saying, women are more inclined to find like a man that earns more, et cetera, because
Yeah.
that's within like their nature. And what I'm trying to say here is that another reason why women are inclined to look for men who earn more is because if they're going to be socially pressured into these roles anyways, well, like, fuck, I don't want to make the majority of money and do the majority of housework. That's just very uneven to me.
And most governments and most countries, like in the United States, we don't have the civic infrastructure to support women making alternative choices. So when you have a child in a marriage, somebody has to take care of that child. Most often, the responsibility falls towards the women. And a lot of times,
You guys are quite
voluntarily.
literally augmenting my argument even more.
Well,
You haven't refuted it whatsoever.
The point that we're trying
I'm trying to build upon it because I think it's a solid
So what
argument.
was okay? So what's
Because
the
right
point?
now-
If we agree, then I don't know why we're. But if we're
Dude,
agreeing-
his tantrum of like not being able.
There will come a disagreement. Hold on.
He's not having a disagreement with them, so he's not
Yeah.
getting content.
So-
But then it's like,
The civic infrastructure necessary to enable.
but whenever
women
they
to
do
stop
disagree with
being
him,
the ones
he can't
who are
he can't
solely
refute it.
assumed
So he's like
to be the
he's just
primary
upset in
caretaker for
every
their home,
every way.
For children and for domestic labor.
He's just so
would be,
upset.
like paid paternity leave. You know, that would take the burden off of the employers of any private company to have to pay an employee, a female employee, who takes maternity leave. That burden is then shifted to taxpayers, to the state, absorbed by everybody else, and there's a net positive benefit to that because you want, so long as children are cared for and looked after, I feel like that's in everybody's benefit within a society.
29.
It doesn't
I need
necessarily have to be the
34
mom.
total,
It could
so
be the
we're
father,
almost there.
but usually is the mom, given the social circumstances that we find ourselves today. But would you be open to like men staying home and raising children if they had the option?
That sounds great on paper, but women don't allow that. They don't
think
want
everything's
that.
up for grabs now,
Why
though,
do you
isn't it?
think we get child support, and why do you think we get tax benefits and so many benefits as single mothers?
I'm going to dispute that heavily. That's not entirely true. There's
The reason why, listen, it doesn't matter what I personally think. The reality is when the woman is in a breadwinner position, divorces go up, relationships fail, it doesn't work. It sounds great on paper, and this is the problem with, no offense to you ladies, you guys are very leftist and liberal in your views, which is fantastic, because I wish the world operated the way that you guys think it should and ideally. But I don't operate on ideal. I operate on what's real. Women don't respect. And
You
they don't
no,
take
you
men
operate
seriously.
heavily
They
on
earn
ideals. You
less
do
money than
not
men do
operate in
on a
what's
balance of
real.
probabilities.
99.9% of the time, Myron. Don't fucking lie to these people and to yourself. You are insanely ideal based.
And marriages stay strong is when the man is in a breadwinner position with the woman. And hey, I wish it was I'd be open to more guys staying at home, but it doesn't work. Women don't like that.
Myron,
So Myron raised an interesting point there, which is this
Who is this dude? He just keeps like butting in with like nothing.
Is that a societal expectation, or is it in
He just butts in to just jerk off Myron. That's pretty much the only thing he's done so far. Is just inserted himself to jerk off
kind
Myron.
of everything's up for grabs, because I don't think anybody in mainstream society would say a man shouldn't stay at home and look after the kids. I think now anybody can really design their lifestyle as they want to. I don't believe there's any societal expectation against it now.
That completes the basic steel production, which will then allow me to get the second steel production, which will allow me to get the better mining rig, which then it will give me more coal. Although I feel like maybe I need to get, I feel like maybe I just need faster conveyor belts, and that'll be like that would cover it.
Now it seems to me, as Myron said, we've reached a point where actually, if anything, there's been a bit of an overcorrection. So when do you think the correction should cease, and we should all just say, okay, right, it's fine now, everyone can just do what they want?
Well,
does that make sense?
I kind of understand where you're coming from. I think there's two things to take into consideration. The reason why I kept talking about before about, oh, you know, women are expected to make more like the domestic house chores, et cetera, is because when you talk about, oh, men having to earn higher, well, if they earn the same amount or less, the woman is still doing more work at the house and outside of the house.
Yeah.
So that's why women are looking towards people who earn more, because that way it's a little bit more even. Are you saying, okay, now there's less societal expectation, men can go and stay at the house, et cetera? Yes, change takes a little bit of time. I think that is changing, but it's also important to note that a lot of men were not raised with these skills. Their mothers did not teach them how to do laundry, how to wash the dishes, how to clean the house, and that's, I don't want to blame women, but yeah, it's kind of women's fault as well.
This is the social construct
I wasn't taught, listen, I wasn't taught to wash dishes. I wasn't taught to cook. My mom didn't cook me shit. I had to figure it out.
Oh, so now I have this unlocked where the peas can be made.
Huh?
Who taught your mom?
My mom don't cook. My mom wouldn't even feed me.
The exception to everything.
There has to come up
or
No,
like
my father ain't in the picture. You know how shut the fuck up.
there has to come a point in your adult
Let me
life
finish.
where you start
Hold up,
parenting
let me finish.
yourself.
Yeah. I agree.
Let me
And
finish
it seems like,
because I let y'all finish.
Seriously.
I'm guessing steel
You
is
know
going to
how
be
I started-
copper and
I
iron
learned
put together.
when I had my
I'm
child.
assuming.
Because and when I moved in with my ex, the baby guy,
It's funny
I
when you
had
say
to
that.
figure it out.
You know why? Because reality hit. You had a kid. But the leftist ideology is when you don't have kids, when you're young, when you're in college protesting, and then you start creating everything as a social construct and you ignore what reality is. That's when you could ignore biology. That's when leftists start saying that gender.
Is it not reality?
That's when I'm seeing the parallels, like the she/they thing. That you're saying gender's a
Yeah,
social
so I
construct.
got the,
these ideas and these
I got the
expectations
basic
are
one
social
now, so I can
construct.
make these
Relationship's
now,
a
but I need
social construct.
steel.
The
So
reality
I need
is
to start
race is
making
real,
steel beams and
gender's
steel
real,
pipes.
and biology is real. All of these expectations exist for a reason, not because some men just created this. It's because this is where we fall in line.
I need
It's not a
steel beam and
societal
steel pipes, so that way I
because
can,
someone just wrote up these rules and
so
decided
I can
to persecute
get
women.
Logistics
These
Mark
existed
III
because of biology.
Wait,
to
I
get
have
the
a
faster
question.
speed.
So do
I
you
wasn't
not
done.
think it's biological, like men are
Fixing.
not biologically capable of doing household chores?
No, I think they
Of
are.
course
I think
they
they
are.
are. I think
Anybody
they are,
can.
but I think
Well,
they
no,
are.
the mining rig does
I got
120.
this right now.
The mining rig Mark
So
1
just
does
because
120 a
here's the
minute,
thing you
doesn't it?
fail to
So the
understand,
conveyor
ladies.
belt Mark 3,
Men
the conveyor belt Mark 2,
capable.
so
Women
it should
are
be fully
capable. But the
utilized,
problem is
fully
what's optimal,
should be
okay?
full speed
That's what you guys keep
moving the
forgetting.
shits.
Just because someone is capable of something does not mean that they're optimal at doing something. The way things optimally work is men stay at home, women stay at home, men go work. That's how the United States was built. If you look at any first world country, it was built on a nuclear family. How's a nuclear family built?
Yeah, so those are
Man
backed
goes to
up
work,
now, which means
he
that now
creates
this backs up,
resources,
which then means
excess
this is all gonna
resources
full
for him
flow.
and his family, comes back, gives the money to the wife and the children. They're able to thrive.
Yeah,
She
this
stays
full
at home,
flows
she takes care
for
of-
the
takes
most
care of the
part,
home and the
and
children.
then
So
these
this
are
is
gonna
how it's
stock
worked.
up.
This is why the United States is a superpower it is now, because of the nuclear family through the 50s, etc. Now, the 1960s, things started to shift, feminism hit, women want to enter workforce, etc. Fantastic. The infrastructure's already built. Now we're able to sit here and debate about the situation. But the reality is, the modern world that you enjoy today was built on men going to work, creating resources to be able to get a wife, getting that wife, and creating a nuclear family. That is
You
how
just
society
admitted,
was
though,
built.
that the nuclear family is a relatively recent conception, like the 1950s.
No, it's been around forever. It's been around
Okay,
forever.
let's
No, I'm just saying that's
But
when
in
it thrived.
agrarian
I'm talking about the
societies,
United States
in any
in particular.
any society, agrarian families where the way the family units were structured, women would have 13 to 20 children in their life.
Yeah.
Very regularly. That does not resemble a nuclear family, right?
Okay.
You're missing the point. The point I use the nuclear family as simply an example for the United States in this example. What I'm saying in general, the world was built optimally, and we were able to progress as a species by men going to work, hunting and gathering, while women stayed at home and took care of the home.
Oh, so
I'm
50
not
is the
saying men aren't
max.
capable of doing it. But what I'm saying is
Okay.
that to operate optimally,
So 50 is the max
men
that
go
this
work,
thing will hold.
women stay at home. That's how
So
it's been
these are going to
forever.
keep going in.
Miss Scientist, Miss Biology, according to scientific facts, right?
10 for the
Scientific
foundry.
fact. By nature, do you know what nesting is? If you guys studied maternity, because this is part of science. Okay, something called nesting, which is a fact.
This
By
bitch talks like she
natural,
thinks she's
when
so
we're
smart.
about to give birth, we naturally start preparing the house, cleaning by natural. It's an instinct as
No.
a human being.
I've never heard of nesting before, but
If we
what
have
do I
that
know? I don't know.
instinct
I think I've heard of nesting
naturally,
before, but it's not definitely not that.
then obviously, by nature, we're supposed to be.
And it's funny that you
doing
realize that after
for us.
becoming a mother, because this is the reality of modern feminists and leftists, is they run around saying all this stuff after they leave college or woke indoctrination camp, and they make all these idealistic
It might be a thing,
expectations
I've
about this
never
is
heard
how
of
it
that
should
term
be.
before.
And you were like that too until you had a kid and you realized this is how I'm hardwired. But this is why there's more people not having kids. This is why there's less marriages. This is why everything is crumbling and the nuclear family is a thing of the past.
I mean, you're not wrong. That like children.
Sorry, Troy, you were trying to say something, then I'll turn it back to
Yeah,
you girls.
well, here's the thing, right? Because as I said, I reckon all bets are off. So I reckon in 2023, any couple could get together in Miami or London or anywhere else, and they could agree between them. Right, the guy's going to stay at home, and the woman's going to go to work, and that will be absolutely fine. There's no societal pressure against that. But imagine if you're a guy and you write on your Tinder profile or whatever, yeah, I want to be a stay-at-home dad, and I just want to, I want you to go out for work, and I'll look
She
after the
laughed.
kids.
Did you notice that?
How
It's goofy.
successful? How successful is that
Goofy.
profile going to be?
That's
Probably
goofy.
not very successful, I think. And the reason for that is not because of societal pressure. It's because women don't find that archetype attractive. Okay, which suggests to me that this is in some way innate.
Right.
As
But
opposed
of course,
to-
my
Having a
understanding.
preference towards it is different than a biological reality, right? You're talking about
Wait, what?
social preferences.
Well, no, I mean, if a guy wrote on his profile, what I'm looking for is I want to be a stay-at-home dad, and you earn the money, and I'm just going to sit at home and look after the kids.
And cook and clean.
How attractive is that going to be?
Wait,
in,
but
in
conversely,
general?
do you think anybody who's putting that on their Tinder profile is going to attract a mate? Like, I just want to be a
If you put
stay-at-home mom
that,
by
if you
putting
put
my.
that, I'm swiping right.
No,
Hell
really?
yeah. Hell
Okay,
yeah.
so
If you put that same bio, I want to stay at home, I want to raise kids, I like cooking and cleaning and doing laundry, swipe right.
No, like the way he
it's-
framed it was
it's-
that like I'm gonna mooch off of like my partner or whatever.
It's a hypothetical example, of course, but the point remains that would most women in general find that proposition to be attractive? Is that what they're looking for in a man?
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
I think the problem is that women don't have any faith when men say they're gonna do that shit. When men say, "Oh, I'm gonna
Sure.
take home,
Honestly,
I'm gonna
honestly,
clean, I'm
if
gonna do
you
the
guys have-
laundry," women don't believe them. Women believe that, oh no,
The
you know
limestone
what's
only
gonna
goes at
happen?
30 a
I'm gonna
minute,
have
so
to
this
do
is
it. Because
this
historically,
is just for my
men
own
don't
movement
know
from
how to do
getting my
chores
own
because they weren't taught to.
my
Would
own
women
sake
be
for
able to
moving
find
up.
attractive,
Like, look at
though?
that! Look at that
Would they
speed!
find
Look at that
viscerally
distance!
Arousing. The
Look at
guy
that
saying, "Yeah,
distance! Look at
I'm
that
just gonna sit at
speed!
home and watch daytime TV,
That
look
shit's
after the kids."
that shit's
No,
killer.
if a guy said, "Oh, I want to
Huh,
be a
so
good
crouch
father. I want to
walking is
focus on
equally as
raising my
fast. That's
children, and
interesting.
like, you know, I'd be willing to like do the housework to be able to be a good father," I would find that attractive.
Okay,
It's
everybody's
already
different.
But anyways, it doesn't matter.
Most
We're
women,
getting
perhaps not, but like I can think of a ton of female archetypes now that would find that arrangement to be preferable. So
Well,
if
there
you're a
it
woman
is.
you've worked your ass off to go through 4 years of college,
That's not
you
true.
get your JD, you become a lawyer, and you are only looking to move up within
Nope.
your field, but you also want to have a family. And you want somebody there to care for your children.
Rest in peace, Kevin Samuels. This is exactly what happens. This is the
what
rise
you
of the childish
described
family.
Would be extremely appealing to the
Why are
woman.
there no male action heroes
The
who
rise
sit at
of
home and
did
look
he
after
say
the kids then? Why
childish
did
or
James Bond not
childless
say, "Right, I'm gonna
family?
put my feet up and look after the kids,"
Which
because that's not
which one
an
did he
archetype
what
in
did Sneeko
general
just try to say?
that women find to be viscerally attractive, and this is the point. This is the
Well,
point.
you're talking
because-
about standards that appeal to men, right? I would say that like most action
I just
films
wanted
are
to
geared
get
towards
that
male.
built. What is I'm curious.
All right, ladies. This is incredible. Hold on. You guys are just arguing to argue. This is a ludicrous argument. Like, are we seriously sitting here arguing that women don't prefer men that are the breadwinners and leaders and providers? Like,
No,
here's
no,
the thing that he's trying to say. If a man puts on his profile, I want to raise my kids and stay at home, etc., he will get far less matches than a woman that did the same. Why is that? Because men don't give a shit about a woman's ability to provision. However, women care a lot about a man's ability to provision. Now, what you said before,
Ability to
if a woman wants
provision?
go
You
into
mean
crime and race and make money,
provide?
etc. That sounds great on paper, but guess what happens when women make more money and go up the social status? They want a man on their level, if not better. So as women make more money,
Can't afford.
and
Oh,
get
I
more
need 2 more
status, They
wires.
want a guy equal,
Or 2 more
if
cables
not
or
preferably
whatever.
better. So women become victims of their success most of the time, and this is why career women chronically stay single, because they can't find a guy on their level that fulfills their hypergamous need to be with a man that is better than them. Women want a man who's superior to them in almost every way, and that's
Stay-at-home
fine.
dads are just not
But
attractive.
it's a biological difference. So I know what you're saying. Well, you know, guys don't want to do chores, or if a guy did want to do chores, I'd be attracted to that.
No,
The
you wouldn't.
reality is, for most women, that is at the bottom of the list. If they're
Most
with a guy that's
women,
capable,
No,
they
I
want a
never
man
said
to provide.
would be attracted
They
to
want a
that
man
sort of man.
because
I was explaining
they
it
want a
perfectly.
man. They want a man that could provide chores, and staying at home with the child is irrelevant to most women.
Exact to most women. If you like a scrub, okay, you like a scrub.
But that's
it's
leftists.
just-
These are
but it's
feminist
just-
women who just run around
But
from
it's just
college.
he's talking about the majority, and it's a fact. And don't be talking no more about
Well, I can only
children
speak to
if you
cases
haven't
because I'm
had
trying to
children.
demonstrate how these social values are slowly going to
I
change.
don't care
over
what you
time.
study or you don't know about maternity. Don't talk about it.
Overnight.
But I think
So then what
I
is
think
it?
the important
Like what you said.
What do I put in here then? I thought I put whatever I want in
Be
here.
a stay-at-home father. Yeah, I don't think that that's going to attract or entice.
I don't
most
understand what I'm
women.
supposed to put in
But
here then.
slowly, if we encourage these social changes where women are empowered
You know
to
what?
enter
I love
the
that you
ranks
brought
of
this up. I'm writing a book on this. All these social changes that you're talking about.
Called
are
Women
more
Deserve
empowered,
Less.
More money,
That's
get more
awesome.
successful, more educated than ever before. Guess what happened to relationships? Okay, relationships are in the toilet. Women are less happy now than they've ever been, and they're more empowered than they've ever been. It's been going down since the 1970s. That women's
guess,
approval
do I
ratings and
need
happens has gone down. While
The storage? Does it have to go in on a conveyor belt? Is that what I'm saying?
Also,
It's a
relationships are in the shitter.
Wait, I need-
Divorce rates
I
are
need a few
high.
more of
Women
those
initiate
things.
80% of divorces, and women are out-earning men in a lot of cities. A lot of women are having tough times dating and finding eligible bachelors. As a matter of fact, there was an article that came out earlier this year that woman said there's not economically attractive men. There's not enough of them to go around. Why is that? Because women care a lot about a man's finances versus men don't care about a woman's finances. So I get what you're saying. It should be a woman can go to work, have a guy at home, he takes care of the chores, it's not an issue. The problem is this, most women don't think like you guys. They want a man who's superior to them, not equal.
Yeah, and that's the thing. What really interests me is whether this is because you're arguing this is a societal thing. This is systemic,
Absolutely.
systemic imbalance within society. What I'm proposing, because of the fake, the Tinder hypothetical,
Yeah.
is that actually this isn't societal. This is about what women desire and what they reward.
What does it
Even though
take?
preferences are social, right?
What? This is some dumb
Absolutely. Wait,
leftist
no,
shit,
no, no,
yo.
no, no, no.
What does
no.
it
Wait,
take?
You have to be
no,
careful
this is
going
just
down this
factual, and
everything
I'll
is
prove it to you
social
right
thing.
now.
You got to be
Go ahead,
really
go ahead.
careful
Okay,
about this.
Literally, think about the Renaissance. Think about like the 1500s. What was considered the optimal form of a woman? It
So
was a fat
rocks
woman.
can go in.
Literally, like you can look,
Fertility.
it
That was for fertility.
No,
Since you
yeah,
brought up
no,
Renaissance.
wait,
No.
let me
You
finish.
brought up Renaissance.
No,
One
yeah,
moment.
yeah,
The fat
yeah.
Zena,
woman
let
is
her
for
finish your
fertility,
point.
bro.
Let her finish
Right.
your point.
No,
Zena, go ahead.
You
Sure.
could say it was about fertility, but it was not just fertility. It was like, okay, fat women because it was a sign of wealth. It was a sign of prosperous, right? We had a period in time where being pale was seen as, a beauty standard.
Oh,
And then
that's
once
why,
more
because
people
it
started working
fucking,
indoor
it's like
jobs,
backed
then it
up because
became, being
the
tan is
one
the new hot
stone
thing.
source
So you
doesn't
can't tell
mine
me that, like,
mine it fast
preferences
enough.
aren't influenced by society because we
Yeah,
have multiple
those aren't
examples
those
of
aren't
Hold on.
sexual
I'll answer that right now.
That's a sign of
Okay,
wealth.
but you know what? I love that you mentioned that. Oh, well, it's a sign of this and a sign of that. But preferences change by what men like. But what has stood the test of time since the beginning of human time?
The male physique.
The male physique, that's one.
What's found as attractive?
But what has been universally
DNA
found as
points.
attractive by women since the beginning of time between
I don't know if that male physique thing is a good idea. Good example. If you look at the difference between like male action stars today versus like 20 years ago, like Sylvester Stallone and Arnold Schwarzenegger were like the outstanding people. But like the ultra shredded, like the Marvel Roid program is a relatively new thing. Like if you look at the old like on TV Batman, that dude like I don't want to say he was dad bodding, but like Jesus, it was like nowhere near what you have today for some of the for like the standards for male physique.
men and women relationships.
Oh, I know what you're gonna say, but it applies to men as well.
No,
Adam
it doesn't.
West,
Hold on.
You don't think men are attracted to wealth?
Listen, Men don't have the same innate need for resources and security that women do. And the reason for that is because a man can go out and fight a lion or a tiger, hunt it down, kill it, and eat it. A woman can't, and she especially can't when she has a child. A woman by herself cannot gather enough calories to feed herself and her child, especially when she's pregnant and she's more vulnerable. So since the beginning of time, women have needed males to go out there, hunt, and gather resources and calories. It's only in this clown world new times that we have that women think that they can actually do things on their own, which, you know what, that's fine, it's fantastic. But guess what? You're a slave to your biology. You still want a man that can provide and capable of providing, even if you make your own money. This is why women that make their own money make $100,000 per year.
So where do you get what are DNA points from?
$156,000 per year. So what I'm saying is, you're saying, well, attraction trends change or whatever, but the one trend that has not changed at the beginning of time is women have always been attracted to men that have resources, money, and status. That is why Genghis Khan owns all of Asia, and like people walk around, there's a percentage of a bunch of Asians that have his DNA in them.
I'm related
This
to
is
him.
why people, damn, okay. This is why, right, women have always shared one high value guy. Like, women are okay with sharing men because that's how important
They didn't share.
resources
They didn't
are.
share
Those
Genghis
qualities
Khan.
in and of themselves.
They
or
were
what
into like
understand
being with
enable
these
and the
guys.
result
That's
that
kind
they
of a
can enable
weird.
for their children.
It's weird to present
Like,
that
if
as
you're saying
preferences.
that women have this maternal instinct to take care of their children.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
You're incentivized to prioritize these qualities in men because right now the social paradigms that exist lead to incentives that
Well, actually,
help
I could
women
do
care for
I
their
could do
children.
it.
So those,
You know what,
charismatic
we're gonna go.
strong men,
Actually, let me get
make
a.
them more inclined to be higher earners, right?
Yeah.
But women would just as soon adopt lots of different strategies if they thought and like drop, traditionally masculine tendencies in men and become attracted to whatever they believed would help secure resources for their child. And that can look a lot of different ways, don't you
Listen,
agree?
it doesn't look like a soy boy pussy. It doesn't look like it. It looks like a tall guy that's toxically masculine, etc.
But look,
Like, I know what you're
Elon
saying,
Musk
but you
is not
can't.
like the bastion of masculinity, in my
He's not.
opinion. He's kind of short.
But what does he have?
but
Hold on. He
he
has
has lots of
status
money, right?
and money. What did I say in the beginning?
But you're
Status
saying
and
women
money has
Remember what I
always
said
been-
when I
always
coached her
value,
on this?
strength
You
and
can't just
physique
say
and stuff
money,
like that.
right?
But hold on.
There's
You're
other types
introducing
of
it like-
resources.
we're providing examples that show that that's
If
not
there's
always
one
the top
baseline,
quality.
one thing that women care about the most, it is by far status and security. It's been that way since the beginning of time. That's why kings have had hordes of women. Elon Musk, even though he's
Women
not
aren't
the most
making those
attractive, what does he
choices.
have?
Damn, I can't believe he's
Status
wheeling
and
out
money.
these same
Extremely
arguments.
important to women when it comes to attraction. So what I'm saying is that you're saying trends change, blah, blah, blah. The one trend that has not changed at the beginning of time is women have always been attracted to status and money, looks, physique, etc. come after the fact, but they're attracted to that. So I know what you guys are saying. Yo, well, it shouldn't be this way. We should be able to be equal. You do some chores, I do some chores, etc.
Yeah, but
That might be, yo, hold on, let me finish.
Why they may be
Hold on. Look. You can't fight hard-wired attraction traits. I know you guys are trying really hard this podcast to do it, but you can't.
You are.
You can't.
You want to change the
Okay.
social constructs.
You guys are labeling hardwired attraction triggers as social
We're just-
constructs.
no,
That's
no,
ludicrous.
if you have these that changed over time.
That's
Okay, wait.
ludicrous.
May I please finish?
Interestingly as
Myron.
well.
My turn.
Wait, okay.
Myron.
I just want to say.
Can I just quote something
Lindsay,
from
gonna say something real
I
quick.
just
I'm
want to
trying to
quote
say
something
something,
from a
and we'll
Renaissance
turn it back to
painting from a Renaissance artist, Leonardo da Vinci. The quote's not exactly correct. It's not verbatim, but y'all can look it up. Her fat arc and full bosom was the firm sign of her ripe fertility. That's just the matriarch of all the Renaissance paintings and why the women were slightly thicker than natural. It was a form of fertility. You're not going to debate me on Renaissance, but yeah.
And that's
No,
a
but I
sign
feel
of
like that
love.
proves
It's our
fertility.
point.
It was
Because
about
at one
fertility
point-
because women were seen as fertility since the dawn of time, just like the Sumerians, which was the first civilization, our first dated civilization. Women were the heart, men are the head. Men are the head because of logic, women were the heart because of emotion. And then the children were the womb, which is also interconnected through women. Men lead, women follow. Women were literally just the fertility, all right? They were protected. The men were the ones that went on the hunt. And that's how the whole story of the Anunnaki designed humanity is men would lead, men would fight, men would be the warriors, women would be the kept trophies in that sense. And that's how it's set up.
And then you got something we'll turn it back to.
But hey, you can grow with somebody. Like, we're not telling you, oh, you got to be with somebody who makes more than you. No, like, you can grow with somebody and you can build an empire with somebody. There's nothing wrong with that.
I'm sorry, Byron. I'm sorry. I got one more. And then we go back to what's it called when they would fight in the cathedral. Women would choose the strongest warrior. This is known. Like, even in the Renaissance, this was so common. And in the Greek days, in the Athens, like, let's go, bro. The men would fight. The woman would choose the strongest man, and they would fight to their death.
Well,
Let's be real.
interestingly,
How do they choose a dead
the status
one?
for male
They don't. That's why.
Standards for male beauty, standards for male, physique have remained very consistent over the years. You just have to look at our ancient Greek statues.
Yeah, there
You'll
you
see
go.
the V taper, the broad shoulders, the abs, all the rest of it. It hasn't really changed.
Okay.
Which kind of underlines.
And then you were trying to say something as far as my argument, just to boil it down, and I think their argument is as well, is that there's hardwired traits that women look for in men, and it's not necessary. You guys are arguing that it's more of like a societal construct. We're arguing no, it's a biological construct that you can't necessarily debate. And though you guys are able to, I guess, rationally say in your heads, well, I would like a guy that's like this, the overwhelming majority of women would disagree with you guys.
I'm not trying to speak to my personal preferences and project them onto other people.
Okay.
I'm just trying to look at alternate explanations as to why it's been possible
Or
for these
maybe
standards to
should I
change for
delete some
women.
of this
So are you
and
making an argument that you don't
reroute
even
this
necessarily believe
into
in?
here?
What?
Are you making an argument that you don't even necessarily believe in or subscribe to for yourself?
No,
I don't know. I'm
we're
kind
not
of
even
thinking of
talking about my personal
rerouting
beliefs.
the
I'm just
better
trying to state
thing
descriptive
into here.
realities
That way
here.
this goes a little faster.
These are observations over like historical
Okay, so
trends.
you're
But whenever I
theorizing
get
as to
whenever I
why
get
women might
whenever I
like
get
certain
minor
traits
Mark
in men and
IIs,
saying
then
that
I can
it's
just
a social
replace it, and then
construct.
this will
My
be
argument is that it's
faster.
not a
Even though
social
like this is
construct.
already
It's a
pretty
biological
stocked up. You know what I mean?
But,
Like it's going pretty well.
we
I
were
don't
saying
need
with,
concrete all
fertility,
that often.
Like at one point, the image of fertility
right
for
now-
a woman was somebody who was slightly more overweight, chubby, Rubenesque. And now, what's more desirable? A chubby woman or a woman who has abs potentially and is like a lot more fit, right? Would you
But
agree
now
that that is
society's
like
more based
that's
on
like
sex,
a-
and
You
that's a
also got to
sexual
remember
icon.
that what females are attracted to,
No,
right?
I'm talking about what men. I'm talking about
But men are
women.
attracted to anything. Like we can't conflate what men are attracted to versus what women are attracted to. We're talking
No, men are not attracted to
specifically
anything.
about what women want. And the argument is that what women want is fairly
consistent.
regimented, right? And it's been since the beginning of time. Status and money has been important, which is why I am making the argument. If woman is given left her own devices, she's almost always going to want a man that can provide security, and status and income are good indicators of that. Everything else falls in line.
Right, but I'm saying that like
But fashion and beauty standards, it's all targeted towards women. We're the only consumers. Men don't give a whether you're fat, ugly, got a crooked nose, or don't. And that's been the way it is. since dawn.
That's not true.
I'm curious.
That is not true at all because
sorry,
these
I
dudes
just
are
wanna
the
finish.
exact kinds who
So
that's all they
basically,
care
we're
about is
talking
whether or not
about
you've got a
how
crooked nose
the
or something like
beauty
that.
standards went from women looking fat for fertility, and now they got BBLs and shit like that, right? That's us. That's us. That's not about men. That's not about what men like. Men are gonna smash. no
That
matter what
absolutely
you
is
can
about
look
what men like.
Greta Thunberg, and you're still gonna get smashed at the end of the
I would
fucking
smash
day.
Greta Thunberg.
So,
I would not say that
It's
for
just
all
what
men. That's
most
some
men. Okay, we're not talking about the slight percentage.
Well, maybe
No, but we are
the
taking
men that you mess with,
no, baby. Right now, this podcast, what we're speaking about is the general population. We're not talking about the exception. I understand.
No,
that
you
completely.
you
If I
you
was a man, I
absolutely are
would've fucked
talking
Greta
about
Thunberg, but
the
it doesn't matter.
exception. They
Now, he would, and he.
They absolutely are talking about the exception. Men, I understand that that's kind of like the go-to, like that's the go-to like view of men societally is that men will fuck anything, they don't care, blah 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 blah, all that shit. I understand that's like the societal norm view on men. It's like that's how we are. But the fact of the matter, because they always want to talk about the fact of the matter. Facts don't care about feelings, right? The fact of the matter is that's just not the case. Men absolutely have types. There's absolutely women that men just would not have sex with, like absolutely just the same as like they say like women are very picky about who they will sleep with. Men aren't. That's just false. Men are absolutely picky about who they will sleep with. These because I guarantee, Sneagle saying, I smashed Greta Thunberg. One, I'm pretty sure she's underage, first off. Second of all, no, he wouldn't. If she was of age, no, he wouldn't. He absolutely wouldn't. They have to say they would to still follow the beliefs that they preach, because they're always about like, you could like, because that's always the thing was like, if you ask these guys, if they met a girl who was like the ultimate girl, like a girl who was like not a high value girl who worked at like a fucking KFC or a Popeyes, Well, they date her, and like they say yeah, but it's like anybody who talks with them, interacts with them, knows that the truth is they wouldn't interact with those girls. They wouldn't go fucking near those fucking girls, not in a million fucking years. They would never. They would never. Because to them that's beneath them, because it's like they're a high value man, and she's just a girl that works at like a fucking KFC or some shit. Like they absolutely would not go near those girls at all. Zero chance. Zero fucking chance. That's such a just fucking lying to these people's faces. That's so cap.
Wouldn't. Now back to what I'm saying. The beauty, like the whole fashion industry and all the beauty stuff is targeted towards us because we as women, we're our worst enemy. We judge each other. The men don't give a. They don't. We're the consumers.
This is so retarded. You think that women get BBLs and lip fillers for other women?
In fact,
It's
they
so
usually
stupid.
prefer you not to have makeup. Lashes originally
God,
cumbrellas, by the way,
she's such a
for
pick-me.
semen.
Men
no,
prefer you
they
not-
don't,
oh my
they don't care
God.
about that.
Oh,
we
kill
wear
me,
that
dude.
because we're like, oh girl, your lashes look so good. Oh, mine are longer.
All right.
Oh my
That's not
God,
for
kill
that.
me.
Can I bring
Go ahead,
Kill
sure.
me.
Okay, so
Well, are we done with this topic
Beauty
before we move on
standards
to
is
something
about
else?
women. It's about women.
The argument was simply, we're saying attraction is not necessarily a choice or a social construct like you guys are trying to argue, and you guys are saying it's
I don't
social
even
construct.
disagree with you. That's a
Hmm.
problem. Like when you're saying, oh, there's like these biological imperatives
Yeah.
to be attracted to someone, I'm not
Yeah.
even disagreeing with you. I just think that it's not 100% relegated to just what women want. So, for example, men. Can I finish? Please don't make the faces. let me say what I
It's
want to say
fine.
first.
I know what
Okay,
you're.
so-
Go ahead, continue.
Well,
You don't know what you're
I
gonna
know
say.
this for a fact because historically
You just
speaking,
you know
marriage,
you know what you're
men
going to
even, like, marrying other women
Myron,
were
you don't know what
women
she's
of
gonna say.
wealthy
You know that you're going to
families,
disagree
right?
with
So
what
we're
she
talking
says.
about arranged marriages.
But you don't know
to
what she's
accumulate
gonna
more
say.
wealth.
You know that
So
she,
you
all you
can't
know
tell
all
me
you know
that,
Myron, is that you're going to disagree
men
with what
aren't
she says
attracted
because
to-
you don't
maybe they don't want
because
the-
you think
in
that it's
modern
just
society to
you think that it's
outearn them,
wrong or whatever.
But maybe a woman who is making a ton of money is more attractive than a woman who makes almost like no money if they're both working. So
Mhm.
that's just an easy example, right? The point that I'm trying to illustrate here is that people in general, men and women, want stability in relationships. Like, are you really telling me that you want a girl, like the girls that were here earlier, right? Screaming around, like very angry, upset, just like throwing shit around
So then
in a relationship? It doesn't seem that most people want that. Most people want stability. Most people want to be wealthy. So to be like, oh no, this is only something women want, doesn't.
Well, I don't think men find wealth in women viscerally attractive. Again, it comes back to this visceral attraction. But actually,
that's
if
a
you
lie.
read Dickens or Shakespeare, there's plenty of stories where there was an arranged marriage that was going to take place, and the guy's actually, no, I actually really fancy the serving girl down the road, and he wants to have an affair with her because he's not viscerally aroused by the woman who's wealthy.
Or visual
But we're only talking about preferences, right? I'm also interested in like how outcomes factor into this because I think the reality is that like rich people are going to marry other rich people, middle class people are going to marry other middle class people,
Incorrect.
and lower income
The
people
vast majority.
are going to marry other low income people. That's just who you're around.
Byron's gonna say
Like, the vast
women
majority of people
date
marry
up.
within
He's
their
gonna say
income
that, but
I
it's gonna be
dispute
within their
that
income brackets.
Men don't have these socioeconomic barriers like you guys are trying to say. A rich man will gladly take a woman that's poor
That's
and make her
delusional.
rich.
Oh my God,
Versus a
no.
rich
Yeah.
woman will
That's-
almost never take
They
a poor man
probably-
and make him rich.
They probably would, but do you think that like
They're not even in the same
Vast
areas of
majority.
society.
Well, why
They're not
is
in the
it
same
division?
areas of
Is it division?
society.
Yeah.
Because men,
Rich, super rich men just aren't even meeting super poor women. You just don't intersect. You're in different schools. You're in different jobs.
Also, you have
Your
buildings.
parents
See,
have
the thing is,
different
I'm not gonna have
friends.
buildings,
You've
so
got
I'm just gonna have
different
it all
groups of people you hang out with. You're in like totally different areas. They don't even intersect that much.
don't
Yeah.
marry and get with women to look for a provision or security like women do for men. Like, this is crazy to me
I'm
that you
just looking
guys.
to be like,
Like, this is ludicrous.
No, right? I'm saying, no,
Wait, I could
this
just
is not
buy the
gymnastics.
shits?
It is a logic.
I could
it
just
is
buy
literally
100
factual that
fucking
people
rotor-
marry within their
dude.
income bracket. Most people don't want to marry down. Are there some men who will want to marry somebody who's hot but poor? Sure, but the vast majority of people marry within their income bracket. We can Google this right now.
Here's the thing, ladies.
Hold on, wait.
Here's the thing, ladies.
Like trying to snatch up all the like local baddies and stuff like that. Like,
You guys
So
are
120
missing-
points a
you guys are
minute.
missing the point. You guys are missing the point. Like, you guys do realize that men don't put as much stake in a woman's ability to earn money as women put in a man's ability to earn money, right? Can we agree on that?
Yeah.
We have
Can
always
we agree on that?
Yeah, we never disagree with that.
So therefore, a man, right, knows I have to be the resource creator to a degree. And I would argue the more money a man has, the less he cares about a woman's income. The more he's more concerned with is she attractive? Is she fertile? Is she gonna be a good wife?
Right,
Is she
but
gonna
the type of women that he's going to find himself in the company in anyway are probably
It doesn't
going to
really
be
matter.
women of a similar
It
socioeconomic.
absolutely matters, dumbass.
If you're a rich
Sneeko,
man,
we get it. You're not very smart, but that absolutely matters.
Like they're constantly
Alright,
saying,
so now that they get the iron going in there,
gold digger, she just after my money.
is that increasing
so a lot
it?
Of men, like, that
there is a
fear.
screening process here,
Yeah,
right?
there is even more of an incentive to marry within your income bracket.
Oh yeah,
You're afraid
the
of
iron's
finding
definitely
somebody
going for a lot,
So
going
you
for more
guys
than
look-
than
so
just
you guys
that.
are looking. I've realized what's going on here.
Uh-oh.
You guys are looking through the lens, through a female lens. Like you
Oh, yeah,
guys
now
are
we're at
looking the dating
160.
market- Well, no, hold on. Let me rephrase.
So here's what I'm
You
thinking.
guys are looking at the dating market through a female lens.
Maybe more
So for you
walls?
guys think income.
If I can
and
find like an
status,
iron or a
important. So a guy would want that.
iron.
Let me
You
tell
don't.
y'all,
Is there any
attraction
iron out in that
is not
direction?
symmetrical. It's asymmetrical. The things that you guys look for, security, provision,
Ooh, there
height,
is over
income,
here.
the ability to provide and protect, etc. That's what y'all want.
Let
We
me
want
make a
beauty,
minor and then
fertility,
I'll
chastity, not being a whore, not gonna embarrass me. Those are far different
try to
things.
convey it
So
into
guess
here.
what?
I mean, honestly,
Provisioning and security is
or
really
any of
nowhere
these
in there for a guy.
Here's the thing: if I have a
impure,
kingdom
impure,
and I marry you, and you're
normal,
a dishwasher,
normal.
you become the queen.
We'll have to go all the way to the back to
if
the
you're
normal.
a queen and you marry me, I'm the queen's bitch.
Yeah,
I don't become the king.
I'm a dishwasher.
But that's how you look at it,
can't
Sneeko. That's
bring
not
me
how
up,
normal
but
people
I
look
can
at
bring
it,
you
though.
up.
But I'm asking you, how often does that happen? Because obviously what y'all are trying to illustrate is that a rich man is not going to be scrutinizing the economic background of his potential mistresses and wives, correct? You're saying it's irrelevant to
Not
them.
to the same degree a woman will.
I'll give you that any day of the week. That is probably true. But I'm saying you're
It is
discounting the degree to which, like, they
It's
disregard
probably
it at
true.
all. Or the like, I'm just curious what circumstances would attractive
I'm
but
gonna make
poor
2 of
women
these right
be
fit, right
interacting
quick.
with, like, very wealthy men in
The
the
most
first place?
wealthy women in the world. You do realize the most
They're gonna
wealthy
go by
women in the world,
billionaires.
almost all of them got their wealth through divorce.
You're talking
or
about like
inheritance that was created by who?
20 women.
Men,
when you talk
their
about
male
like
counterparts.
billionaire women, like
But
this is like such
I'm
an
kinda
off.
confused
It's
That
such an
doesn't
has to do
prove
with
that
the
men
previous
will
point.
marry down significantly. I don't know what.
Oh, I need
what
to.
else will.
Yeah, I
What
need
else
to.
will-
I need to. I need to. I need to do that. I need to make.
Where did they
I need to do
their
that.
economic backgrounds prior to, or like, when they got married and whatnot. But if I had to guess, Jeff Bezos and what's
Mackenzie.
Mackenzie Bezos, prior to their marriage and when they
Bezos.
first got married, were already from very similar
What is the
economic
concrete
and
argument
social
that you guys are
The
trying
point
to
is,
argue
maybe they
now?
were okay.
Like,
I get what they're saying because like wealthy
I'm-
people are around wealthy people. That's not why she
Yes.
was attractive. Just because they're in the same space.
It's because-
Jeff Bezos
oh.
didn't marry Mackenzie because she was from a wealthy
These are
background.
already got
She was
things
just
on them.
around.
Got it.
Mackenzie married Jeff because he was a fucking man.
No, that's not true. I just looked this up right now. It seems like this chick was insane. I could be wrong, but she was named after her maternal grandfather, G. Scott Cumming, who worked as an executive general
So I'm
counsel at
thinking-
El Paso Natural Gas. She remembers seriously writing at the age of
No,
6.
because if it's only gonna do that, it's only gonna work at 60.
When
so
she wrote a
I'm gonna go for the
142-page
normals.
book, which was destroyed in a flood. It doesn't sound like she was just like... And then she went to fucking Princeton, where she got her bachelor's degree in English. And she studied under Nobel laureate in literature, Toni Morrison. This is not like a random... This is not like a random fucking girl that Mackenzie Scott was just like a random fucking server at Starbucks that Jeff Bezos just happened to sweep off her feet. Like...
She
Yeah,
married
Ronaldo
him
with
way
Georgina.
before. She married him way before Amazon was even a pipe dream.
Well, she knew he was
invested
going to
in
be
him.
the man. She
That's-
saw the potential.
Oh my
I
god.
don't think every rich woman who marries a
After graduating from college, she worked in an administrative role for hedge fund D.E. Shaw in New York City, where she met Bezos.
rich man is just because of the potential as much as it
But that's
is
what's attractive
because we're
about
on the
him.
same level. What's attractive is wealth and stability. No
And his
disagreement
ambition
there.
too. Ambition is not attractive in a
Well,
woman.
I don't.
She literally was working in a
For not
hedge
for
fund
you.
when they not as like an investor to be fair, but still like.
So I can't speak for Mackenzie and Jeff's
There's
personal
other ways to
relationship.
demonstrate ambition besides just educational attainment, right?
Sure, but it doesn't matter.
Ambition on making a sandwich is attractive to me.
Yeah.
I mean, you're applying
Yep, because you just want women to be objects and just be around and just to be pretty in the house. That's all you want. We get it.
And what you're trying to say is a masculine characteristic.
We
You're
get it,
demonstrating
freshen.
a way it can
We
be
get
applied
it.
towards things that you do find attractive.
We get it, bitch and
So
bitch.
if a woman is ambitiously, cooking.
She was a custodian at the hedge fund. Could you source me that? Watching Yo back? Because it said there it looked like she was working in administration.
So
But
these
I'll
are
wait
two
for your
normal
source
ones.
eagerly.
So
Dinner for you, as silly as that sounds.
Ambitious career-wise is not attractive for men. Like, we don't care what career you guys want to do. It makes no difference.
Yeah, because you
I think
guys are
just being contrarian
incels.
to be contrarian. I'm trying to figure out what the argument is here.
Oh my god.
This is a societal construct. That's what- that's what-
We just like to hear ourselves talk.
Hold on, let her. Okay, so what is your argument concretely? Because I think we've debunked already that attraction is a societal construct. I mean, from
You
a human
haven't.
perspective, I would say it's
You just
fairly
say that you
hardwired
have, but you
biology
actually
from a
haven't.
need standpoint, and we've established that several times here. But what else?
What happens
would
if I
it
try to
be?
land on
So
this?
60 a minute. Mark. So having two of these should perfectly.
Oh yeah.
No, because you haven't doing it. Like,
it's good debate.
Is that it for you?
Here's the thing. I mean,
You're not married. Okay, like I don't have a headache. I'm having fun, like learning from y'all. Like
On the
seeing
show,
that-
I wouldn't get married to that. You know?
That's fine. Like you can have your, individual preferences and stuff like that. I think sometimes you guys make like these huge extrapolations from like, broad statistical averages and like understanding your social preferences or your own preferences, and necessarily assume that they must be.
No, wait a second. All I'm simply saying is that what women are attracted to is typically hardwired in biology, and a majority of women share the same preferences and wants in men because it's hardwired in their biology. It's very simple. Like the things we've stated are fairly universal as far as like what women are attracted to in men.
It's fairly universal as in that's what you believe, but it's not fairly universal as in what is reality. Because you like to say over and over again like that you're talking about reality, not blah 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 blah.
Just because one person
But then but then that's just not
So
true.
when you say like, oh no, this is just what women want, this is just what women want, it seems like it's very short-sighted because this is everybody wants that. Everybody wants to be rich. Everybody wants to be stable.
Okay,
I think the key though is that men are not looking to become rich and stable
By marrying
through
you.
a woman.
We want to go get it. Would you rather?
You know what I'm
You ask the panel, like in all the women, I already know the answer. They would rather get married to a rich man than become rich themselves. Except the feminists. The feminists, you just want to be men, real bad. Every other girl here is like, yeah, I would rather marry the rich guy, right?
Absolutely.
Marry the rich guy?
Like she's correct when she says that humans want to be stable and wealthy. Agree.
We get it two different ways.
But we prefer to get it in different ways. Women would prefer to get it through a man. A man would prefer to get it through himself and then share it with a woman. Here's the difference between a man and a woman. When a man makes money and becomes, in a certain position, he says, wow, I can get a woman and a child to be dependent upon me. When a woman makes money, excess resources, she says, I'm independent of a man. We are very different in how we move when we make excess resources. You don't see men running around coming out with songs, all independent women, all the single men. Men understand intrinsically, when we make money, we have to be independent. But when women make it, I'm independent.
Like you're demonstrating how, like, at your discretion, you will make certain choices to make sure that wealth is locked up at the end of the day in yours, right? Like, even though you want to use like a wealthy man, hypothetical, right? He marries somebody of a lower socioeconomic background.
Yeah.
Okay, he's not just going to share and bestow wealth upon this woman in the way that you're implying.
He absolutely will.
No, he won't.
A prenuptial agreement?
Do you guys know how many men don't get prenuptial agreements that have money?
People in general are not getting prenups. I think everybody should sign a fucking
Men get
prenup.
destroyed by divorce in the West, and we could talk about this if y'all really want
Oh
to.
my
If you guys
God,
want
they
to
wanna
help.
do
But
the
the point is
divorce
that men are
argument
far
now.
more willing to share their resources than women are. This is why women rarely marry men that make less money than them, unless that guy is like maybe he's going to be a doctor soon or whatever. Women aren't stupid when it comes to marrying like men are.
So if you so
Men are
you're
very
speaking as a
foolish
man.
when they get
You're
married.
unmarried, right?
Yes,
Did you say of course?
of course. Marriage is a bad
It's a
contract
fucking
for men.
scam in the West.
Okay, but of the wealthy men who get married, you don't think that if they have the resources to have
Nico
mansions
calls
and all sorts
fucking
of other
everything a
luxuries,
scam.
and you're like,
Anytime
you don't have
Nico
dude,
calls
you don't
something a
have any fucking
scam,
resources.
chances
That's
are
what
it's just not.
We're talking about
He's just dumb and has no idea what he's talking about. 99.999% of the time. He just doesn't know what he's talking about.
The paradigm, the fundamental paradigm is sugar dating. Yes, there will be exceptions, but in general, what is the fundamental paradigm? It is that younger, attractive women get together with guys who are older and they take care of provisioning, and there's that sort of value exchange. It's interesting that that's become such a
I
big
need more
thing,
iron
and that
plates.
suggests to me that actually the nature of that relationship is actually hardwired in human behavior.
In every male and female, hold on. In every female and male like courtship or whatever, the man is expected to pay for the date. The man is expected to pick her up. The man is expected to foot the bill. The man is expected to be the breadwinner in the household. Like sugar dating, etc. In general, when a man deals with a woman, he is expected to shell out money. Versus a woman is never.
What does sugar dating have to do with anything? What are you trying to?
For a successful outcome?
Destroyed, chivalry.
For a successful outcome, hold on. If that guy wants to get laid, and
Sugar
actually attractive,
dating.
he better fucking pay.
Okay.
If I want to date with a majority of women and I told her, let's split this thing, I'm not fucking, bro. And that's the reality. Maybe y'all are okay with 50-50. Most women are not.
But do you know why historically that has been the demand? Like, do you know why historically women have been
Because women don't share resources with men in general.
Or because women
don't.
historically haven't
Do
been able
women
to
have resources to share? That's the thing that we're trying to point
They
out.
were legally not allowed to have
Even
jobs.
now,
to
women
get
have
their
jobs.
education.
Women
But
have, the girls that we go on dates with, everyone goes, they have money. They still don't want to pay.
As we said before, right? Like, first of all, societal changes.
Why are women popping bottles in the club and inviting dudes?
Okay. historically, right?
They
Change
don't
takes
want
time.
to.
But on top of that, like as we pointed out before, women and men tend to take the characteristics or follow the paths of the people they see ahead of them, right? So as we explained with the Dana Scully effect earlier, women see, oh, Dana Scully, she's like super into like science, etc. I want to now pursue a career in that. There's a spike in women doing that. Similarly, when it comes to like finding ways to make wealth, oh, hey, guess what? We see that a bunch of women are marrying rich men, whatever. That's for the longest time was the only way women could get wealth.
Okay, let's move on now. The quiet girls on the panel. Do you want to pay for a guy on a date?
Absolutely not.
Do
What do
you-
I need with you if I'm gonna pay for you?
The model. Would you like to pay for a guy on a date?
I wouldn't like to.
Okay, and you make your own money, correct? Yeah, right. So why is that a societal construct, or is it just something unattractive? You just want the guy to be able to provide for you.
Yeah, and I've paid multiple times for men on dates, and it doesn't feel like a date. Well, it's not a date.
Yeah, so
It's uncomfortable.
Have you guys?
You?
I
They pay for dates and shit. They're trying to be men.
I've never been on a date.
Oh my god.
So then why are you talking about?
I wish you'd say that.
This is what I'm saying. They haven't lived it. They haven't lived it.
Yeah.
Hey, y'all have you guys dated a billionaire? Hold up.
Preferences and
Have you guys dated a billionaire?
No.
Have you guys built an empire with somebody with a brokey?
Bro, I am 23.
I'm single.
Peter, you guys haven't lived it. So what the fuck? This is what I heard. The statistics.
Oh my God, I wanna be there
according to my
so
calculation,
bad.
bro, y'all not lived it. Now let me talk. Now let me talk, cause I lived it.
Who is
I
she?
dated
What
a
does she
billionaire.
live, dude?
Like, I
Oh
respect
my
you guys. You guys
God.
study. You guys study most of your life. I respect that. I wish I could date. Multiple. Yeah. Let me finish.
Okay, keep on.
Go ahead, Queen. Go, Queen.
I thought they were your
All right.
purpose, okay?
Y'all have studied most of your life.
Educational background.
Déjame hablar. Let me talk because I let you talk. Okay. So let me finish because I'm pissed. You guys have spent most of your. I respect it. I wish I could have studied, but I just wasn't that type of person.
Stupid.
You know, I just wasn't that type of person. So I've lived a lot. I've dated a billionaire, and currently I'm dating a little boy that I'm making money off of. So I've lived both. So
A
let me-
little
let me
boy that
finish.
I'm making money off
You guys
of.
are mad that
What?
he's talking in general.
So you're
But
still
since you guys are females,
you're ripping a guy
emotionally
off is what you're
personal.
saying.
Okay,
You're the
so
one
you
right
guys
now
are
who's
just.
being a little bit emotional.
You guys are still cutting her off. Can she speak? Y'all have been speaking for not because I ain't tripping. Like if you tell me something I don't agree on, I'm like, oh, okay. I'm not gonna be
Moving
like,
on.
but the statistics. No. Moving on. So.
I mean, I don't have a
Well, yeah, because the statistics is what actually matters. Your personal bullshit that doesn't apply to like anything wider than yourself does not matter.
Billionaire? No,
It's fine. There's nothing wrong with building an empire with
it's gotta be
somebody.
misunderstood.
He's
She
gonna
wouldn't
be your
claim
bitch,
that.
and you will not have
Right,
respect
if she
for
did,
him.
she's
And he
lying.
won't cheat. That's the pro. That's the pro. 'cause
Wait,
he
did
won't
she
cheat.
say that? Did I miss
Good.
that?
Okay, now we got what he's talking about. Most
Yeah,
people
she
prefer
said it.
billionaires. But the cons is that you're gonna have to share him. That's a fact. And
That's-
you're gonna
that's
be
just
pretty
not-
much his slave.
that's just
So
not
it's your
true.
decision, and there's nothing wrong with that. Everybody, let me finish. Everybody's different, and he's just talking
She
about
did say that? She
in
didn't say
general.
that,
And you guys are taking it personal. But this statistics, he's talking in general. That's it.
I want to make a statement. Can I say something? In 2 hours. She claims to be 2 billionaires. And y'all are saying that men don't give a fuck about economic backgrounds or anything. What they prioritize at the end of the day, fertility, she's gorgeous.
Thank you.
You are
You
gorgeous.
guys are super
So, like,
intelligent.
You're
I
gorgeous.
wish. I wish my parents paid for my school. I wish I could have studied.
Wouldn't you have ended up with a billionaire if the only thing that men?
I wish my parents paid for school. I wish I could have studied. Hey, just knowing statistics has nothing to do with studying. It's like you're an adult now. You have the time. You can just do it. You could know what you could just know what you're talking about. You know, like you could just do that.
I need Neymar in my DMs, and I curve him. I can have whoever I want.
My God, who did she say?
Did you reject them? But what does that matter?
I rejected
Not the cap.
Alex Monopoly.
You rejected a billionaire?
I
Wow.
have done it before.
You rejected 2 billionaires.
Yes.
Why was it? Why was it cheap?
Okay, but
No.
not even. If y'all are saying that women care about.
Oh my God, that's the biggest f***ing cap in the world. Oh my God.
Money is not the only thing.
All right, ladies.
You're right. Money isn't the only thing. That's exactly why I rejected a billionaire, because I'm a real ass bitch. I'm not like this bitch. Oh my God. He was acting like a silly ass dumbass, and he a billionaire, but he's silly to me. He's
But
still a
Marvin's
goofy.
been saying that
I'm
women
like,
are always going to
I'm not gonna-
What she's saying here, if she did reject a billionaire, what she's saying is he was goofy to me, he was good to me. What she's saying is she didn't reject a billionaire to date. She probably rejected him because he just wanted to and I bet he did hit it at least once, and now she's mad that she can't get anything more with him. That's what she means to say, but she doesn't have the balls to actually say that.
Hold on. Can I ask you a question?
Also, I doubt it was a f***ing billionaire. She's probably making names out there too.
Why was he so?
Or she's using one guy and she was with another dude that was on the same team or whatever. You guys were saying soccer or whatever bullshit. Because no offense, but like if you're in that area, you're not reaching down to chicks like this unless you're seeing them like and as part of like a threesome, or you're like at a club, or they're just like there. These guys are not reaching out to people like this. I'm sorry, that's just not the case. I know that.
Yeah,
I know that these guys are
absolutely
trying
not.
to sell you that shit, but no shot. No
Yeah,
offense.
they never are. Not no thing,
I just didn't
no
catch the
way.
vibe, but bitches stay there like acting like they like
What do you mean
acting,
you didn't catch
acting,
the
but
vibe?
just because he got money.
What do you mean by he
She's
was kind of
like,
pussy?
disrespectful.
Yeah.
Not a pussy, but he was just acting mad goofy, and also some of them are aggressive.
Hey, what's up?
Bro, she's not lying. She was fucking a billionaire.
True. Actually true. I think
No,
I saw
she was.
Bezos in her DMs. Yeah.
She was.
Yeah.
You'd be surprised. There's like a few athletes who now hit the whole billionaire status,
Uh-huh.
and they be fucking random Instagram women on a regular basis.
Like this?
Yeah. When she says she was fucking a billionaire, or whatever. It's not like he was like, let's go to dinner one-on-one or whatever. She was put on a yacht, and she was a regular, and she was getting turned out by super rich dudes.
I'm not trying to be mean to this person, no offense, but she's not a billionaire yacht. She could make it onto like a Miami yacht, but she's not pretty enough to be on one of those yachts. She's probably never seen a billionaire in her life. A billionaire? A billionaire? That's a lot of money. Maybe some millionaire, maybe some guy in a team with a billionaire, but a billionaire, this chick, no shot. I'd bet my life savings on it.
Okay, let me ask you something. Have you seen?
I agree. I'd bet my life savings on it too. That's crazy. There's no shot that this dumb of a cunt is doing that. Zero chance.
I've even seen the athletes who've now hit the $1 billion plateau, and the women that they're with.
How many athletes are even worth $1 billion?
There's a few now. There's a few.
What, like
They're
Ronaldo?
not,
or?
like at $1 billion, they're like at 800 billion.
Okay, well that's.
There's a bunch of athletes who've like hit that range, and these are the kinds of women. If you see some of the cases that are brought against some of these now billionaire athletes, if you see the women that brought, they look like her or even ugly. The whole like notion that these guys are gonna take women who are like dimes of dimes, that's not true. That's cap. They'll take hot, like 8s and 9s, and they'll put them on a yacht and run right through them.
Sure, yeah, that's. I mean, I said before, like, if she did, she's probably the reason why she's quote unquote turning them down is because they once and she's not shouldn't get anything more. But I don't believe anything the women on these shows say. I don't believe it. Why the f are they like on these little programs like scrounging around for like any type of clout or whatever? Meanwhile, they're like actually like hooked up with billionaires on the yachts and shit.
You want to know what it is? Because a billionaire doesn't put any money in your pockets. So
yeah, but neither does going on Fresh and Fit. I mean.
Agreed, but at least for them it's clout. Like their whole thing is everything is about them is relevant, and everything that makes them relevant is good. So they'll do interviews, they'll do podcasts, they'll do whatever it takes because at the end of the day, the way that they got discovered is because their shit's relevant.
Sure, I can agree with that in theory, but that's not what happens. None of these girls go on to do anything. A lot of these girls have like 1 to 5,000 followers. Somebody can find her Instagram. If you guys want to look, it's usually tagging the thing. But a lot of these girls have like 1 to 5,000 fucking followers on Instagram. They don't get any clout off this. They don't do anything.
No. But I promise you, she's well above 20. I'd be very shocked.
Well above 20 what?
20K.
Oh. Well, maybe. I don't know. We'll find it. But
Hold on.
I don't think anybody builds.
Let's do over under. Want to do over under?
Like how far over or how far under were we betting?
Yeah,
on,
yeah. Give me the number that you think she's under. And I'll tell you.
Let me guess. Well, now you make me want to play it safe. I'm gonna put her at. Oh shit! Somebody said she's got an OnlyFans too.
Okay, I'm gonna leave these like that.
She's got a pop in Instagram. I can already
I'll give it 10.
Because if these are moving at like 60 a minute and the conveyor belt twos go at 120, so it's actually letting both of them. It's actually letting both in. I'd rather it just keep running like this for a bit. I'd rather just leave it running like this until I've got Mark 3s to replace these with, and then I'll replace those with Mark 2s or whatever.
Let me see if I'm right. I could be wrong, and if I'm wrong, I'll hold my L. But I believe that I'm right. What's crazy about this?
Because it is with it being this much, it is gonna get backed up further.
Millionaire, yeah. I'm only drawing a distinction between a millionaire and billionaire is a big difference. That's like the difference between a millionaire and fucking like some rando on the street.
Yeah. I get what you're saying, and I think the image that you have of billionaire is one thing, but I think the women who start fucking these dudes don't look that drastic. Like it's not this exponential thing where the women continues to get hotter and hotter. But hey. I mean, I don't think it's that important. You watching this whole thing, what have you been thinking watching this of them on Fresh and Fit?
I hate all these people so much, except for my 2 friends.
Wait, your friends or the women?
Pixie and Aaron are 2 of the girls on this right now, and I'm watching them go through the fire. But
are they doing a good job?
They're doing okay. I feel like I do a better. I feel like I do a better job at communicating at like appropriate levels rather than making everything like super academic.
Yeah, people watch this show and they're like, "Oh, I would have said this. I would have said this." And they get in the environment and realize it's not literally as easy to get your points across or to make them cogent in a way that works well.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah,
don't watch everyone else like, "Why didn't you hit him with this statistics and this and stuff?" And like, she brought up all those stats and whatever she said, and maybe like by the point it probably makes sense. But all they had to say is like, "You're being emotional. You're being a woman," and like the crowd and everybody just lost it. It probably rattled.
Maybe, but okay. Well, I want to finish watching this. I gotta catch
I could just get
we might be going
coupons and buy fucking rotors so that way I can do these.
Let's find out. Did you find out what's the link to this? I don't have to link this thing.
I don't know if this is hers, but somebody linked this one where she has 40K. There you go. I don't know if that's her or not though, but somebody in chat.
Got 40K?
Yeah, if that's her.
What I tell you, bro?
I still don't think she's been on any billionaire boat, though. Maybe millionaire, I'll agree with you, but I don't think people realize how rare billionaires are. Even that Ronaldo dude is only worth 500 million. I say only, but billionaire is really rare. I don't know if you can get to billionaire by being an athlete or a musician. I don't know if that's possible.
Yeah, I think LeBron James is gonna do it.
Maybe LeBron, maybe.
Yeah, there's a few of them. Okay, but anyways, go back to watching. I won't keep you.
Okay.
As long as she hit over 30, I'm good.
All right, have fun picking.
Some of them treat you bad. Some of them have problems, and most of the times these men go through a lot. They go through a lot. So you have to be their emotional support. You have to be their psychologist. You got to be there for them, and that's a lot of energy.
But you're saying, to keep it real, you literally rather be with a broke dude over a
No, I'm not saying. At the moment, I'm experiencing something. I'm doing an experiment.
I know, but you're saying
a
that
social experiment, but I have because I experience in life. Because I'm
that you're
experiencing
even,
life.
the fact that you're even willing and like to be with somebody who makes a guy who makes a lot less money, like a broke dude, right, over a billionaire. Doesn't that speak to our point? How there are factors in relationships for women?
If we put forward that, you'd say it was anecdotal because she's one individual.
Do you want to talk about anecdotal? I dated 3 bum ass niggas that were beta males that didn't make money. I paid for everything. I took care of them. I made them money. One of them is kind of semi-successful now because of me, because I built that nigga the fuck. Exactly. Am I in a relationship with him? No. Now we're talking anecdotal. Don't cut me the fuck. I'm speaking. Let me talk because we ain't cut you off. Respectfully, let me speak. Respectfully, let me speak. I'm gonna respect the panel because I love this panel. We're not on the street. Now, anecdotal experience-wise, I'm calm down. I'm good. Anecdotal experience-wise, I dated 3 bum-ass niggas that were nobody, had no money. I took care of everything. Why I'm not in a relationship with him? Question me on that. Why? Because he was a beta male. They all were, and I got tired of it. Because as a woman, I want to be taken care of. I don't want to.
This is the Ronaldo guy, right? I see 490 million.
I don't know. I kind of.
You said that you did it 3 times though.
I kind of want to have it just be the iron and then have the stone.
You think you're disagreeing, but you're actually two sides of the same feminist coin.
Have the
Like,
stone
she's saying she's a
route
real ass
over
bitch.
to
It's
here
a masculine
and
attitude. So
input
you're not really
Neymar,
on the
not
side of the coin.
Ronaldo.
You both were
Okay.
part of the
LeBron-
feminist society
LeBron
that
is worth a billion.
masculinizes women, and that's why they find it's harder to settle down. Even when the guy's a billionaire, they don't know how to detach their ego. Before this feminist nonsense, she would have settled down.
So you're saying
Yeah.
she should have been with a billionaire. That's what you're saying. She should have detached from
She
his
should
ego
have
and
picked
been
him, but
with
it's
a
harder.
billionaire.
It's harder because women are taught to be more masculine now, like you. This
So
whole
now you're
thing.
saying it's about socialization. I thought you were saying these biological
Biology.
urges trump everything, even
All right,
social
ladies,
instincts.
let me take it. So it's very simple. Ladies. See, that you guys are looking at this like one-sided. What you don't realize is that female attraction is extremely complex and it's a multivariate analysis.
I agree with
okay?
you.
So, but if we're going to go on hierarchies of what women prioritize, I'm going to put status and money as number 1. That gives you the ability to come in and at least start the interaction. Then she's going to look at, is he physically attractive? Height, physicality, etc. Okay, he meets my physical requirements. Now comes the charisma and the charm, which is where the billionaire probably failed with her. He wasn't attractive when she says, I didn't catch a vibe with him. Translation, he didn't charm me, he didn't woo me, he was boring, he was lame, he talked about stocks all day, and I didn't like that. So with women, it's a multivariate analysis of what they're attracted to. You guys are looking at it, money status, that's it. No, it gets your foot in the door.
I thought that was your point.
I'm saying it starts there. It gives the man the opportunity, it gives him the ability to get his foot in the door. But the door is still closing. He's got still other attraction triggers. Like when a guy walks up to you, you're like, wow, he's handsome. Let me give him a chance. And he opens his mouth. You're like, okay, I'm good. This guy's lame. So with men, it's very difficult because they have to have a bunch of things in check to be attraction. To be attracted to women. Money just buys you. Maybe you got a Lamborghini. Maybe you're a billionaire. Maybe you're a millionaire. It buys you an extra 10 seconds to introduce yourself and not immediately get rejected. That's all it really does in the long scheme. So, and when a girl's attractive and she has options, right, like her, she's able to reject them because she has other men of higher status that are also pursuing her. This is what happens.
That too. There's no shot. I'd bet my life on it. There's no shot she's ever turned down a billionaire in her life. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Not even for sex. I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
Girls have options, and the sexual marketplace is globalized. So like I was just saying, oh, well, he had money status. Why did she take him? Well, she's in a position where she could disqualify him because he wasn't charming and attractive enough.
So we all agree exactly. We all agree
with a broke dude.
The only one we all agree that it's not just biology. Then we've all agreed to that. It's not just biology.
I think status means different
You
things.
just described 3 other things.
Stop. But it is biology because money status, physical height, strength, personality, charisma, charm. These are things that women are hardwired to look for. It is biology.
Yeah, exactly. No, Myron's right. Because the difficulty here is that women. What we're saying is women are attracted to status. Okay, but status can mean different things. So you've got the sort of paradigm. You've got the cliche of the rich woman who. Oh, shit, sorry. You've got the cliche of the rich woman who has sex with a pool boy while her husband's at work earning them millions of dollars or whatever. Why does she fuck a pool boy? Is it because he's not a billionaire, but he might be physically very attractive? He might have that kind of charisma. He might have that bad boy sort of panache and aplomb about him, which women also find attractive. So there are different definitions of status that can apply at different points.
So you're saying, okay, I think I understand where we're at now. You're saying, oh, women experience attraction. That's biology. But what they're attracted to can be different things depending on the woman, which means that it's not biologically the same for all women, because some women might be more biologically attracted to a really high charisma, while some women might be more biologically attracted to a higher income.
Yeah, but no woman's biologically attracted to a guy who does the housework.
That's
a completely separate point from what she's saying.
No, it's not.
How are you guys so autistic about sex, man? You make it boring. Like, I have an inverted boner right now. It's just going.
She's really interesting. My favorite, like, I would talk to somebody who turned down 2 billionaires.
what's crazy
That's
is
crazy.
y'all. So
I've
half of
never heard of
statistically, we had 11 females on the panel, and y'all two the only that aren't in agreement with every other female. We're talking about what females want, and then men are telling you what men want.
Zena, there's no Zena, be respectful.
I'm not
Ladies on
cussing them out.
Don't call them.
I'm sorry, my queen, ladies. I'm sorry, but we have other women on this panel, and nobody's agreeing with you guys. Literally, nobody's agreeing.
Isn't it like it's like 4 women versus like 2? I mean,
They hard-headed. Y'all right. This is not the majority. This is not the
You know,
majority.
it's
like winning.
it's why college is woke indoctrination. College turns girls into feminists, into leftists, to brainwash them with these ideas. Even though you are extremely educated, it's proof that college is just a woke indoctrination camp.
Yeah, I graduated when I was
They're
14,
feminists, but they're the
Oh my
definition
God,
of a woman.
Sneeko, shut the fuck up with the
You gotta tell me the right. Am I right? Who has been married to a
like,
woman?
no.
Or in a relationship with a woman.
Well,
I'm talking to the males, right? That when you gotta win the argument by saying she's right.
Yeah, first,
You're right, babe. You're right.
Can I
And the
address-
bitch is wrong.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Okay,
What do you want to address?
I want to address Zena's earlier
About
points.
anything? Oh.
No, because she was like saying statistics, and I
was mocking Shadi over here, who kept saying
And you still think talking about
Okay, well, because I honestly, and I don't mean to be condescending, it's gonna come off condescending. I don't know if you guys understand how statistics work.
I do actually. Like I
You
said,
know
I
what we
did
understand?
when I was 14.
Me and her are street smart.
Can y'all let her finish her?
Oh no.
I'm not trying to be.
finish for the 100th time.
Yeah, I'm not trying to be condescending. But you're saying, oh, look at all the women in this panel, look at all the men. Like you see, they're disagreeing with you. Blah blah. There is something called selection bias
Oh,
when it
no.
comes to statistics.
She's gonna
right?
bring up
It's
them.
this whole idea that when you
Myron's
get a
about to go
sample size of
crazy.
people,
He's about
if
to
you
lose it.
don't account, if you don't try to make it random, there's going to be a bias in who you select, right? So right now, being like, oh, all
There's
the
no
people
way
in
that
this
this is
panel,
trying to
that's
tell me
not
that
actual statistics. That's not valid statistics.
the
What
other
you have
one
to
was
look at is random sample
faster.
size.
There's no
Because
way.
Look at us. We're all in Miami, right?
Okay, good.
We're
It is-
not,
it's going back
all over
up.
the US
Okay, I was about to
population,
say.
anything like that. We're all hot girls from Miami and 3 guys.
So
Do
what
you
are
know
you
how many
disputing?
women? The majority of
Okay,
women
let me
are
ask you this
white.
then. What are you disputing in particular with this election bias based on the panel?
Okay,
What's disputing in particular?
Okay, I'm disputing the fact that Zena's saying, oh no, like you should take into account everybody here. Look, they're telling you something opposite, blah 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 blah. I'm not saying that people's own experience doesn't come into account with what they believe. I'm saying that you'd actually have to look at actual statistics if you're going to make a claim about what the majority of
Yeah, but
people believe.
you've quoted 2 statistical studies, but you didn't have the sample size. I'm not trying to be pedantic here,
That's okay.
but you know you've got to, you can't just say, oh well, the statistics say this, so therefore that's an irrefutable proof.
No,
You've got to drill down into the methodology. What was the methodology? What was the sample size? What was the
I like how he says that for her, but he didn't ask the sample size of any of Myron's studies. He didn't ask for the methodology of any of Myron's studies. And sample size is, to be quite honest, it's like one of the least important. I fucking cringe every time he used to fucking ask that shit. Sample size is probably one of the least important aspects of a study to find out if it was a good study or not.
That's absolutely that's
So-
absolutely valid and
yeah.
fair. Yeah, I don't disagree with you on that. I just disagree with the idea that like, oh, you see, the majority of people on this panel think this one thing. That means that's the truth. Like, that's what I want to push against.
Okay, well, again, what is it that you are saying that there's election bias specifically that you are against? I'm asking you, what is it specifically?
She's trying to claim that we're outliers here on this panel. Undoubtedly, we are. Clearly, y'all are in more ideological agreement than we are.
Well, about what?
No, you
though?
guys
About
understand
what,
that
ladies,
we
ladies,
select women
specifically,
randomly.
give us specifically what it is that makes you the outlier. It does. I don't care about the girls on the table. What makes you outliers from women in general? Because you guys don't agree that the
No
panel.
outliers from this panel.
Okay,
right?
well,
I don't think most women think that men are logically superior.
you don't think that?
No, I don't think most women think, oh, men are logically the best people, like logically superior than me. I think most women would say we're equal.
If I asked 100 women in general, would you prefer a male surgeon or a female surgeon? Most of them will probably elect with a man. If I asked a girl,
I mean, it's
would
very
you prefer-
convenient that you can just make up like, oh, if I ask 100 women or whatever, I'm sure they're going to agree with me. Like, I could say the same thing and throw it back at you. I could ask 100
I
men,
mean, here's
and
the
I'm sure
thing.
they're going to agree
Look,
with
you
me.
gotta use a little, but here's the thing. This is where common sense comes in, and this is where this is why so many people from the left, I guess, don't have common sense. Most
You're saying
women.
your feelings. You're
No,
saying common sense is your feelings.
This is not my feelings. This is
That-
common sense.
yeah, that is your
understanding
feelings, Myron. That is
when
objectively your
there's danger
feelings.
Or something critical needs to be done, or there's a high pressure situation. They want the man there, not the woman. If the house is burning down, you don't want 2 feminists coming in that identify as they, them, coming in to pull you out. You want a toxically masculine guy that says on Saturdays when he's talking to his buddies drinking beers. You want him pulling you out the fire. When you're getting robbed, you don't want 2 feminists showing up that call themselves Susie and Kristen that identifies him, her, them,
When
and
I'm
them.
in a fire, I
You
want
want a
firefighters.
toxically
When I'm getting
masculine
robbed,
man.
I want law enforcement.
who
I
do
don't
you
need
think-
Wait, no, no, I have a question. I really do.
Hold on. My point is.
I agree,
When
like-
push comes to shove, life or death. High pressure situation. Women almost always want men in this driver's seat taking care of the situation because why? Men are superior when it comes to operating under pressure. They're superior when it comes to dexterity. They're superior when it comes to decision making when it comes under pressure. This is why men dominate in video games, whereas there's no physical difference. Chess, etc. Men dominate women when it comes to deductive problem solving. It is a fact, and everything you see around the world nowadays was invented by a man that is more logically sound and rational.
Simple question. If those 2 girls that got kicked off the panel for being irrational and knocking on the door, if you had to go call the police because she started getting reckless, would you rather a female police officer come or a male police officer?
If they have a gun, who the f cares?
Yeah.
Okay, so it doesn't matter to you?
No, not if they have a weapon on hand.
Would you
Yeah,
rather a
it
male police
doesn't-
officer come or a
yeah.
female police officer? To come and handle the situation, 2 drunk girls
If it's
being
just-
obnoxious.
Two drunk girls being obnoxious, it doesn't matter.
A man.
You got to be careful. You have to identify why these are bad questions instead of answering this. Like, obviously, you prefer a man to show up, right?
No.
Kinda just, that's like a gimme. You kind of have to just give that one.
No, you
So
don't.
if gender
That's
doesn't matter, then
hold.
you know what?
No, Destiny. That's not a gimme. No, 2 drunk girls are being rowdy. Who do you want? Would you rather a man or woman cop to show up? I don't fucking care because they're just being rowdy. They're like it's. Like there's like I don't see how like there's no way, there's nothing that like is inherently like, oh, I need a guy to do this. Oh, I gotta have a guy show up for this because only a guy can handle this. Like that's just not what that is. That's just not how that situation is. Like either or could fucking handle it. Either one. Objectively, either one could handle it. That's so cap. That's so dumb. Let me grab a snack real quick. I don't know what I feel like eating. Oh well, let's just keep going. But yeah, that's so cap, Destiny. You absolutely would not care if it's just who would to come handle some rowdy drunk girls. It absolutely would not matter.
We have more women in the military because everyone has guns.
I didn't say that it didn't matter. I just said in this position.
No, if that specific circumstance, if a police officer comes here, that's very different than an entire military of people. And again, I never said
they have guns. The same shit. People would die.
No, it's not the same shit. It is entirely different.
Everyone has a gun. Do you want a male police officer or a female police officer?
Do y'all know the percentage difference between male officers that pull out the guns and actually use it versus female?
That's not
Please tell me
necessarily
no.
a good
Please
thing.
tell me, because you said if she said if y'all had guns,
That's
it doesn't
not
matter. So I just want to know. I just want to know. She brought it up, so I want to know.
destroying the
Wait.
I don't want cops that
She said if they have a gun, their gender doesn't matter.
The reason why I bring this up.
Oh, it landed. It came back.
Armed officer of the state, and they have a gun. It doesn't matter if it's a female law enforcement officer or a male law enforcement officer. If that person came into the room, they have the command of this room.
No, they don't. Nobody respects a female police. What are you gonna arrest me?
You would just
Oh, really?
female police
You
officer.
just
Really,
100. I'm running away.
Shit, you're running away from a female officer.
you don't show hesitate to cap your ass. If you want to commit a crime,
He just said he ran away from her. So that kind of proves a point, right?
Ladies, you can't shoot a suspect from running away from you. You can't do that.
I mean, legally, you're not supposed to do that. Physically,
depending on the
just
situation,
capable of
you
doing that,
actually
right?
Women
can.
police officers are far more likely to pull a gun out and get involved in a shooting than men because they're not as physically capable of dealing with the perpetrator.
Thank you. Okay.
No.
I mean,
I don't even know if
you just argued to argue.
But then that goes against them being more logical and rational.
Because they're not as physically as capable.
Or that no.
We never disagreed on like how
Or,
men are
wait.
physically stronger or not. Like I'm not talking about physicality.
Yeah, you have an issue with the
That
rationale.
goes in favor.
No, I have
So
a-
he
what I
would
have
say
an
that
issue
because that goes
is
in
that you
favor
guys
of
keep
his
saying,
argument
oh,
about
you
being
think men are so
logical.
much superior,
Women
et
are
cetera,
less
et cetera.
logical and
And yet you
rational.
bring
Superior at certain things.
okay, superior in logic, superior in. Can you list?
I'm listening.
Okay, no, I was gonna say, can you make a list again?
Oh, okay. Logic, decision making, rationality, decision making.
Yeah, you're saying like you already demonstrated like the ways in which women are superior to men. You don't even find to be important.
No, they
because
are
you don't
important.
value those
No,
things.
you guys are right.
No, regardless of that, right? You're and then to prove your point, what you're doing is that you're using these exceptional circumstances to say, oh no, men in general are more logical, right? How often is your house burning down? How often is a police officer knocking on your door? Not very often, right? So to me, I think it's really weird to take like these exceptional circumstances and say, oh, that's proof that men on average are more logical.
Stop. The reason why we have to use exceptional circumstances is to show you that men are exceptionally better than women at said circumstances.
Have you guys lived
That's
with a
why we
man?
have to do it that way. Because for you to understand that men are more rationally, logically, and deductively solved than women is because I have to give you these examples so you guys understand when it comes to life or death, what are you picking? I need to be able to get a clear-cut answer. So men, here's the thing. I'm not saying women aren't capable. The problem is that you guys are listening, but you're not understanding. I'm not saying women aren't capable. I'm saying if I had the two options, the superior option is almost always the man when it comes to deductive problem solving, rationality, logic, and emotional control.
So you would choose a male officer, first day on the job, rookie dude with a gun to protect you over a veteran who is.
It's the average person. It's just you're just arguing nothing right. It's the average.
The reason why the cop thing doesn't support their argument, you would rather choose the male cop, but you've already given on physicality. But that's not what you're arguing about right now. You're arguing about who's more rational, who's more logical, right? And they're appealing to, well, who would you choose in terms of a police officer? Police officers are not historically known for their logic and rationality. Police officers are arguably
That's not true.
Never mind. You're never picking the most rational cop. That's the point that they should be fighting on. Not trying to argue against this, like, well, who has the gun or whatever, the cop thing. It's just it's a losing argument. But I understand why they're trapped in it. I might get stuck in this too, in this particular example. But you're not like, yeah. Like if he says like, yeah, men are leading in rationality and logic and they're better chess players. Like, okay.
I mean, I guess Iron like.
Male or female cop.
An example where you're saying I'm picking to do it every time.
She just argued what she
doesn't matter that she's a
So,
veteran
like,
officer. She's got 30
let me
years
throw
job
that in here 'cause I don't
experience.
need
She
that
has
in
way
my
more training with a
inventory.
firearm.
Like,
You
they're
pick a
so
fucking
down this
dude,
hole now, they're
little boy cop.
But she just explained how gay.
He's younger. Hold on. I'll tell you what. He's younger. No. It's very rational because I come from that field. He's younger. He's more gung ho. he's stronger, he's more physically capable.
When you're more
A woman on the job for 30 years. Hold on. Men are less likely to pull out their guns in a physical confrontation because they can actually deal with a suspect versus a woman is not.
Do you think
Okay, a
immunity
woman
is
with 30 years experience as a police officer is old and fat at this point.
I have no idea the circumstances by which a woman is with this female officer would be withdrawing her gun. It's the ingrained biases literally would
See,
change
here's
the
the
way
difference.
that interaction.
You asked me a question. You didn't think about it logically and rationally.
I think I did, but
you did it because you named a woman who's physically inferior, fatter, older, etc., versus a young rookie who is far more physically capable.
I'm framing as more experience.
You said 30 years experience.
Okay, but let's say
30 years experience makes her 50 years old. To be a police officer, you typically have to be between 18 to 21.
Let's talk about y'all experiences. Hold up, let me. Do you think that a woman in her 50s can't be physically fit?
No.
No. Oh God, no. No, that's not what you
Ooh,
want.
the ingots are very good on the points. The refined ingots are very good on points. Ooh, that's making me think. It's making me think about setting up a smelter or something.
That fucks with your physical costs, right? Let's talk about experience, real life situation, not statistics.
It's also, I bet it's also harder for them because, like, as much as I shout or scream, I do try
Oh
really,
yeah,
really hard to
that's
engage
going
with them. They're probably not used
434
to
a
getting, like,
fucking minute.
Actually Thunderdome like this, because I don't know if I've ever actually Thunderdomed either of these people before.
About the male species, okay?
Hold on, just relax. The reason that they're able to argue these points is because we don't live in a dangerous society anymore. Violence never really.
I'm trying to think.
comes up in college campuses.
When you've got a full thing coming in, how fast do smelters work? Smelters are doing 30 every minute, so 30, 60, 90. So it'd be pretty fast, but not like super duper fast, you know? Super
And the point is that
duper
we know that biology matters, and you're trying to act like we just live in this autistic fucking.
I'm not saying I never said biology doesn't matter.
The only reason you're able to make the only reason you're able. The only reason the fact that you even tried to argue with me that a woman that's 50 years old is as physically capable as a young man that's a rookie police officer
That's not what
shows
she
me
argued.
that's quite literally what she said.
That is literally not what she argued. She
30
said,
years on the job.
she never said anything about, no, what she literally said, and let's be clear here, is she said, oh, a 50-year-old woman who's more experienced versus a 20-year-old rookie. She's not saying, oh, the woman is more physically superior. She never said any of that.
Physically superior to a younger man. I granted you that a 50-year-old woman is probably not physically superior to a rookie cop, but I'm saying that there are skill sets in her
But then you literally verbatim said, and you think a 50-year-old man is more physically capable. That's
No.
what
She said, do you think a 50-year-old man can be fit? And they said,
Yeah,
yes.
anybody
So
can
then,
be fit. So you said a man in his 50s can be physically fit.
But
And I'm
somehow a
saying,
woman in
okay,
her 50s.
a woman in her 50s can be
No,
physically
that was the question that you asked. So what you did was
The ingots are nutty on the points, and I bet like the plates would be like even crazier, dude.
Like, here's the context. Would you prefer a young rookie cop coming in a dire situation, or a woman who is trained with 30 years experience? And me, using my deductive problem solving and my rationality and logic, I know 30 years on the job automatically puts her around 50 years old. So I know she's not going to be as physically capable of actually dealing with a perpetrator as the young guy. So that's why when you said, I was literally listening to you very closely. That's why I'm able to answer it to this degree. That's why I said, right? That's why I said automatically the young guy, and I didn't even think twice about it because I knew 30 years on the job, regardless of her firearm training, regardless of her experience, regardless of her time on the job, the man is going to be superior to her in this degree because when it comes to policing, when it comes to a dire situation, physicality matters. Now, then you go ahead and say, well, does that mean that a 50-year-old woman can't be fit?
No,
and
I said
she
physicality
can.
trumps everything.
When it comes to policing and dealing in a life or death situation, I want the physically fit guy every time. Not a 50-year-old
I want a
woman.
person who's more capable with handling a gun.
Okay, but let him finish. This is his panel.
I'm telling you, man. Regardless, you don't always need a gun to defuse the threat. Matter of fact, they teach you in law enforcement. In a law enforcement situation, they actually teach you to defuse the threat at the lowest level so that you don't have to necessarily escalate and kill someone.
The thing about female cops, I'm pretty sure is true, that a female cop is more likely to draw a gun, and it's probably because they have the less ability to get a handle on the situation without having to resort to lethal force. I'm pretty sure that is correct. I've heard that before.
Exactly, you don't even need physical strength.
Let this man talk. Like, Jesus.
You need to shoot a gun, but you might need physical strength.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
So what I'm saying is that I prefer the younger guy. And then you said, well, can a woman be physically fit too? And I was like, she can, but not to the same level as a man can. Then you're like, well, what about a 50-year-old guy? Well, if I took a 50-year-old guy, 50-year-old woman, all things equal, that 50-year-old guy more than likely is going to be physically superior to that 50-year-old woman.
Okay, but it wasn't a question of whether or not a 50-year-old man would be physically superior to a 50-year-old woman. He probably would be. Obviously, I agree with you. I'm saying, you wouldn't even grant a woman could be physically fit at 50. Now you're saying, oh, well, she can be, but she'd be inferior to a 50-year-old man.
You like hearing yourself talk for real? None of these females have talked. She hasn't read a single book on super trash. Y'all don't talk about equality.
If y'all want to read super
Don't be disrespectful to them. They haven't been disrespectful to y'all. They haven't been disrespectful to y'all. Just because you disagree with them doesn't mean that you guys can outright disrespect them. Relax.
Right, but when I put the girls out the studio, right? Mind you, she wanted to fight all the girls on the panel, but the moment I approached her, she was like, nah, nigga, I'm cool. And I told her, hey, listen, I'm gonna call the cops, right? These guys will get here. She was out within 2 seconds. You girls were sitting on the panel ain't doing shit, all right? So at the end of the day, all right, when the threat of a man is involved, these bitches are out.
I know what's up.
I'm sorry, but that just objectively means nothing.
But she didn't get scared because she said male cops are on their way. She said law enforcement are on their way.
So
law
you guys,
enforcement could be a man or a woman.
okay, so you guys have an issue with the point that we made that we said men are more logically, rationally, and logically sound than women and better deductive problem solvers. That's your issue, right?
Yeah, can I explain something?
Yeah, sure.
No, come on.
Just to take turns, can we do equality for real? Like,
Okay.
you guys are talking about so much equality, and you guys are not giving anybody the opportunity to talk.
I'm talking and you guys
Look, I'm talking, and you guys are interrupting.
Okay, well,
Let me finish. I'm not
Well,
done.
let her finish. Start first.
Yeah,
and then
go.
you can
Explain
ahead.
your statistics.
Go ahead.
Yeah, no, my problem is that you're using these extreme examples to try to prove your point. And I think that there are, and I know there are, because you can make fun of me for reading studies, but yeah, I've read the studies that can make these points in different ways, or don't prove to what you're saying. So for example, who's a more logical thinker or whatever in like stressful situations? There are literally books written about this, about like actually studies done with stress. And guess what? Who's the best people reacting at stress? It's not men, it's not women, it's people who believe that they're good at handling stress. That is literally the #1 indicator of how you're going to perform in a stressful situation. So this isn't, down to biology, it's literally down to how you think you're going to handle stress. So when you say like, oh no, this is all biological, it's going to be this way, it's going to be probably men, probably women, what you're taking, or what it seems like you're not taking into account, is that there's all these other factors, regardless of sex, that actually influence how you handle stressful situations. I would strongly recommend reading the book Upsides of Stress. It goes really
Okay,
deep.
well, okay, then you know what? You want to talk about women can handle stress better than men in some situations. Why is it that all of the most stressful jobs are dominated by men?
Can you give us
Like air traffic controllers, high-level surgeons, okay, police officers, military, all of these high-risk jobs that are very dangerous, by the way, I might add, that women typically don't go into. Why are they dominated by men if women are so good at handling stress?
You're saying it's because men have a natural affinity above women, and that's why, right? That's your explanation.
No, I'm asking you the question.
But I'm asking you.
Jesus, Aaron's gotta chill on the aggressiveness.
I'm responding to what she said. She's saying women deal with stress better than men in certain situations. And I was like, okay, cool, by that logic, tell me why all the most stressful careers are dominated by men.
She's just saying that women have the capacity to do so
Then answer the
in the
question.
same way that
Okay,
men
a
do.
lot of these careers that you're listing, right, are physical in nature.
Air traffic controller is physical? Being a
I
pilot is
said a
physical?
lot. I didn't say all, please.
So which is one that's dominated by women? A high stress job.
Honestly, straight up child rearing.
Yeah.
Yeah. You don't think raising children is stressful?
Oh no, that's not that.
That's not a job.
She should have went with nursing because nursing can be ultra high stress. The hours are insane. The crazy.
That would have been a great. Yeah, that's true. That would have been an absolute banger of a
lots of school for it.
of a thing of like a.
Nursing would have been the perfect example here.
Yeah.
What did I say at the top of the show? I said that men, right, are more likely to go ahead and chase resources. I said women are naturally lazy.
If you wanted to go with child rearing, honestly, teaching might be an okay one too. Although even that I would want to fight on this show. Teaching would be an acceptable one, but I think that what the fuck did I just say? Sorry, I just read something else. Nursing would have been the way better option.
When it comes to chasing resources, they're better at creating life and a family. We agree.
Okay, another more dominated sex work is a majority woman. And guess what? That is an extremely
Was it
stressful
iron isn't that good?
perfect.
Because the other one was going like nuts. It
Explain how
was.
sex work is such a hard education or hard work.
I know these aren't
sex
coming
work,
out
because
as
I don't
fast,
care if
but
it's actually
still.
easy, right? You take a
I'm
picture and you
talking about
post it,
like
right?
strippers or prostitutes.
Okay, bitch, I used to be a stripper. I could do a pole dance right now. It's easy as fuck.
Oh, that's easy.
Tina, respectful.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to. Y'all think raising a child is so stressful? But wait. Why are you guys saying that sex work? It's easy. It's easy. You finesse men. You shake a little bit of ass and you finesse men. I used to dance. It's actually not a stress. It's not stressful. The only thing that's stressful is perseverance.
Extremely physically demanding.
And I am a pole dancer. And I am a pole dancer, honey. And I am a pole dancer. It's not physically engineering at all.
I'm not a stripper, but I've done pole fitness before. You end the night with your legs just
It
covered in
cannot be.
bruises.
I've never had a bruise.
In the beginning,
that's how it is in the beginning.
You've never had a bruise on your leg and you do pole dancing? I don't believe it.
Yeah,
Girls'
that's.
legs are always f***ing bruised to shit.
Yeah, that's
such a
cap as the
lie. There's no
fuck.
shot. Now I don't know if she
Oh,
did this
I
at
made
all.
portable
bet she
miners
made
by
a side
accident.
story out.
Because I'm a dumbass.
So you can mount yourself to that pole without getting bruised.
Go.
This
This is physically demanding. That is my point.
Oh wait, never mind. Sorry, she did it. How does she never had a bruise before? Wait, I didn't even watch it. Sorry. I guess she does too.
Yeah, that's cap. There's no way you've never had a bruise.
This is way more fun to be
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, there she
I think
goes.
she displayed that.
So why was the other one like 300 something? Was it because it was like there was no gaps in it? Is that why?
Oh man, is Aaron gonna go pole dance now? Oh no.
Get the fuck up there. It's so easy. Go do it.
No, we were talking about stress.
Oh no.
It is so physically easy. And men are on average more stronger than women.
Which for you?
Get your ass on the pole.
Everybody shut up. So let me tell you why I've not been on the pole for over a year and a half, bitch. Let's get out of it.
Holy shit. She's so mad.
It's not physically ridden a bicycle in years. If I got on one right now, I could still do it.
Unlocking better smelters is gonna be. Whenever I finally unlock better smelters, it's gonna be
You were
insane.
talking about stressful. That's
Sit
physically
down.
demanding, but is it?
physically demanding.
Well,
that comes.
Hey, ladies. Number one. Everyone sit down.
That's easy.
How many jobs have you had?
Thank you,
Hey, everybody shut the hell up. Sit
That's
down,
easy to do.
relax, take
The
a breather.
crying.
Let's reset this. Tina, gather your thoughts. Make your point. and
The
then I'm
crying
gonna go ahead
tantrums
and
from
say what they
fucking
gotta say.
Myron are nutty.
Don't be disrespectful.
I
Don't
will
call
not
him a
be
bitch
disrespectful.
again.
Okay, so I'm gonna speak.
Don't
in
call them
accent.
fucking bitches, guys.
No one here's a bitch. We're all ladies. Sorry. So while I did that, I just displayed that with
Bruh.
anecdotal experience. I just displayed it, and I'm telling you from my own experience, there's nothing.
Okay, so I can't get these, but I can get the shit that I need for other stuff, which is good.
Because you're
So I can
it's
go.
hard. It's not hard.
So
That's
I've
the
got
thing.
my
I
own
don't
thing
know.
going. This is full.
Well, our body mass is.
So I could let this shit
Respectfully,
roll right
can I
now.
finish, baby?
No, I'm good.
I never went to training. I don't do training. I never did any of that. Everything that I do is self-taught. It's just easy. It's just easy. It's not. It's incomparable from a man's. Getting
Alright,
on
I
the
think
pole
the
is not
point-
the same as a
I
fucking
think-
man in like the military,
let me
bro.
just-
Like
let me just say. Remember,
Most people in
ladies,
the military
that
are paper pushers,
argument
okay? It's not like the
was
average
about
guy is like getting
stress,
deployed to
and what we were
There was
arguing
nothing
is that
stressful
men
about it.
dominate
Active
the most
combat,
stressful
so,
jobs,
like-
and you went ahead and you brought into sex work. That's where they came in. Did you have something that you wanted to add to that?
I have a lot of things to say.
All right, go
You
ahead.
guys are talking about statistics, facts.
right.
How many jobs have you guys had?
Multiple.
Oh no.
Would you like to
Okay,
hear
they
some?
both have had multiple.
I do primary education.
How many kids have you
I've
guys
been a
had?
babysitter. I've done gig work. I've worked music
How many
festivals.
kids?
I've been a caretaker for a lot of my life, even when I was underage. Yeah.
It's fine. You didn't have
Caretaker
to.
to a physically disabled elderly family member. Yes.
Okay, caretaker. I've worked in every fucking position you can imagine. This girl, I'm sure she's worked every
Meeting billionaires, doing every single job.
fucking hard job you can fucking imagine. I'm
Okay.
talking about
All of them.
restaurants,
All
like
the jobs.
bartending, bottle girl, stripper, everything.
So what? We got enough shit to make like
everything.
100 more.
Okay.
Even though I got to make
But
500 of them, so this shit's gonna be running for
I've had
a
a
minute.
child. You guys have it.
It's
but
just
you
gonna be
guys
running
are
for a
always talking
hot
about
minute,
maternity.
dude.
Como si saben. Another thing, you guys are talking about
But
sex work.
did you think that the
It's
restaurant
so
jobs
stressful,
statistically
and you guys have
demanding?
never
Here, let's
fucked.
let her finish, please.
Y'all probably have like 3 body. I don't know. I don't even know if y'all had a boyfriend before. Y'all talking about
What is
male
como si
species.
saben? What does that mean? What do you
Hold
know?
on, hold on. Let me fucking finish. Y'all talking about male species. You guys, how much you wanna bet y'all have never lived with a man? Y ustedes aquí hablando de hombres.
I already told you I
Cuando
never
nunca
been
han
on a date. Obviously, I
cocinado.
never lived with a man.
You
no.
guys talking about caregiver.
Hey, there's no need to be disrespectful. Just say your
I'm not being
points and don't.
disrespectful.
You are. Just say your points.
Why? Why
Don't
am I
be a bitch about it.
What's
please.
wrong with being a
That's just the way I talk.
Okay, well, tone it back.
Okay, I'm gonna try to.
Don't be patronizing to the ladies, man. Like,
Okay,
chill.
what else?
Don't look right. You wrote it
You're
down.
talking all this shit. You're
It
not even
says
cooking.
fire. I don't know what that
Okay,
means.
move on.
Stupid.
Nurses is another example.
Wait, nurse? Okay.
Yeah, of stressful jobs,
Okay,
RNs,
fair enough.
people like working
My mother was a nurse.
You know
by
what's
the way.
more stressful than being a nurse?
Being a
Oh,
doctor.
you're gonna say doctor.
Yeah. And who's usually the doctor?
Well, again, now we're gonna go back to circles.
answer it for you.
Well, yeah, males. Because guess what? Guess who historically couldn't practice?
I don't know if being a doctor is more stressful than being a nurse. Doctors are stressful jobs, for sure. But in
If
terms
they're
of, like,
stacked, I don't know if that does
just
anything.
like day-to-day levels of stress, I'm not sure. I've heard so many horrible stories about nursing jobs day to day, like when you're dealing with all the fucking like upkeep for all the patients, like long-term care, and the hours, the on-call, all of that shit. I mean, I guess I wonder if like attending physicians are doing like doing the rounds as much as like nurses and shit are on like upkeep and whatnot. I'm not sure. I don't know. I truly don't know. I haven't had as many like physicians email me and complain about. I haven't heard as many physicians email me and complain about that as I have like nursing people. But I don't know.
Practice medicine in that
they
level of
can
field.
now.
Well,
Yeah,
actually,
so now you're getting more women doctors.
Yeah, but that
well, you know,
changes
I'm really glad that you brought up med school and doctors. Actually, women nowadays, med school is almost 50-50. But overwhelmingly, the people that choose to go into the harder professions when it comes to surgery, anesthesiology, etc., are overwhelmingly men. Women typically go into pediatricians, being a primary caregiver,
I
primary
mean,
doctor.
do I want to try to do this where I split it off even more?
Type stuff. They want to do
Split it off again
cosmetics. A lot of times
and then
they wanna
have
do,
it
skin dermatology. Men almost
I could
always
have
go
this split into going
the
into two
risky,
more.
harder
High stress.
professions when it comes to the medical
I
field.
feel like this is pure cope. So you're saying that
We-
even when it gets,
Oh,
even when it
careful.
comes to like men and women earning the same credential, both going through med
Okay, I think Myron has to know they're my friends because I'm surprised he didn't butt her head off at that.
school, incredibly difficult.
Yes.
Becoming PhDs, getting an MD.
Yes.
Then you want to break it down to the sector, and you're like, well, they're choosing the easy sectors to being a doctor.
Yes,
Dude, come
they are.
on.
They are. And here's how I know this. There's no studies on this because it would be the most sexist and f***ed up study, and it would never get approved. However, I have
Or
a lot
maybe
of
it's just
friends.
unscientific, but continue.
Well, I have a lot of friends that are
She's
doctors.
cutting him off so
and
hard. Jesus.
overwhelming.
Damn
And
it.
you know what? How about you could have fun and you could go ahead and look at the registered surgeons. I guarantee you, look at their neurosurgeons, the anesthesiologists, all the professions that are actually high risk. Okay, they're probably dominated by men.
Probably.
Okay, no more.
I guarantee they're dominated by
Let's
men.
go to the chats. They're never gonna. They're never gonna agree.
Like, and that is the truth.
If you're
Real
saying
quick.
biology and
That
we're
is the
saying
truth.
you're
Real quick.
socialized, read the
Before I
chat.
move on, you said that you
Read
did
the
restaurant
chats.
work, right?
Yes.
Would you say it was physically demanding?
Yes, it was.
Oh, what's so hard about,
Oh, what's
just
so
taking
hard?
somebody's order and stuff? No,
No, about standing for 8 hours?
Exactly, girl. It is physically demanding. If you're saying just standing is physically demanding, why the f is it spinning on a pole physically demanding? For hours and hours on end.
It is.
Oh, shit. I wish we would have thought of that
gave my
before.
opinion
No,
on
I'm
that.
That would have been a
it's
good
not
one.
as physically demanding as being a cop. I'm simply saying that independently.
Okay,
as a
so
cop,
you
being
can
a
do
doctor
it.
is
Chat and listening to you
It's
speak is
physically
physically demanding.
That's
Let's read
mentally
the
demanding,
chats,
sweetie,
please.
but yeah.
Let's read the chat,
girls,
please.
it's
Let's
one
read
of
the
the-
chat,
lived
please,
it,
because
don't
I'm
even
physically
start.
impaired right
Alright, let's
now.
do the
I'm
chat.
mentally impaired right
Just read
now.
it, man. Just they don't shut
All
up.
right,
Separate chats.
I'm behind your back.
Purple shirt, can your elbows touch behind your back?
What that mean?
Can you touch your elbows behind your back?
No, don't, because their boobs might pop out. Let's keep going.
It's Rumble though.
Yeah, Rumble doesn't want nudity.
Subscribe.
Is a woman's desire for a taller man also a social construct? Don't take feminist liberal women seriously. Use this podcast to know what they want to hear, then smash them down.
They're gonna tell you about standards, man.
Okay, long live gaming. Why are they trying to deny biology?
Social
That's a good
construct,
question.
woke
It's a,
ideas.
Scott, it's a social construct, you bigot.
Shout to Scott.
The managing engineer, the females that are in the field overwhelmingly work less than men. Oh, wow. Okay. And work even less when they become pregnant and yet are paid equally
Citation?
as an overworked
Super chat.
male. Yeah, no, he's saying he's a managing engineer.
Mr. Sheed, 50. And the two most,
I could say
Can
that
you
I'm
let him
managing
speak?
engineer.
Please.
It's very true.
enough of the elbow.
And the two most validated emotional control measures, men have lower neuroticism, big 5, and better hot executive functioning, emotion suppression, and charge situation. Do some high
Homework.
you dumb holes. So there
Jesus.
you go. He's you can argue all you want about social constructs, but gender differences are seen in toddlers. This has been proven. Boys will be more aggressive and play fight and be more protective. This is true as well. Pac-Matic goes, women were not oppressed, they were poor. Families made choices to send their son rather than their daughter to be educated. Wealthy women always had access to education in all parts of history. Okay? Mr. Martin, these young 20-somethings believe their indoctrination factory has freed them from the bondage of ignorance, when in fact it has ensnared them entirely. The power of the Matrix. Fair enough. The Who Knocks goes, can you guys just put Troy at the panel at this point? That we got you already from earlier. Ladies, how can you tell if he's a virgin or inexperienced and how that he's experienced? Oh man, we're beyond that, my friend. Sorrow Terps goes, there won't be no dry as jokes tonight. Okay, thank you, Barbados. Okay, all right. Venom goes,
I can tell.
must be in the multiverse. Never thought would see a show without Fresh. Is this Sneako and Fit?
Let's go.
Yeah, I guess it's Sneak and Get Fit. Ladies, what's the most real but savage truth you've told another lady? I fucked another guy. Colorado Roughneck goes, pink dress, this tit CC's higher than her IQ.
Wait,
I
what?
think he said that your tit CC's are higher than your IQ.
If my IQ is low, how do you not know that this is actually purple?
I was just about to say.
He's probably
you
colorblind.
dumb?
All right, yo, Sneako, there's a girl on the panel that has been in the chat telling everybody that she's your biggest fan. I see it, bro, but be careful. She's cuckoo.
Yo, shout out to you.
All right.
I hope you're not a she-they.
They both never seem to work out. All right. Camp
Yeah.
2 times. And then camp 2 times again. What does fat people in modern day relationships have in common? Answer on my next rant. Okay. And that is, who has more rights, men or women, or a truck if they want to?
They can identify as trucks, basically.
Oh, yeah. Oh, shit. Pink girl, the literal definition of a bimbo.
What's bimbo?
It means empowered queen.
Wait, no, but for real, what's bimbo? Hey, y'all.
It means a stallion, girl boss.
That's what it means. Continue on. B-Dubs goes, to the blonde, she, they. Who's they, though?
It's a social construct. That gender's a spectrum, blah, blah, blah. But I'm going to argue about male and female
Okay,
dynamics for the whole
honestly,
show.
Let's let
no.
her answer. Go ahead.
The truth of the matter is, I'm not a snowflake who gets really upset if somebody calls me him, they, she. I'm not like, oh my god, how dare you call me the wrong pronoun? I don't give a fuck.
Right.
That's why there's a she they. And if you want to call me him, I don't. Why would I care? Call me whatever the hell you want.
You care
I'm
enough to
not a
put she they in
snowflake.
your bio.
No, I care enough to signal to people that you can call me what you want. That's
She
what I'm
doesn't
trying
have
to
any
get across.
attachment to her gender.
That's what I'm trying to get across. Call me what you want.
So
I'm
if
not
you didn't
trying
have
to
any
offend
attachment to your gender, why'd you put it in your profile?
I was about to say,
No, that's
they
fine. It's a
arguing
signal. If anybody wants to call me whatever, I'm cool with it. Go for it.
Bitch.
Yeah, fuck, I was gonna say, she set us up for that one.
Yeah, but bitch is not like a pronoun, like
Anything
a
but just
Don't
identification.
disagree with her because
What do you mean, don't disagree with her? They've been disagreeing about all podcasts. Jesus.
That's what she said. She said it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Bro, this Chris, that was the most nigga thing you've ever done. You see worse. Oh my god. Okay, girl next to Mara was definitely invited by Icy.
The girl that got kicked out.
Oh yeah,
I knew
Icy
she was
probably did
there.
about it.
She was fucking.
Monty 337.
Wait, I was about to say.
WFNF crew, W Sticko. Come on, I'm in the gym, man. Y'all have changed my life better every day. Ready to join Fagco and Creativity Kit next week.
Yes.
1 out of 1,000, only 1,000 members in the Creativity Kit. Also, shout out Zena. Been using your IG to red pill these females. Keep it up, love.
Mo, put Creativity Kit top of the description for Rumble. Guys, get in there.
Already there.
Get in there.
I know we
Okay.
can. AJ River, thanks for the 20. Ladies, instead of naming these 3 countries, can y'all name all of the 7 C's?
Oh hell no, nigga. All right.
That's
Big Chief Lifestyle goes, Lico, did you do druggies?
No, get off my dick, bro.
Okay. And then we got, yeah, they shit on us too. Zena, the queen of the panel, but I'm gonna need pink shirts Insta. Okay. It's below my friend. Yeah.
Soba savage.
Stay strong.
It's
Don't
below.
fat. Stay strong. All
Yeah.
2023. No fucking beating your meat. No pain for
Yeah, don't
OnlyFans.
sit, guys.
Stop being a simp. pussy.
Retard rating from Myron to Sneeko 7.
Sneeko, you are the ultimate fucking simp, dude.
That was from earlier from the girls. Okay.
You got a 10?
He goes on any panel as soon as some girl is like displays like conservative, even slightly conservative-esque values. He immediately is just like ultra simping for that chick the rest of the fucking panel. I've seen so many videos of it.
Okay.
Wait, what?
Yeah, last thoughts on the panel.
Okay.
Wait, no, wait. No, let them fucking finish their point.
Yeah, I know.
Why are niggas trying to go?
I mean,
I'm hungry,
last
man.
thoughts, man.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm starving.
Too bad, faggots.
Hey, sorry, Myron, man. Hey, girls, she flew out to New Jersey and shit like that. So.
What?
What?
I'm
no,
so confused.
I'm saying last thoughts
Okay.
because these girls have time scheduled.
All right, who's got to leave?
Yeah, I gotta work in the morning.
Y'all two got to go?
And I'm done.
All right, well, I mean,
You want to keep debating, really?
Yeah, you guys.
I'm not trying to be fresh, but like, goddamn, man.
let's see what the chat
We
says.
can go all night. But whatever y'all want to talk about, it's your show.
I'm saying right now, like the girls are pretty nice right now. It's last
One more
thoughts. Fresh is not here right now. I know you
one
want to
more
debate with the
hour.
girls.
Is what you said.
Hey, listen.
There's only 2 girls that want to leave, bro.
Yeah, only 2.
It's only 2.
Fuck, I just want to eat and sleep. I feel like I'm
Last thoughts on the 2
More
ladies?
argument for what else?
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I want to eat.
You want to tell me about my Yale studies?
Thank you so much for having me, ladies. You guys
worries.
are all amazing.
No worries.
Wait. Hold on. Let's
Are we done?
That's your shout out.
Let them do their
if
last
they're
thoughts.
leaving.
No, they're in the description. Yeah, they're in the description. I mean, unless you want to give your last thoughts on what you
Yeah,
thought.
because this stuff's
you
backed
wanna
up,
give
so
your
that's
last
keeping
opinion or
it.
whatever?
That's keeping it
I
moving.
mean,
Because eventually it won't. They won't. Eventually, these can only be backed up so much, and they won't be able to. They'll have to stop producing, and then the coal, the
It all
iron, or whatever.
depends also on how, everybody grew up in the household you grew up in, and of course, education and all that good stuff. But me, with men and women, personally, like I said, a man has his role. You provide for your family. Why would I want to go outside digging in the ground, do construction? What? let me take care of my family. I am not gonna go work and have anyone in the look at the world we live in now. I'm gonna have somebody else raise my child, especially a man out of all people. Provide for your family.
W.
A big one.
Yeah. But they don't want to have kids, though. That's like.
I do want to have kids.
See
She
what
doesn't.
I
You
mean?
wanna have a husband?
There's nothing wrong with, having a job, being successful, having the education you want to have. But then again, are you going to want someone else to raise your children?
Right.
Look, do you want someone else raising your children? Do you want to send them to daycare? Do you know what they do to kids in daycare? Some of them, some kids are abused. You don't want that.
Kids are also abused at home.
Yeah.
Shit. Big facts.
Take care of your kids.
So what are you saying? You're
Why
gonna
bring that
abuse
up?
your kids at home?
No,
You're gonna say
Oh,
men
man.
are gonna abuse your kids at home? Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what she's saying.
This is crazy.
I'm saying that.
Yo, are you just here to like be a
Get the holy
contrarian? All
water.
jokes aside.
Just get the holy water.
She does a little bit because she's getting nailed on it a little bit here.
Some people just
Like,
have an honest
hold on. You gotta be
Chris,
able
get the holy
to.
water.
Do you not understand?
That's
like,
not a contrarian
you gotta,
position.
but
That's
you
just
gotta know.
objective reality that
No.
the majority of children are not
No.
abused in
Oh,
daycare.
but that wasn't the
They are
point at
abused in
all.
their
That
own
wasn't the
household
point
by
at
their
all of what they were
mothers.
bringing up, though.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter though.
Sounds like the combo at all.
Would you
Oh.
It doesn't matter
to be-
though.
Put your kids in a daycare, or you as the mother, you personally take care of your child. So she's inferring, I will be the primary
she's
care.
No. But she's saying that that she wants to be a stay-at-home mom or whatever and take care of her kids because kids are abused in daycares, and she's saying kids are also abused at home. So there's no objective reason to be like, well, I'm not gonna send. That there's no reason to be to act as if sending your kids doing whatever to stay at home with your kids is somehow inherently better than daycare whenever kids also are abused in the home. In fact, they're abused in the home more so than they're not. So she actually had that was totally on point with the conversation. That was absolutely on point with the conversation. Saying that it's not is just fucking cope. That was absolutely on point with the conversation. In every way. I need to get some of those.
Look at her broke
Caregiver.
kid.
Just like she's saying for you guys in this hypothetical, you would be the primary
I
caregiver.
was
And then, hold on,
with her
stop.
husband.
And then you respond, well, kids get abused in the home. That's a ludicrous comment.
Yeah,
It's not ludicrous at all.
I mean, she was literally alluding to the fact
Contrarian is what she does 90% of the time on the stream. Yeah, but I'm usually nice about it. But these guys are not gonna be as nice about it.
kids can be abused in daycare, which is why she's skeptical about
She's talking about her own hypothetical, her own hypothetical reality. She's talking about her own hypothetical, and
Exactly,
then
her
asks, would you
own
prefer?
reality in her own
Listen, she's
head.
talking about why this is her opinion. So she's asking you, would you prefer to raise your own kid, or would you prefer to take them to daycare?
I'm saying
Now
I
you're
prefer to
saying
raise
kids
my
get
own
abused at
kids.
home, right?
But it
But are
wouldn't be
you
to
about to
skirt
abuse your
abuse
kids?
or whatever,
Like,
because
come on,
statistically,
you're
a
arguing
child can be
my
abused
love.
in the house.
No, she's not. She's saying that because she was saying that she wouldn't bring her kids to. She'd stay home and she'd stay home and take care of her kids instead of bringing them to daycare because kids get abused at daycare. But she's saying that kids more often get abused at home. That's not just being. That's not being a contrarian. That's stating a fucking fact. It's about facts. I don't care about feelings.
She's not gonna be
I'm not saying abuse at the hands of the mom. Statistically,
Bro, stop bashing Destiny, bro. This is too much, man. They didn't start chatting. Come, bro.
Hey, I respect the contrarian stance, but you gotta be a contrarian when it makes sense. Clearly,
It does make sense. You guys are just so dumb that you think that's just contrarian to just be contrarian. You're not recognizing why you're not.
hypothetical. She literally gave a hypothetical.
She was hypothetical about taking care of her kid at her house, and your response is, well, some children get abused in the homes, which is like, that's just like a random thing that she'll say, but like, bro, that's like not at all like.
That you guys can.
That
also
absolutely
be in her shoes,
at all was
saying,
part of the
"I'm not
is
gonna
relevant
put
to the
my kid in a situation
conversation.
to Get abused, and then you respond, well, technically, you're gonna more likely to get abused at home. Like
Yeah.
what?
Yeah, because that's true.
No.
She's trying to keep her kids
Let her
safe,
talk,
and I'm saying a lot of abuse happens right under people's noses at the hands of biological fathers.
Of course, but that didn't make sense with what was going on.
It absolutely did. You guys are actually just being purposefully dumb and in denial.
Agree to disagree is summary of that.
Okay, no, I last thought anyway. I want to hear what I was interested in what you were saying. So
Well,
can
this
you
is her last
continue?
thoughts
Yeah.
anyway.
Not that interesting. Nobody wants to let me finish.
Just talk, baby.
We
Just
do.
talk, baby.
They
We
do.
all want to hear you.
I respect what they're saying.
Okay, I got like
and
10 more
I'm
minutes
not
of this left.
saying,
Maybe
you
I'm
know,
gonna
like,
fucking sleep.
it crosses anyone's mind. But speaking of logic, you want to be logical? Women are, you know, we use our feelings more. Men are logical. Men are, you know, women, sometimes you're going to think with your feelings, you're going to react before even thinking about what a person is saying. You know what I mean?
Ready for her to disagree?
That's what I'm saying.
I already hear it loaded.
Well, actually, the study.
Personally,
You guys,
these studies are
biological
bogus.
men are making fun of stats and studies
My baby.
Emotional. Damn it. That's an emotional response.
No, I'm reacting to you. It's not about studying. It's just about how fucking annoying this debate is, bro. You don't stop.
If you're
It's just
So he goes to like 5 words the
It's
whole
not about
debate.
studying. It's just that you don't stop. It's just
you
annoying.
want us to stop disagreeing. You
Alright,
want us
listen
to
to
just
your
say
points.
You know what I think it is? Your
Alright.
age. Because you're so young, you're in college, and the way you think
We're graduates.
is, well, congratulations, my
Thanks.
baby. You're in college, whatever it is, university, you know, educating yourself on whatever it is you want to do. It's your age. Like, you want to argue about maybe when you're 27, maybe you'll think like
No, feminists don't want to have kids.
Yeah.
I literally
they
said I
want
want
children. It's
And
not that they want
I don't
children.
want to have kids.
Oh, that's exactly what I'm talking
And
about.
what job you got after college? What job you got after college?
Can we let her finish?
Financial
Can we let her finish, please? Go ahead.
At this point, everybody else talk. I'm chilling.
Like this shit. I'm in Miami.
Mahadama, do you smell?
say my closing thoughts?
Go ahead.
Thank you.
No, they don't listen. I heard what you said there.
Yeah, yeah.
I speak Arabic too. Yeah, no, they don't listen.
Why do you not want to have children? Out of interest, if it's not personal, too personal.
Oh, I have issues with fertility, one. So there's,
Okay,
so
okay.
there's that.
I'm sorry to hear
But-
that. Yeah.
No, it's okay. I'm fine openly
God
discussing
bless
that.
you, yeah.
And right now, I'm just not interested in structuring my life around children. I
Yeah,
have
okay.
professional aspirations that I'd rather prioritize. Maybe down the line, I'd consider.
You can't. I don't think you can say I have fertility issues and then go off into other things. It seems like you would just stop because the fertility issues doesn't matter what you say past that, right?
Like fostering or
Yeah.
adopting, but like right now I don't have potentially even the biological ability to do so, or even just a desire to do
Maybe
so.
that's a reason why you think the way you
That
think
wasn't just
also.
was
Because you
absolutely
have
not
to-
just a random
Please, look at the
contrarian.
studies. These studies, I'm
Studies.
sorry, are bogus. Where are they coming from? What college? What university?
Somebody kidnapped your
Harvard?
sister from you.
Absolutely was not just a contrarian stance.
Look, guys, look, ladies, to be more mature here, the reality is, if most women prefer children in a family over a career
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
success,
I
and that's
want women to
overwhelming.
make every choice that they feel is best for them.
But
Just
what I'm
because
saying,
I'm not
I
gonna
get
have
that,
children doesn't mean other women
but what
can't
I'm
have
saying is
children.
that most women prefer children and a family over a career. And even the women that do
Probably,
get a career, when they have a child, they throw that out the wayside and go to the family and children.
You're
That's
gonna
all I'm
have
saying.
what to do.
But that's what they're, even though they're trying to be funny about it, that's what they're trying to say is that women in general prefer family, children, and that home life versus chasing a career, making a
Can I
living.
ask you a question, Myron?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay.
Yes, man, shut up, bro. Damn, man.
All right, sorry, man.
Grow up, nigga. What the go ahead. You're right.
Okay, so you're saying that this is what women generally prefer,
Yes.
but I think it's a little bit strange because when we look at the most developed nations
I
in the
need
world, or
four.
extremely developed nations in the world,
I need
the
four for
rate
that.
of birth
Fuck.
in children is extremely low
You're right.
compared to like developing nations.
144.
It's inversely proportional. The higher educational attainment you
no,
have, the
oh
less likely you
god,
are to
just
have,
let. Oh, I feel so mean right now.
to have children.
So to me, it seems if you're going to say like, oh, this is what women prefer, then you would still have similar rates.
Well, here's the thing, and I love that you brought that up. Here's the reality, though. Even though, because you're right, we are low birth rates. But what do we have to replace that? We have depressed, sad women, lowest levels of approval for women's existences than ever before. Women make more money now than ever before, and they're more empowered than ever before. But why are the approval ratings of life low? Why are antidepressant medications high?
Women making more money now more than ever doesn't speak too much because we already said that like women are at an economic disadvantage because they were barred from even getting an education.
Incorrect. Women dominate college attendance right now.
Right now, but you're saying women are earning more than they ever have before.
Yes,
But we would
they
have to, like, okay, what is the average median salary of a woman in the United States?
Well, for men, it's between 37 to about 50K per year. For women, it's about $5,000 less than that, 5 to 10,000 less than that. But they're still earning more than ever before, and women are starting to out earn men in a lot of cities in the United
That's
States.
still not even like a particularly impressive like salary.
Yeah, well, I get that, but you got to remember that where you live matters, right? In Mississippi, that might go a long
Right.
way. Maybe
It
in
is
Florida or
personal,
Miami, it might not.
sure.
But what I'm saying is that in general, remember, my argument wasn't that women make enough. My argument was women make more than ever before, and they're competing with men, and they're out earning men in a lot of places. So what I am saying is that women are more empowered than ever before.
I haven't
but they're
killed
less
one of these
happy.
things
Why is
yet,
that?
and I
Because
want to
they're
now.
not
I have
having
a
children. And here's the other thing, too.
almost
Feminism
like
has lied to
one of the
them.
strongest
Has
I
lied to
think
them.
available
Women having a family
weapon
at
weaponries in
29,
the game. I don't have a
35
gun
years
yet,
old,
which
you get a
that
career,
would
you
be
get a degree. But the
probably
reality is it doesn't work that way
very
because
useful.
as you make
But
more money, become more successful, and increase your status, doors close for you. For
Oh
me,
my
as men, as I
God.
get older, make more money, my status goes up. Doors open for me because I want a woman that's typically 7 to 10 years younger than I am, and women want a guy that's older than them or at their level, making the same amount of money. And high-earning men don't want women on their level financially and their age.
Myron, can I
Yeah.
propose an
Sure.
alternative solution to what you said before?
Yes.
Okay. Because earlier you were saying, oh no, like women are more depressed than ever before, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
But what a lot
oh my god, can you just get stuck somewheres or
no,
something?
women
Like
used
for
to be
2
depressed
fucking
in the
seconds?
past.
is that mental health has become, it's a relatively new field, right? So back in the 50s, the 60s, before then, it just wasn't talked about. People would drown in alcoholism instead.
This is why when you listen to me fight, and I know you guys always scream at me, push back. This is unironically. I want you guys to take this. this is what you want me to sound like. You don't realize it because you guys are fucking stupid. But this is what you're actually like pushing me to sound like. Is fighting on every single point. It's better to find like your like 5 or 6 over the course of a show. Like if they want to do some dumb shit that you just go, fuck it, yeah. Let a few things go, but you let a few things slide so that you can really nail them on the big things without seeming like you're trying to fight on every single point. Because I think you just come off as being so aggressive when you do so, and it ends up with people being like, oh, here's another objection. Oh, here's another objection. Oh, here's another objection. You know.
Well, that just
People
says that just
be
makes you
miserable
look
and
bad.
commit suicide or like not basically not talk about what was going on. And it's only recently with the advent of psychology,
If people
therapy,
posing
shit like
objections to dumb
that
shit
we've
that you're
actually
saying
started
is just
getting depression
when,
medication,
if you're
started
saying that much
talking
dumb
about this
shit to where it
started,
seems like people are just trying to object on every
hiding it
single
all.
point, that
Have
just
either of
looks
you ever
makes
suffered from,
that just looks bad on
suicidal
you. It makes
thoughts,
like why don't you
disease,
make
or
better
depression, or
points
been
instead of
medicated on
saying
depressive drugs?
instead of consistently saying things that are just pointless and are dumb and don't make
Did you
fucking
have
any logical sense.
Cut marks? Any of that? Did you ever get that severe?
Jesus
I'm just wondering
Christ.
because, again,
No,
anecdotal.
never saw
I have cut marks everywhere. I went through that. Medication's fake. That shit is satanic. It's literally fucking stupid.
Oh Lord, it's an anti-vax type
You
bitch.
know what helped me and what got me? I was diagnosed as manic, depressive, and bipolar. And one time in
Damn.
prison, they tried to say I maybe was schizophrenic. Don't clip that. I'm not. But anyway, long story short, you know what helped me? What got me to stop cutting? I've not cut in over a year. and I
Andrew
used to
Tate
cut
and
a
the
lot. I
red
have
pill.
horrible scars. I'd show
Please
you.
say Andrew Tate and the red pill.
I have a lot of
What's
scars
the-
I had to cover
what's
with
the
the big
point?
ass tattoo.
Sorry.
Point is exercise. Finding something that actually takes your mind off
Never
it.
mind.
It's better than getting on
That's an okay
medication.
answer, actually.
Well, yeah,
That's an
Instead
okay
of getting
answer.
on medication, the medication actually drove me to the point where I got Baker acted twice. Certain they don't know what they're giving you, bro. It's just a bunch of chemicals mixed together.
Well,
It's
this
satanic.
part is
They absolutely know what
That-
they're
that
giving
mental
you.
Illness, all that shit, that's fake. That's not real. That's just
It's
what they tell you.
absolutely real.
Everyone
Oh my
knows
Lord.
At this
It's all
point.
approach.
It's all fake. It's all fake.
Okay.
And the statistics show that
They've not experienced
on
it.
facts.
You
this
haven't
is a
experienced
fact.
it. Don't
This is
speak on it.
literally a statistic, a study.
You have not went
That
through
A
it.
statistic, a
psychologists can
study.
tell
Like
you.
which one
Who
is it?
studies
It's only
psychology?
one or the other. It can't be both.
Okay, by psychology. What do psychologists say? What do they recommend? Exercise.
Yeah, I agree, 100%.
But they still gonna give you the drug because they still need the money.
Do you go to the
That's
gym
it.
or do you go to therapy?
I do, what is it? I don't go to the gym, but I do.
Emotional damage.
Well, those are mutually exclusive. You can. It is possible to go to the gym at one point in your day and go to therapy.
Oh, yeah.
But she doesn't go to the gym, she goes to therapy.
Well, no, I do, what is
Not
it?
in place of her therapy.
She's trying to think of like
Doesn't-
yoga or Pilates or some shit like that.
Can I finish my sentence, please? Okay. Instead of going to the gym, what I've done instead that's worked with me is that I do like outside exercise activities. So I do like a lot of kayaking, for example.
Oh, okay,
I love
that's actually
kayaking.
good. All right.
Volleyball is another example. So it's not like I don't go to the gym, but I do exercise. It's not just
So do
physically.
you think that that's helped you better than if I don't know? You didn't answer if you've been medicated before. Do you believe that that actually helped you better, or do you think the medication actually helped you? I'm just
Yeah,
curious.
no, I almost completely agree with you on
Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna worry about
I'm
that right now
antidepressant,
until I get
Lexapro didn't help me at all.
the frame
Yeah,
things until I get
absolutely
those done and made
I will
and
say
start
this,
get a
and
production
maybe
line of
all you
those done. I'm not
guys are
gonna
gonna go
try to
crazy
move
once
up
I say
to
this, but,
having this. So I'm gonna just work on
honestly,
doing other shit.
What worked every couple of months has been the
That's
best
not
thing.
man-made medicine though. That's natural.
I think, yeah, I agree. I think a lot of the medical field is like kind of fucked up. But yeah, personally, shrooms, exercise, going outside, absolutely good for your mental health. We can agree there.
I agree with you 100% there. Yeah.
I took shrooms.
I don't know about that. You said something I like today.
W shrooms.
W shrooms. No, say no to drugs though. That shit makes you
Alright, you got more?
depressed.
No, all I was gonna say was because you're saying.
Oh, so
that
these are it's
women
one solid
aren't
thing, and
necessarily
that's
because
good.
You're saying mental
That's something
health
that
is a
I'd want to
new
like
thing,
swap out a
etc.,
lot of this
all this
stuff
other
for over
What
here.
I'm saying is that
Well, maybe
women are sadder now
because
than ever before because women typically derive their pleasure.
yeah,
being
these are a
around
lot of these are
people. Women
full. So if I
more
could
into-
swap these
women are
out
more
for
social
double
creatures
stacked
than men are.
ones,
And if you guys had
so that way
asked us this,
all this
yes,
other stuff keeps
why are
on
women
moving.
actually superior in? I'll tell you.
Well,
women are
maybe
socially
not.
superior than men.
But like these
Way more
secondary
socially superior.
stages with
That's
like
why when a girl
the
walks
built
into a room,
items,
they can
maybe.
tell, okay, this chick is looking at me funny, etc. I mean, probably out of the corner of your eyes, you guys can see that the panel's resenting you guys because you started a lot of arguments. But that's fine because women are socially superior to men. But you guys are so fixated on the things I said men are superior to women and versus what women are superior.
But yeah, I'm gonna go for the
So what I'm saying
logistics
is this.
3.
What do you put on Earth to do?
What was I put on Earth to do?
What are human beings put on Earth?
Not
to do?
you.
Populate.
The population in general.
Okay.
Yes.
Now,
Why did God place us here?
since we're put on Earth to procreate, okay, how do men accomplish procreation?
I I don't agree with your sentiment.
Dude, you can't fight on this. Like, obviously, right? The goal of any gene is to reproduce, right? Because given an equal environment where some genes want to reproduce and some don't, the ones that want to are always going to thrive. That just, from a micro to a macro level, it makes sense that our goal is reproduction. You can't fight that point.
Entertain you, okay?
This is going to biology. Human beings, you agreed that human beings are put on Earth to procreate. Now I'm asking
I
you.
don't agree with that.
They don't agree with that.
Well, because I'm not.
Wow. Nico is so mad, dude. Holy shit.
Oh my God, Missy, stop acting like.
Okay, well,
Did you know that people who don't have children actually report being happier in their lives?
That's not true. Anyway,
It is true.
There's no way that's true.
It's fucking true.
So
man.
going back, you're just coping. So going back to what you were saying.
But no, we're not.
So why are
gonna,
human beings put on Earth then if it's not to procreate?
Okay, we're not gonna agree here, and everyone's gonna hate on me
Sure,
for
go
this.
ahead.
But it's because
What is it?
The scary thing is that if Erin keeps pushing, she's about to run into somebody being actually really mean. And I don't know if she must have had people be mean to her before.
I don't think we were put here for a specific.
These are
purpose.
coppers.
We decide what our purpose is.
I think I could.
Because I'm not religious like you guys, and you
Okay.
can laugh at it, but like, hey,
Well,
well,
woke is
if
the
you
new
want
religion.
Here on Earth.
It absolutely has to do with religion.
With his like talking points.
She, they is a
Okay,
religion.
so let's talk about
Whoa.
this
So
from a more
blueprint,
scientific
whoa,
and
blah, blah, blah.
biological perspective.
Because then if I could
Human
copy
beings are
just
put on
like
Earth to procreate.
kind of just copy
is
this
why
whole setup
when
over
you
here where it's
bleed,
just
your body
these
does everything to stop
machines
you from
all
bleeding,
leading into
with,
this,
you know,
that's what I want to
knocking out
copy
the
and then
wound,
just
etc.
redo
This
it
is why you
to
have
work for
defense mechanisms to keep you alive so that you can continue your lineage, okay?
to make it
Men
work
and
for
women are
doing it
put
with
on
these
Earth
with
to
this copper
procreate
over
with
here.
each other. All right, that is a fact. That is
'Cause,
not
like-
me thinking we're here on Earth for
Like the shit's
spirituality,
like
whatever. In
full,
general,
so like
human beings are put
this
on Earth
slowing
here
down
to
would not
procreate.
really
This is why
hurt
men
that at
have the
all.
sex urges that
Because like
keep
the
them up
copper
with
is just
hormones
going into
everywhere,
making the
while
wires.
women are
The
looking for
wires
best
are
guys.
because like
Now
the ink and
we've
the ingot thing is
established
full.
this foundation
This is
that we put on Earth to
full.
procreate.
So
How
like
do men procreate
only
versus
only
how do
only
women
part of this
procreate?
and like this
Well,
is full
men
on
procreate
holding
by
them. The only thing
creating
that's not
excess
full
resources
is
to
the
make themselves
wire.
attractive to a majority
But
of
that's
women.
like
That's
it's
why
getting
in the
there, you
animal
know.
Kingdom, peacocks have their feathers out, lions keep their manes, they fight each other, willing to die to do what? To mate. So whether you guys want to say, we're put on Earth for ourselves or whatever, you look at the rest of the animal kingdom, we're all here to procreate. That's why animals kill each other for the ability to mate. Now, how do women get across mating? Well, women get across mating by being attractive, staying fertile, and young. And why do they do this? To have children. The problem is this. You guys have a finite amount of time to accomplish this goal. We don't. Okay? So what I am saying is that feminism is a lie that tells you guys, chase a career, make money, you're going to be successful, and you'll find that man at the end of the line. Here's the problem. You ostracize yourself from the very men that you want because you have made the money that you want your man to make. That man doesn't care about that because we create the excess resources. When you create the excess resources, great for you.
I need
we don't
3.
give a shit. So what I'm simply saying is this. Women don't derive the same pleasure from creating resources because it doesn't make you as attractive to the opposite gender to have the final input of having a children and family.
I guess copper was worth more because whenever I had the copper one with the stone, it was like super high.
You guys got to preserve your value.
I just don't understand why does it feel like they should be like way
you guys, you have more dire consequences because
way like these are like way I don't know if it's because of the size of the models, I
All the
guess.
social sciences. Why do all the jobs that
Yeah,
you
it must be
deal
it
with
must just be the
etc.
size of the
Why
models.
are
I was gonna say
dominated
like
by women?
it felt
Now you
like
guys
these
continue.
other like
So
this is like these are
social
literally
No, it's not.
overlapping.
It is biology. Women
You know what I mean?
overwhelmingly prefer to be around people.
I'm just waiting for Aaron to say
prefer being
biology is a social
This is why they're
construct.
socially
Oh God, don't
superior
do it.
To men in every regard, and that's just the way it is. We're put on Earth to procreate and have children and a family. And when a woman isn't able to accomplish that, she chases a career. The consequences are dire, and depression falls from that.
I have a genuine question for you.
Sure, go ahead.
How come why is it more likely for women to report being happier single than in a relationship then, if women are here?
There's data that shows that.
We're not happy single. What?
I just hope.
Hey, wait, I everyone.
Or should I go for the blueprints? I could make so I could set up the blueprint to build the thing. I don't know how blueprints are gonna work. I don't know how blueprints work in this game. No, I'm gonna hold off on that.
Most magazines, all that, they're literally
I can just
talking about
rebuild
women
it
being
myself. I don't need the
unhappy
I don't need the
at
blueprint.
30
It would be quicker with the
but
blueprint
single.
probably,
That's
but I don't
like-
need
That's
it.
the majority. That's on Cosmo. That's on people. That's on public things. Like that's on everything. That's why I just want to know. Like, can you give an example?
In the long run, though, can you be happy?
We not happy.
That's a separate
Good
question.
question.
The answer is no.
What I remember,
I
I'm
grew
pretty
up
sure it's Pew
with my
Research.
grandma.
just I'm sorry, whatever. You can,
Okay.
Okay. It seems like a really high reason why a lot of women are not happy in a relationship right now, or why they report being happier single, is because whenever
My
they're in a
little boy
relationship, and
pussy.
it goes
That's
back
what
to
that's
one of the
that's
first
what I hear
topics
from
we
like
talked
fucking
about in the
Sneeko and
night,
shit.
is that it seems like
My
a
little
lot
boy
of women
pussy, because they're
not
fucking
are
crying about the
earning
dumbest
same amount
shit.
as men, but also doing a bunch of like the household chores and responsibilities. So you can go back to like, and hey,
This
make-
this is a very narrow stat that's true, but it only has to do with women that are dating men where they're out earning the men, and then explaining why those particular ones that break up do break up. This is a very narrow subset of a narrow subset. I don't know if I would apply this broadly to the entire population.
maybe we can even agree here for different reasons.
May I ask you a question? What was the age of the women polled that were happy or single?
I think they were around their late 20s.
My consumption,
Would it be fair to
my
say that the
production,
reason why they were happy or single is because women understand, right?
my max capacity
being
is higher than
single,
my max
especially at that-
consumption. So
I mean,
even if
when women
even
are
if I
young and
do have a
beautiful, okay?
even if I
They don't care
I
about
don't know.
getting in a relationship because
So,
they're still getting
I'm
the
good for
world is
now.
their oyster. It's not until women start to lose options as they get older that dark reality sets in that I'm not going to find a mate, because women want a man. They do. Like, we can sit here and say, I'm a feminist, I don't need a man, blah, blah, blah. You actually need a man because it's hardwired in you to find a man, because if you don't, you will not ensure your survival.
But it seems like
I got
women
3.
can survive now without men.
Yes, with the modern conveniences of technology, etc. But I always say it, time doesn't change biological
Oh, wait, did
trends.
he give me
You've been
200 of
programmed for
each?
millennia to find a man to ensure
Oh, that's
your
gangster.
security,
I have something to say.
Uh-oh.
Can I say something? Okay.
as long as it's intelligent.
It's experience, which is the most important part. You're right. You guys are right for sure with the statistics, of course. It's not easy.
Mark 3
Have you guys
need
been
those
engaged?
beams. Fuck.
God,
Okay,
this
I
woman's
have.
doing this shit.
I know how marriage works.
All right.
Marriage isn't easy. You get married and that's it. Marriage, this is why there's so many divorces, because people do not want to try. The whole point of marriage is trying and never giving up. Of course it's not gonna be easy. It's a fucking headache, but it's because you choose to be in that. You get me?
Most women
Of course.
divorce because of financial situations. That's why they're unhappy in their relationship, and or their man is just not alpha enough, and they get bored and tired.
I think the most
Not
cited
alpha
reason for divorce is
enough.
irreconcilable differences.
It's actually
Out-
finances.
not
You can look it up.
alpha
It is
enough.
Financial. It's financial. And
If
that's
if being alpha is what fucking matters, that's just fucking
I'm
cringe.
experiencing that too. It's not fucking easy. It's a
But-
fucking headache. I'm stressed.
I think long-term
course.
monogamy is difficult for everyone, though, isn't it? I mean, it's difficult for both. It's long-term monogamy in a relationship is difficult for both sides.
Of
I think.
course.
I mean, it's difficult for women, and actually, like you said, more women
difficult for-
initiate divorce than men.
It seems to be more difficult for men because like you guys are the ones who are
But it's also
advertising
obviously
that like you
guys,
shouldn't
you
have
know,
to
they're
be
the
monogamous
that's
if
the
you're high
sacrifice
value
for
enough,
all
which
of
just
us,
is
isn't it?
fucking
It's like,
idiotic at
people get together, they get
at a
married,
fundamental
and then after
level.
A few years, they kind of get bored with each other, and that's the other difficulty that everybody has to deal with. At
And
some
I know
point.
you're saying that women report being single, being happier. That's not true to female biology. And it's interesting that the women that were polled were in their 20s, because when women in their 20s, they always think that they can do better. But that dark reality doesn't set in until you hit your 30s, that you can't get the best guy that you used to get when you were 21 versus being 31. And I hate to say it, ladies, but your sexual market value is perishable. It definitely has a shelf life. You only have a small window of time to get the best guy that you can.
Yep.
And feminism lies to you guys and tells you that you can. The reason why for you it's like you don't even think about this because you guys are both in your 20s. When you guys hit your 30s or you get closer to your 30s, I promise you, your mindset is going to change. Your mindset is 100% going to change.
You have to
It's
live
just
it.
that
It's possible.
you guys get constantly reaffirmed by men that approach you, by the internet, by Instagram, maybe your Twitch stream, sim sitting, oh, you're so beautiful, blah, blah, blah. They constantly make you feel better, right, about your situation of being single because you're like, I can always find a man. I'm not pressed for this. You can. But it's not until you get older.
I don't see being single as like a situation though.
No,
Here's the thing.
like he said.
You're saying for you right now, but as you get older, I promise you it's going to change. And most women want a man.
When the
They might
attention
not want to
fades.
admit it, but they want a man long term that's going to provide them security.
I was a strong, independent, young 21-year-old.
And it fades.
Your tune will change when you
It
get
was
older.
a certain. I was a feminist, and I was all pro motherfucking
Ew.
liberal. Yeah, no, I wasn't that far, but who said ew?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Feminism
Anyway, yeah, I know,
kills my
disgusting. Point is,
dreams.
I've changed. I'm
But I get
27,
it,
so I'm
though.
older than y'all. Like he said, I'm approaching the wall. No, baby. Do I have to cry to prove it? I'm not going.
There's a reason why
Please don't.
when
I
you
don't
look
think
at
you're
when you
approaching
look
the
at little boys versus little girls,
not the
little
same.
boys play with action figures, little girls play house, and they want to walk down an aisle in a white dress. Like
what?
Every woman down the line wants to get married to the man of their dreams.
Fine, they're just gonna disagree. They're just gonna disagree more. They're just gonna disagree. Social constructs. They're not gonna change their mind. Social construct. It's not gonna work.
Like for example,
It's not about changing.
Oh,
their
it's
mind,
iron
about
and
showing-
coal. Oh, okay, then I'm gonna break all this down and bring it back over there. If it's iron and coal,
These things as facts, and maybe this is just for the future or something, because like from everything.
Speaking in generalities here.
well, I've got iron over up here.
If we're gonna talk about
Aren't
how
these
the
are iron, aren't they?
biological reality of people work, like you
Yeah,
guys
these are
can have
iron, so I could
strong,
split it off.
and I could go
But the
into
coal
that.
is all the way over there.
You're
Okay,
naturalizing
you
these
know
things
what?
over
You
here.
know what? Have you read? Have you read?
I don't have any coal in this
The
direction,
Lessons
do
of a
I?
Costa Rica's Boy.
I've got
Like,
coal
have you
over
ever heard of
there.
that?
No.
Okay. So, in Applied Behavior Analysis, it's a really good article. I
Okay.
strongly recommend reading it.
Sure.
It talks about how this idea of like nature versus
If I get
nurture is kind of
coal,
false
it's a
dichotomy.
pure coal
And the
thing.
reason why it explains
It could
that
work.
is
It could
because
work.
Our environment literally in real time affects our genes
so-
or our genetic expression, right? So if you are in an
That
environment,
way.
for example, if you're
So
raised
we'd
in an
want it,
environment
like,
that is
this
very
way.
abusive, the chances of you developing
There to
schizophrenia
be,
become a
a
lot higher.
foundation.
Even though schizophrenia has a lot of connections with genetics. So the whole like this is a very simplified version, but what I'm trying to express
Then
here
I'm super
is-
schizophrenic.
what I'm trying to express here is that your biology is directly related to your environment and almost vice versa as well. So these like things about like, oh no, like it's only biology or that's it, it's just biology. It doesn't, you're not taking into account the fact that the environment literally will affect your actual biology.
Really?
Yes.
Okay. Explain to me how when you go in the black community.
I mean,
and black
it
women are raised
can
by
to an
single
extent,
mothers
but
that constantly
not
tell them, "Niggas ain't shit,
inherently.
niggas ain't shit.
Yep. Oh man, now we're getting to the Annalisa shit.
Fuck niggas, you could do it yourself, blah, blah, blah. They still want a strong black man.
What do you mean? Like, okay.
Okay.
Pixie
you're-
doesn't know. He just proved her argument in such a hardcore way, but she's not gonna be able to connect the dots. Why do black women still want a black man? It's because of what Pixie said earlier. It's because people just tend to date the people that are around them. Black women aren't going up to these upper class men like you said. that
Iron
women choose
ore
to
and
upper class men.
coal.
Black women aren't making the choices.
The
to go
coal's
after
all
this.
way
People
out,
tend to date
way
in
the
their
fuck out
communities.
that way.
Will she connect the
so
dots on this? It's a.
I'll
this would
break
be an
down all
easy
these
gimme,
trees
but-
probably.
Argument was
Break down a lot of these
environment plays a big
trees,
role
throw
in
the
changing
stuff
their
into
biology.
chests,
I'm telling
and
you,
then have it
you go in the
run
black community,
that way.
you have a bunch of single mothers telling their daughters, niggas, you don't need them, blah, blah, blah. You have hip hop music.
After talking to Annalisa and now after talking to a couple other black guys, I'm like getting more. I'm getting more.
These are impure.
Whatever
Ooh, these are
that,
impure veins.
A lot of these issues.
So they're only
on these
outputting
red pill
30 a
shows are just
minute.
black men
So if I try to
venting their
split
anger
it,
on the world from, like being raised by black women that hate black men.
But
I'm
this is
starting to
already
feel that more.
they're already
Reinforces
stockpiled,
this,
so they're
that
not.
man ain't shit, etc. I don't want no scrub. Beyonce, all the single ladies, constantly reinforcing that men are trash and you don't need them. Why is it that black women overwhelmingly want men, strong black men that are extremely masculine? Please explain
Is
that to me.
there another? Is there another iron vein out this way?
I will answer the question.
Please answer the question. Because by your logic, they should all be raging lesbians that hate men.
Well, I'm not saying that that your environment.
There's some
changes it
over
100%.
there.
But what I am
If I
saying,
go for
what
this
I'm
coal
interested
vein
in
that's over
hearing
here, and then
is
I
that
go for
you're
this
saying,
iron
like,
that's over
isn't there a
here.
really high rate of like single mothers within the black community? So if you're saying
Yes.
that
Reasonably,
women
that
are
is what I should
biologically
do.
inclined to find a mate, and they really want that, even though they hear like it's like bullshit or whatever. Wouldn't they stay with the mate instead of being single mothers if it's like their biological imperative?
No, because they want
the best mate.
But by your logic,
I think the second half of the show comes off super good for Myron. He comes off as super respectful. Yeah, I don't know if he does this normally or if it's because he knows they're my friends. But yeah. Also, I wonder. I don't know. Maybe if he's like me, like I prefer harder debates and challenges. Like they're more fun for me. I feel like I get a similar vibe from him, but I could be wrong. But like even if he does feel like he's doing well or whatever, I genuinely do think he enjoys this more than just like dunking on like random zanned out girl, number 27, or random drunk girl, or random perked out girl, or whatever. So I think it's probably fun for him.
They should hate men and be like lesbians because they changed their biology, but
Well,
they
I'm
still
not
deal
saying
with men,
your
even though.
biology is changed 100%.
Oh, now it's not
No,
100%.
it's just extremely variable, but it doesn't mean that your sexual orientation is going to change, for example. But it does mean the factors that you might find attractive or how you process information can change. I'm not saying everything is changed, right? I'm not saying my environment is going to suddenly change. The fact that I have a vagina. Let's use that as an example. Like that's an environment.
No,
is going
but
to change that.
the only reason I say, because here's the problem here. You made a point to say your environment plays a critical role in your development, where it might even influence your biological needs and wants and hardwiring. I'm arguing, regardless of the environment, your biological hardwiring is still going to stand. and I use the black community as an example, where black men are constantly shit on, ostracized, ridiculed, and made fun of, yet black women still overwhelmingly prefer black men when it comes to dating, and on top of that, they want a black, strong, masculine man, which is why the thug frame, aka guys that are thugs and criminals, etc., are so sought after in the black community. So even though the women themselves are masculine, they still want a man who's more masculine themselves, which proves my point, that you can't fight biology.
You don't think there's environmental factors that push women towards the said stereotype?
You just have
No, now the environment is playing in my favor.
Well, I'm not asking you. I'm just wondering. I mean, I again,
Well,
as I said
everything
before,
in the
it's not
environment
gonna-
tells them to hate that same thug that they're attracted to.
Not everything in the environment.
You just said that feminism literally encourages it.
Fuck, see that? No, they just needed the. It's really the answer is just super simple. We just tend to date people that are around us. That's what we do. We date people we fuck around us. That's why I always push back on my stream whenever you guys are saying shit like oh no,
it's
like
way
don't
better
date
for
your
it to just
coworkers, don't
cross
shit we
over.
eat. All those sayings are so stupid. Why? Because everybody dates their coworkers. Because you're working with them all day. Men and women spend that much time around each other. Of course they're gonna be fucked. That's just how it happened. That's black women, black men, rich women. Fucking all these people in San Francisco, all of it, it's just because they're all together. They're all together, they're around each other, they all date each other. That's how it works. That's how all of human history's worked, roughly speaking, generally speaking.
Well, no, not
No, say fuck nigga free. It's the opposite. They shit on those guys.
But isn't like a lot of rap music also like glorify the idea that like
And also, you're saying it's coming from women, but the majority of rap music is made by men, no?
No, it is. But what I'm saying is that the black women that rap shit on the very men that they're attracted to.
Yeah, but don't you think black women growing up also consume the male raps?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm a black woman growing up.
Ladies, see how you guys are trying to move the goalposts? The original argument.
They're not moving the goalposts, Myron.
Your social upbringing cannot change biologically hardwired traits in you.
Experience right
Not
now.
all. It's not like a black and white thing. That's what I'm trying to get across.
They're
There is,
He's just making a comparison about your upbringing because you said your biology can change by your upbringing. I was raised by a diverse family of feminism, and I want a masculine man.
Why do you think you never see bad bitches talking about this, man? Because they find in a man, they find in a family, man. It's just like, god damn, bro.
Sneeko has been actually pointless here, like worse than Fresh
Last
normally on this
Enjoy the
podcast.
show.
I don't
We're
understand.
misogynist. What do you think?
I'll be back.
I think that I should say thank you to DJ Talks for getting me on. Follow me. Yes, thank you. There you go. Follow me on Instagram. Yes, C__. I also feel like.
What did you learn from the show?
I learned to shut the up.
Okay. Yes. Yeah. Thank you. I'll see you soon at SLS.
Yes.
Zena, did you learn anything from the show?
Nope.
Yes, I learned that.
Nope.
Yes, I always learn something. I learned that
What's you
sometimes women just argue to argue. We just want to hear ourselves talk, and we're emotional. I want to apologize to some of my people watching. Sorry, I got emotional. I was drinking, and I'm a woman, so I got triggered.
Right.
Follow me on Instagram, Xena the Witcher. Subscribe to my OnlyFans Sims.
What did you learn today? Don't say strong steps. Don't do it.
I'm going to teach something right now. There's absolutely nothing wrong with what you guys said. You guys are super right, and you're gonna
There's
have
so much wrong with
amazing-
everything
you
that
guys
they
are
said,
gonna have
but
an amazing
okay.
Future. You guys are gonna learn. You guys are gonna understand later on, and I just hope you guys the best, and I hope you guys like learn everything and stuff. And
we're doing it.
I hope you adopt one.
Oh, and
day
this is the
later
dumb kind that was
on.
like
You guys are
really
gonna have
hard
an amazing
agreeing with a
family,
lot of the shit
and
that they
we're
were
doing it.
saying.
Society is over because the West is
Never
over.
mind.
The West is over.
Imagine getting married to that man.
Yeah, that's what I
Last
learned.
us.
No.
Female
For me,
first.
for me, I think the West is doomed, and I think that my gut feeling about this, and we'll put
Sit down,
statistics
Troy.
aside, is that biology trumps socialization.
Thank you.
That's my gut feeling.
I agree.
Follow me on YouTube @RealTroyFrancis, on Twitter @RealTroyFrancis, and on Instagram @RealTroyFrancis for all your
Or
dirty
don't,
dating
because the dude was literally pointless and
Yeah.
just a fucking
Oh, but
loser.
y'all never
A
let
dating
him talk.
coach?
Yeah,
Oh
yeah.
my lord, of course he is.
Talk about dating more than a dating coach. Just chatting, just talking.
I disagree with
Can I ask a question?
This
This is my first time being on here. I mean, I enjoyed hearing everybody debate. I didn't talk much, but
What are your thoughts on this?
Yeah.
Did you change your mind? Did you learn anything? You agree, disagree?
I learned a lot.
Who do you side with? Who do you think is right?
What I think is right.
I think the better.
There's so many different points that some they were right on, some you guys were right on. So I wouldn't say like.
Do you think
there's one
attraction is
right.
socialized or biologically hardwired? In general.
Both. Yeah, we just say both.
Both? Okay, cool. What do you think?
Well, thank you for having me.
Of course.
It was
Okay.
great to meet you all. Well, what I learned is, I mean, everybody has their own, input.
Okay.
And I
W
don't know,
Botox?
me, what? Who said that?
He's joking. That was.
He's such a hater.
Yeah,
That's what it is.
Someone heard him.
And I respect everyone's
You're a gorgeous
opinion,
girl.
But yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
that's, yeah.
Okay. And I didn't hear anything from you. Are you Senegalese, by the way?
No, a lot of people think I'm African. I'm Caribbean.
Oh, my fault.
What part? Trinidad and Jamaica. My parents are
Bumbo Club. Okay. Any thoughts on the panel? Did you learn anything? Are you exhausted?
I think we could have spoken about multiple other topics. I could
Yeah.
have stayed on one.
Yeah, I agree.
I would ask them their last thoughts, but I really don't want to hear them talk anymore.
Yeah, I've heard of that.
Is it that, or is it that you don't want to?
No, just stop, please.
No, but is it the fact that even though you're physically stronger than me since you're a man, and we established
Just stop.
both
What did I
that
miss?
you're
What
not
happened?
leaving. Sneeko, let the record show. You refuse to get up on that pole and take a little spin.
pole dance. I think that's
Faggotry,
bro.
until you at least try it.
You're better at pole dancing
That's
than me, and I still don't even wanna see
faggotry.
it. please.
Yo,
We're not talking about you dodged it.
you don't have to take that from her, okay?
Yo, Henny Chris activated, man.
Hey, fuck that shit, man.
Yes, sir.
Hey,
Last thoughts of the panel?
But I had fun. I like talking to all y'all.
Yeah, you love talking.
Shout out to Diego for inviting me. I had a great time. Myron had a great time debating with you. I had a great time debating with you. All y'all lovely ladies. I don't think you guys like talking to me. That's really not.
Nobody has animosity towards you guys. You're intellectual young ladies. You're still young. You have time to learn.
But that's just how
The issue that we're having is that you do need to learn how to.
Oh no, what happened?
you guys will have a lot of time to
I'm not even getting paid for this shit. I'm hosting this shit. This ain't my show. I'm gonna be doing my own shit. Where's Fresh? Fuck this shit, Fresh. Get your podcast back to work, man. This shit fucking sucks. Fresh, come back. Save me.
I mean, she's got a point. A lot of them were.
Fresh would have done something 20 to the club 3 hours ago. 4 hours. I'm not getting paid, man. Yo, what else they go out?
Where is it? Is it on top or is it below? Like, where is it? It's got to be on top of this fucking thing. God damn it. If I would have known, I would have kept going higher. Yeah, that's what it is. It's way the fuck up there. Holy shit. That ending was so off the rails.
Gave us Nixon after the MLK riots. It gave us
Holy shit. The ending of that was so off the rails. Because they were just getting mad because that girl like was contesting things that they were saying that was that was just dumb shit that you have to be dumb to be saying that. And Destiny being like, why would she say that? That has nothing to do with that wasn't the point they were making. It's like come on, Destiny. Like you're normally way smarter than that. You're normally like way more. Like, Destiny's usually way smarter than that on, like, catching shit like that. Like, it was absolutely irrelevant to what the other dumb cunts were saying. It absolutely it was. But cause like that chick was, it was so clear what the point that chick was trying to make was, is that like the one was saying that they were about staying home or sending kids to daycare, and the one was saying that she wouldn't send her kids to daycare because kids get abused at daycare, and the other one was like, well, kids also get abused. Kids get abused more often at the home. So like, yeah, that's not just like off topic, just being like trying to contest for the sake of contesting. That's so clearly, if you like actually think, that's so clearly on topic, because it's saying that like, well, there's no real reason to be like, to not just send your kids to daycare, like, because it's saying that like the belief that like, oh, I wouldn't send my kids to daycare because kids get abused at daycares, that they're just showing how like that's a dumb, irrelevant like reasoning, because of the very simple and basic fact that kids get abused at a fucking plethora of places, including overlapping what's clearance. enough anyway to do it. I need more of the copper wires. 'Cause the thing is, like, once you're getting better at like setting it all up and all that, then it. Actually, no. I'm gonna do the conveyor belts first, because then I can just run back a lot faster. I've thought about making this go straight as well, but it's not that important to have this part go flat across. But yeah, like, oh my god, like there was the pick me girl just that was just agreeing with everything Myron, Sneeko and whatnot were saying, which was just cringe, because it's like 99.9% of what those dudes say is just wrong and dumb. And you know. And they kind of let that misogyny slip out a bit whenever they were like, something about like cooking and cleaning, and it's like, see, there it is. They don't want a girl that's like actually like smart and is like on their level intellectually. No, they want a woman who's on their level intellectually to the point where just so long as she agrees that, like, as long as intellectually that intellectual level is that she agrees that that she should just be like staying at home and cooking and shit. That's what they want, not like an actually like intelligent woman. That's not what they want. They don't want that. They don't want an actually intelligent woman. So that's kind of cringe, but it is what it is. Although I'll probably need to do a tube thing over here for whenever I do want to like upgrade it to like another mine or something like that. Once I unlock that stuff, I'll start trying to make some of those and do it. But yeah, that was so bad. That part where Destiny was like, "Oh, that wasn't part of it. That wasn't what they were discussing." And it's like, yes, it fucking was. Like the part where it's like it was a hypothetical about staying at home or sending the kids to daycare. Yeah, exactly. Because the person who was saying that they would stay home, their reason for why they would stay home was that because kids get abused at daycare. So the other chick was saying that, like, well, kids also get abused in the home. So, like, what's this? There's, like, no special reason to send your kids specifically to daycare. When you're reasoning for why you would send your kids to daycare, or why you would stay home instead of sending your kids to daycare, is because kids get abused at daycare, that goes out the window and is irrelevant whenever you actually take into account that kids also get abused at the home. And so it doesn't matter, like, were you planning on abusing kids? It's like, well, no, it doesn't. That doesn't matter if whether or not I was planning on abusing my kids. The fact of the matter is that kids get abused in the home. Kids also get abused in the home. So your reasoning of I wouldn't send my kids to daycare because kids get abused at daycare is irrelevant when kids also can also be abused in the home. And in fact, they're more likely to. And that's also not her saying that, like, that person is more likely to do that. That's just her stating a fact, you know, not an anecdotal. It's just like a fact. I'm surprised Sneeko didn't simp harder for any of those chicks. He's usually a pretty hard simper. Like, we're talking hardcore simpage. That's usually what Sneeko does. That's kind of his thing when it comes to panels and whatnot with, you know, and girls are agreeing with him. Oh, he simps hard for that shit. a woman agreeing with the dumb shit that he says that is his worldview, he fucking loves that shit. He will simp for that shit all day. Damn, I need one fucking more. Are you shitting me? One more steel plate? That's crazy. Like, yeah, I know I'm gonna have to grab more to like keep it going or whatever, but for right now. Bingo. Bingo bagingos. So sneakos, stinkos. I hate that like the initial connections between them count. I hate that. That's so dumb. Also, I want to get these out of the way because it's just for visuals. It's annoying and I don't like it. Because it does 120 per minute, and these conveyor belts only do 60. And it only uses 45 per minute. So I think this speed of conveyor belt will be more than enough. It uses 45 iron per minute as well. that's what I just did was the coal. And there was one that direction, right? Or no, it was this way, isn't it? Fuck. I mean, I connected this. Oh, wait, well, I can just replace it real quick. Yeah. Because I'm going over to those those coals. Because these are both impure, so I might need to make 2 of them. I forget how good or shit impure veins are. But yeah, that was pretty bad. I don't know what's gonna go on now. What if we're gonna watch something else or what? I'm not really sure right now. I'm gonna need more plates if I'm gonna do that. Yeah, I don't know. Too bad there's not a better way to make walkways. As far as I'm aware, there's not, to get across areas. I don't think there's a better way. Although I imagine I could probably get rid of, I don't know, if I... But yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking we go with that. I was thinking we go with the impure. We'll see what it says. The other one outputs at what was it, 120 or 60 or whatever. So we'll see what we need. Yeah, that was insane. That was like trying to say that, like, to get rid of a drunk girl, that people would actually give a shit about the gender of the cop in that situation. I'm sorry, but that's just such cap. That's such cap and cope. Like, it just is. That's just what it is. I'm sorry, but that's just cope. Oh, I didn't even realize how close that thing was. I was like, what the fuck is that sound? Straight ahead-ish. Oh, right here. Bet. That's pretty good. Yeah, it's a pretty good. This is a good spot, good area. Not super far. So what I'm thinking is, I make them converge up here. I'm thinking I put the thing that's going to converge them into one up here. So those are both impure. So what are they gonna? What's their speed? 30 per minute. I think the other one was like 120, and I think they only move at 60. So yeah, it doing that is what's gonna. That's the speed it's gonna need. So this should operate perfectly where they reach there at like this similar time. The other one I think is already started reaching it. Yeah. But dude, like they're like nurses, and it was like, and nurses work for doctors, and who are usually doctors, man. It's like yeah, but it's irrelevant. We're saying that like, so why don't more men be nurses? If picking the high stress jobs is like such a bad thing, why aren't there more men nurses? Like, you know, it's just shitty. It's just shitty. Oh, wrong one. You know what I want to look at? I want to check on this. Oh, I didn't mean for it to open up full screen like that.
How am I even getting it?
That's Star Wars music, but okay.
Bill has hit Governor Abbott's desk and has been signed by Governor Abbott. Basically, the anti-sanctuary city bill has been passed and is now law. And what that bill says is that if local law enforcement or state police view a criminal activity afoot, they make a stop on that state crime, and then they can inquire into the status of an individual's residence. Are they a lawful U.S. citizen? Are they here with a green card? Are they a permanent resident alien? Or are they here illegally without documentation? And if they are here
I hate
illegally
this.
without that
The TikTok
documentation,
app, like it has
then
scrolling
the
capabilities,
feds
but it doesn't
can get
work on the
involved,
fucking.
and then they can take it from there. I think this is a fantastic law.
It doesn't
is
work on
time
the
to start
fucking
enforcing the
thing,
laws
though.
that are on the books instead of the state and local officials legislating from their own little tiny offices.
It's an awful law because it's nothing more than a legal way for law enforcement to racially profile Mexicans and Hispanics. This.
Yeah, I walked it down. I was like, no. Like, yes, you can make that claim if you literally just look at it in the absolute most bad faith way. 1 second, I gotta go take a leak.
Battery 10%.
Oh shit, 10%.
Battery 10%.
There we go. Okay. Oh. Yeah. Like, yeah, the only way you could say that it's an awful law to be able to legally racially profile is if you only look at it in the absolute most bad faith way. Like, you could tell that that dude's a BLM supporter, and it's like cops are just bad and that's it. It's like, dude, how about like just look at it with a little bit more thought. Think of it past cop bad. Just think about the situation past that. But he just can't.
Even though they want.
Yeah, it's crazy. What to watch now? I don't know. Did I not? Did I never connect? Did I not even connect? I didn't even connect this to the thing. I forgot to connect this to power. Whoops. Oh yeah, that's awesome. Oh yeah, yeah. The Mark 1 conveyor belts are totally all I need for this. And that's just gonna make steel ingots. Dude, yeah, we're killing it now. Hell yeah. Now the only thing is, if I need to have multiple of these, so that way I'm making a fuck ton of steel, so that way I can do I need multiple of these? That way I can be making a fuck ton of steel and having it having the product, and then you know, do I need multiple? Let me just say it like that. Do I need multiple of these, so that way I can have a lot of steel production, because I'm gonna need it for the steel tubes, steel beams, a lot. I wonder how much these are fucking worth in one of those machines, the crusher machine things. It's got to be worth a nutty amount. I guess I should have a good couple of coupons here now. What? Only one? No shot. Is it getting like a higher and higher amount each time? Is that what it is? Is that it's just a higher and higher amount every time? Because, like, it should have been done, like, I should have had multiple coupons by now. Like, this is crazy. Oh, yeah, it's definitely getting higher and higher. What the fuck? I got 2 coupons now. I need steel beams. How much for the beams again? 2 for 200. That's exactly enough. I think I do need to make a split with this where it's doubling up on these. Or at least make one where it splits off and it's making these and then it's making them into the other wire. You know what I mean? I think I might do that in a second. I think I might do that. You know what? Fuck it. We're going to go ahead and do that real quick. Oh, wait. No. It needs to go into another constructor. I just realized my mic was kind of offset. Let's go look at this over here. Let that go for a while. Need to make at least 3 smelters, or actually only 2 for right now, because I only have 2 exits here. So okay. Mm. I haven't made one of these yet, and I do still need to make one of these. I could craft one right now, put it somewhere. Oh, it's a small little thing. The picture makes it look like it's fucking massive. Cool. I don't even need to do anything with it. medicinal inhaler.
New resource added to the resource scanner. New research available in the MAM.
Oh, it added it to the scanner.
New object added to the object scanner.
$25 of those, and I can nutritional. I don't know what that actually does, but whatever. Oh, I have one of those. I don't know what power shards are, but we'll find out.
New recipe unlocked.
Sulfur and coal, sulfur and that. Okay. I think I might just go ahead and end it for now. I've been going for a long time. How long has this been going? 6 hours. Yeah, I think I'm gonna call it till next time.